Hit the subscribe button above, and then enjoy Cop Buys a Bark, an action-adventure mystery. Chapter 1. Nick Holleran watched the ice melt in his old-fashioned, and wondered if blowing his pension on a beach bar was the dumbest thing he'd done since marrying his second ex-wife. The liquor shelf behind him was half empty, and what remained was mostly dust-covered bottles nobody had ordered since the Obama administration. A ceiling fan with one crooked blade turned overhead, pushing the humid air around without actually cooling anything. Outside, the Florida sun beat down on the weathered deck of the Drunken Oyster like it had a personal vendetta. Inside, the only sound besides the cranky hum of an ancient air conditioner was the wet slurp of Walter drinking beer through a bendy straw. "You want another one, Walt?" Nick asked. Walter nodded, sliding his empty across the scratched bar top. The old fisherman hadn't spoken a word in the 3 weeks since Nick had taken over the place. The locals said Walter's vocal cords got damaged in a boating accident 5 years back, but Nick had his doubts. 20 years as a detective in Brooklyn had taught him that silence was often a choice, not a condition. Nick pulled a draft and set it in front of his only customer. Walter immediately bent the straw into a perfect right angle and went back to his silent sipping. "You know," Nick said, leaning against the back counter, "when my realtor showed me this place, there were actually people in it." Walter raised his bushy white eyebrows and shrugged. "And the brochure mentioned vibrant nightlife and local institution," Nick continued. "What they didn't mention was that the vibrant nightlife included raccoons in the storage shed, and the only institution was the mental kind." Walter made a sound that might have been a laugh. "You're good company, Walt, but you're not exactly keeping me in the black." The door swung open with a screech of rusted hinges, momentarily flooding the dim bar with blinding sunlight. Nick squinted as a silhouette filled the doorway, then stepped inside. The man was barrel-chested with close-cropped silver hair and the easy swagger of a cop. Nick had spotted fellow officers in crowds for years, something about the way they carried themselves, eyes always tracking exits and troublemakers. "You Holleran?" the man asked, settling onto a stool 3 down from Walter. "Depends who's asking." "Chuck Denton." He extended a tanned hand. 23 years Tampa PD, now doing private security for rich assholes who need someone to keep the riffraff away from their boats. Nick shook the hand. Firm grip, callous palm. "Nick Holleran. 20 years NYPD." "I know. Word travels. You're the Yankee who bought Billy McPherson's shithole bar." "I prefer to think of it as an investment opportunity." Chuck's laugh was a harsh bark. "That what they call a midlife crisis up north? Down here, we just call it a mistake." "What can I get you?" "Whatever's cold." Nick pulled a beer and slid it across to Chuck, who took a long pull without bothering with Walter's straw method. "So what happened?" Chuck asked. "Too many bodies? Bad divorce? Or just couldn't stand the winters anymore?" "All of the above," Nick said, not wanting to get into the case that had finally broken him, the one that still visited him at 3 in the morning. "Figured I'd trade sirens for seagulls." "How's that working out for you?" Nick gestured at the empty bar. Peeling vinyl stools lined the counter like gap-toothed sentinels, and the corner stage with its karaoke setup had a film of dust thick enough to write your name in. "I've seen better attendance at a tax audit." Chuck nodded sagely. "Locals don't trust new blood, especially when it comes with a badge, former or not." "I'm not looking to bust anybody. Just serve drinks and watch the sunset." "That's what they all say." Chuck took another swig. "But guys like us, we get itchy when things are too quiet. You need something to fight for, or you're already dead." The door screeched open again. This time, it was a woman in her 30s with streaked blonde hair tied back in a ponytail. She wore cut-off jean shorts and a faded Drunken Oyster t-shirt that had been aggressively modified with scissors. "You're late, Sarah," Nick said. And you're not my parole officer, she replied, ducking under the bar hatch. Diego called in sick again. Said the government satellites were tracking him extra hard today. That's the third time this week. Welcome to paradise, Sarah said, tying an apron around her waist. Where the staff is as reliable as the weather forecast. From the kitchen came a crash of pots and pans, followed by a string of curses in Spanish and English. That'll be Mimi, Sarah explained. She's dropping hints that she wants a new stove. By destroying the old one. 82 years old, and still playing the long game. Nick pinched the bridge of his nose. Where do you even find normal staff? Normal? Sarah laughed. You came to the wrong peninsula, boss. The kitchen door swung open, and an ancient woman with steel gray hair and arms corded with muscle emerged. She pointed a spatula at Nick. The pilot light is possessed, Mimi announced. I need an exorcist or a new range, your choice. Is the propane tank filled? Was Napoleon short? Yes, the tank is filled. It's the devil in the pilot light. Chuck chuckled into his beer. You sure traded up, Holleran. Walter made his slurping noise, signaling another empty. I'll get right on that exorcism, Nick told Mimi, who huffed and returned to her kitchen battleground. Sarah leaned close as she grabbed a clean glass. Just so you know, tonight's the dart tournament. Last time, 3 windows got broken and someone lost part of an earlobe. Anything else I should know about? The jukebox only plays every 3rd song you select. The ice machine makes rectangular cubes on Tuesdays but half moons the rest of the week. And if a guy named Pelican Pete comes in, don't let him bring in his actual pelican. Nick stared at her. Welcome to the Drunken Oyster, she said with a wink. Where Florida Man isn't just a headline, he's a regular. Chapter 2. Nick found Chuck waiting outside the Drunken Oyster the next morning, leaning against a sun-bleached pickup truck. The parking lot was a cracked asphalt patch, more weed than pavement. The morning light cast long shadows across the crushed shells and cigarette butts. Thought we should talk, Chuck said. Without the audience. Nick unlocked the bar's front door. Coffee. Make it strong. Inside, the bar smelled of stale beer and cheap disinfectant. Morning light sliced through the blinds, illuminating dust motes and yesterday's mistakes. Nick moved behind the counter and started a pot of coffee on the ancient percolator. So talk, Nick said, measuring out grounds. Chuck pulled up a stool. I looked you up. Decorated detective. Closed more homicides than anyone in your precinct. Then suddenly, you walk away and buy this dump halfway down the Florida coast. And that's not how cops retire. We take security gigs, maybe consult. We don't disappear. Nick didn't answer. The percolator bubbled and steamed. Unless something went bad, Chuck added. Real bad. The smell of coffee filled the room. Nick pulled 2 mugs from under the bar, poured and slid one across. There was a case, Nick said finally. His voice had the flatness that came from keeping emotion locked down tight. Jessica Weaver. 19 years old. Theater student at NYU. She didn't make it. No. Found her in an alley off Bleecker. Strangled. No DNA, no prints, no witnesses who'd talk. Chuck sipped his coffee, waiting. I was 6 months from retirement. 20 years in, pension locked. Just needed to coast. Nick's eyes drifted to the framed photo of a beach sunset he'd hung behind the bar. It was cheap art, the kind found in motel rooms, but it had been his North Star during those last months in New York. But her eyes. Something about her eyes. You got obsessed. I got thorough. Interviewed everyone twice. Built a board in my apartment. Started seeing connections that weren't in the file. And nothing. Dead ends everywhere. But I knew I knew. It was tied to a trafficking ring operating out of nightclubs in the village. Girls Jessica's age vanishing, then turning up months later strung out or dead. Nick refilled their cups. His hands were steady, but his jaw muscle twitched. Department told me to let it go. Cold case. No fresh leads. But I kept pushing. Started working it off book. Stepping on toes. Stomping on them. Nick's laugh held no humor. Found out a district captain was protecting the operation. Taking payoffs. When I wouldn't back down, things got complicated. They always do when you're right, Chuck said. They buried the case. Transferred me to desk duty. Said I was unstable, paranoid. Maybe I was. Nick shrugged. So I took the pension and walked. Figured I'd find peace down here. But you brought the ghosts with you. Nick didn't answer. They drank in silence as the morning light strengthened. Ever wonder why Billy McPherson sold this place so cheap? Chuck asked finally. Economy's bad. Tourism's down. Billy didn't sell because business was slow. He sold because he was scared. Nick's eyes narrowed. Of what? Not what. Who? Chuck leaned forward. This stretch of coast has belonged to Rico Salazar for 15 years. Runs it like his personal duchy. Drugs, girls, protection rackets. And bars like yours. They're perfect for moving product and money. I'm not interested in Rico Salazar's business. Doesn't matter. You bought real estate in his territory without permission. Makes him nervous. Makes you a problem. I'm retired. Nobody believes that. Especially not after you started asking questions about your waitress. Nick stiffened. What about Sarah? Word gets around. You've been checking her background, asking about her connection to Rico's outfit. She seems jumpy. Thought I should know who I'm employing. She used to work at the Sandpiper down the beach. Rico's flagship. Left under circumstances nobody talks about. Chuck drained his cup. Now she's working for an ex-cop who can't stop being a detective. Coincidence? The front door opened. Sarah walked in, sunglasses hiding her eyes despite the early hour. She stopped when she saw them. Am I interrupting? She asked. Just coffee, Nick said. You're early. Couldn't sleep. Sarah moved behind the bar, avoiding eye contact. She reached for a mug, and her sleeve rode up, revealing finger-shaped bruises on her wrist. Nick caught her eye. She quickly pulled her sleeve down. I should get going, Chuck said, standing. At the door, he turned back. Remember what I said, Holleran. You need something to fight for, or you're already dead. The door banged shut behind him. Your friend's intense, Sarah said, pouring coffee. Not my friend. Just another retired cop with opinions. Those bruises need opinions? Sarah's mouth tightened. I took a tumble off my bike. It's nothing. Finger-shaped tumble. Don't start. She busied herself, counting lime wedges. I don't need saving. Who said anything about saving? Sarah met his eyes. I know your type. The rescuer. The knight in tarnished armor. I've met 100 men like you. I'm just a bar owner. No. You're a cop, pretending to be a bar owner. There's a difference. She grabbed a rag and started wiping down already clean counters. This isn't New York. The rules are different here. Nick watched her work, saw the tension in her shoulders. She reminded him of Jessica Weaver somehow. Not in looks, but in vulnerability poorly disguised as toughness. His phone buzzed. A text from his old partner in New York, Weaver case. New lead. Call me. Jessica's face flashed through his mind. Pale skin. Auburn hair. Eyes that seemed to follow him from the crime scene photos. eyes that asked why he'd given up. "You okay, boss?" Sarah asked. "You look like you've seen a ghost." "Maybe I have," Nick said. The day stretched ahead. Inventory to check, deliveries to receive, the dart tournament to prepare for. Normal bar owner things. But Chuck's words echoed in his head. "You need something to fight for." Nick slipped his phone back in his pocket. Jessica would have to wait one more day. He had new ghosts to deal with now. Chapter 3. The lunch rush at the Drunken Oyster consisted of 3 sunburned tourists who ordered waters, 1 grouper sandwich, and directions to a better beach. Nick cleared their table while Diego restocked the cooler, muttering something about government tracking devices in the beer bottles. Diego was a 30-something with a perpetual 5 o'clock shadow and eyes that darted around the room like he was counting exit strategies. He wore a black t-shirt with "Question Reality" printed across the chest and a tinfoil-lined baseball cap that he swore protected his thought frequencies. "You're late again," Nick said. "Time is a government construct," Diego replied, arranging bottles with mathematical precision. "Anyway, I had to take a different route today. Black SUV was following me." "Maybe it was just a black SUV." "There's no such thing as just anything, boss." Diego tapped his temple. "Patterns everywhere, if you know how to see them." Nick had hired Diego, despite Sarah's warnings. The man mixed drinks with the precision of a chemist and remembered every customer's name and order. If he occasionally rambled about FEMA camps and weather control, well, that was the price of competence in a beach town where half the population was sunstroked, stoned, or both. "Where's Sarah?" Nick asked. "Called in. Said something about needing to handle business." Diego lowered his voice. "Between us, I think she's involved with the reptilians." "The what?" "Reptilian humanoids. They run the coastal real estate market." "Of course they do." Nick grabbed his keys. "I'm going for a supply run." "Watch the bar." "Always watching, boss. Always watching." Outside, the afternoon heat pressed down like a blanket. Nick's Jeep, a decade-old Wrangler with more rust than paint, waited in the shade of a twisted palm tree. He climbed in, cranked the AC that barely worked, and headed toward Sarah's place. Her apartment was in a faded stucco complex 6 blocks from the beach, the kind of building that had been repainted in progressively more tropical colors to mask its deterioration. Nick parked and climbed the exterior stairs to Unit 2C. He knocked twice. No response. He knocked again, harder. The door opened a crack. Sarah's face appeared, one eye visible, the other hidden behind a curtain of blonde hair. "What are you doing here?" she asked. "Checking on my staff," Nick said. "You called in sick. And you decided to make a house call? That's not weird at all. Diego's working a double shift and talking about reptile people. I needed a break." Sarah didn't laugh. She didn't open the door wider either. "I'm fine. Just a migraine. Must be going around. Seems like everyone in this town's got something they can't shake." Sarah's visible eye narrowed. "What's that supposed to mean?" "Nothing." Nick shifted his weight. 20 years as a detective, and he still didn't know how to make small talk. "Look, if you need more time off." "I don't. I'll be in tomorrow." She started to close the door. "The bruises," Nick said before he could stop himself. "They weren't from a bike accident." The door stopped. "You don't know what you're talking about." "I know finger marks when I see them. I know fear when I see it too." Sarah's laugh was brittle. "You've been here, what, a month? You don't know anything about me or this town." "I know trouble. I've seen it in every borough of New York." "This isn't New York." She leaned closer, her voice dropping. "Go back to your bar, Nick. Pour drinks. Tell stories about the big city. Just don't. She glanced over her shoulder. Don't dig. Is someone there with you? The door opened fully, revealing Sarah's apartment, small, neat, and empty. She changed the bandage on her forehead, but couldn't hide the darkening bruise around her eye. Happy now. Her voice was flat. I'm alone. I fell. End of story. Sarah. No. She held up a hand. You don't get to come here with your hero complex and 20 years of baggage. I'm not your redemption project. Nick stared at her, the words hitting harder than they should have. Jessica Weaver's face flashed through his mind again. I'm not looking for redemption, he said finally. Just trying to run a bar that isn't a crime scene. Then you bought the wrong bar. Sarah stepped back. I'll see you tomorrow, boss. The door closed in his face. Nick returned to his Jeep, the encounter playing on repeat in his mind. He'd handled it wrong, pushed too hard too fast. It was the same mistake he'd made with witnesses in the Weaver case, the same bulldozer approach that had sent potential informants running. His phone buzzed. Another text from his old partner. Seriously, call me. It's about the girl. Nick started the Jeep, but didn't drive. Instead, he dialed the familiar number. 3 rings, then. Took you long enough. Detective Mike Callahan's voice crackled through the speaker. 20 years as partners had worn all the formalities away. I've been busy playing Jimmy Buffett, Nick said. How's that working out for you? About as well as your diet. Mike laughed. Listen, we got a hit on the Weaver case. DNA partial match from another scene. Cold case from 3 years ago. Nick's fingers tightened on the steering wheel. Where? That's the thing. The match came from Florida. Boynton Beach. That's 20 miles from where I am. I know. That's why I'm calling. Mike's voice dropped. The second victim was Marina Costas. 22. Same mo, same signature ligature marks. Nick closed his eyes. You're saying my guy moved south? I'm saying it's a hell of a coincidence. You retiring to the same stretch of coast where a murder matching your obsession took place. You think I knew? I think your instincts are better than you admit. Mike paused. Officially, this isn't our jurisdiction. Unofficially, I sent you the file. Check your email. Mike. You were right about the connection to trafficking. The departments reopened the investigation. Another pause. Be careful, Nick. If your guy is down there, he's been operating unchecked for years. The call ended. Nick sat in the Jeep, staring at Sarah's apartment building. You don't get to come here with your hero complex. The irony wasn't lost on him. He'd come to Florida to escape a case he couldn't solve, only to land in the middle of its continuation. His phone buzzed again, a text from Diego. Big problem at bar. Guy named Rico asking questions. Says he owns our liquor license. Come back, NOW. Nick started the Jeep, his retirement plans unraveling with each passing second. Chuck had been right. You need something to fight for, or you're already dead. Chapter 4. By the time Nick reached the Drunken Oyster, Rico Salazar had already left. The only evidence of his visit was Diego's nervous energy and Walter, who had abandoned his usual stool for a corner table, eyes fixed on the door like he expected trouble to walk back in. What happened? Nick asked, moving behind the bar. Diego glanced around, as if checking for surveillance devices. This guy shows up, expensive watch, designer sunglasses, 2 goons waiting outside in a black Escalade. Says his name is Rico, and he wants to talk to the owner. What did you tell him? That you were handling a supplier issue. Diego lowered his voice. He didn't believe me. Said he'd come back when you were ready to discuss business arrangements. He say what kind of arrangements? Nope. But he left this. Diego slid a business card across the bar. The card was heavy stock, cream-colored with embossed gold lettering. The Sandpiper Lounge and Restaurant with Ricardo Salazar, proprietor, beneath it. A cell number was handwritten on the back. Nick pocketed the card. Anything else? Yeah. While Rico was here, some drunk tourist decided to fire up the tabletop hibachi he brought in. Nearly burned down the patio. Nick stared at him. Hibachi. Inside the bar. Said he wanted authentic surf and turf. Diego shrugged. I put it out with the soda gun. Jesus Christ. That's not all. Diego pointed to the rafters. There's a pelican up there. Been there since noon. Nick followed his finger. Sure enough, a large brown pelican perched on a ceiling beam, regarding the room with imperious disinterest. How the hell did a pelican get in here? Front door. Walked right in like he owned the place. Nick pinched the bridge of his nose. Get it out. I tried. It bit me. Diego held up a bandaged hand. Pretty sure it's a government drone anyway. Too calm. Nick grabbed a broom from behind the bar. 20 years chasing killers in New York. And now he was playing animal control in a beach bar. He'd traded one kind of crazy for another. The front door opened, and Mimi shuffled in, a cigarette dangling from her lips despite the no-smoking sign Nick had installed his first day. Your pilot light's still possessed, she announced, bypassing hello. I called the repair guy. Nick focused on the pelican, which seemed unimpressed by his broom waving. He'll be here tomorrow. Tomorrow. Mimi's accent thickened with indignation. What am I supposed to cook with today? Good intentions. Use the electric griddle. Bah. Electric. Like cooking on a hot sidewalk. The pelican suddenly spread its wings, launching into a clumsy flight path around the room before landing directly on the bar top. It fixed Nick with one beady eye. Hey. Nick waved the broom. Off the bar. The pelican opened its enormous beak in what looked suspiciously like defiance. That's Pete's bird, Mimi said, lighting a fresh cigarette from the butt of her old one. It only listens to him. Who the hell is Pete? Pelican Pete. Mimi said it like he should know. Comes in Thursdays. Used to be a fishing guide, until the hurricane took his boat. Now he collects unemployment and trains seabirds. The pelican's name is Chairman Mao. Nick looked from Mimi to the pelican and back. You're kidding. Do I look like I kid? Mimi blew smoke toward the ceiling. Pete will be here soon. He's always looking for that bird. As if on cue, the door opened again. A leather-skinned man in a faded Hawaiian shirt stepped inside, sunglasses pushed up on a head of wild gray hair. He spotted the pelican and grinned. There you are, you communist bastard, he boomed. Thought you'd fly the co-op again, didn't you? The pelican made a guttural sound. Sorry about that, the man said to Nick. Chairman Mao's got boundary issues. He held out a weathered hand. Pete Kowalski. You must be the new owner. Nick shook the hand. Nick Holleran. Heard you were NYPD. That true? In another life. Pete nodded at the pelican. Chairman Mao, say hello to the nice policeman. The pelican stretched its neck and made a strangled squawking sound. He says welcome to Florida. Pete lifted the bird with practiced ease. Don't mind his attitude. He's been moody since I put him on a diet. Your bird can't come in here, Nick said. Health code. Pete looked genuinely surprised. He's not a pet. He's my emotional support bird. Doesn't matter. No animals in the bar, except service animals. He provides a service. Emotional stability in a chaotic world. He provides health code violations. Nick pointed to the door. Take him outside. Pete's face fell. The sandpiper lets him in. This isn't the sandpiper. Rico never gave me trouble about Chairman Mao. Nick felt a muscle twitch in his jaw. I'm not Rico. Yeah. Pete adjusted his grip on the pelican. That's what everyone's trying to figure out. Who exactly are you, Mr. NYPD? The question hung in the air. Even Diego had stopped his restocking to listen. I'm just a guy who bought a bar, Nick said finally. And I'm trying to run it by the book. Pete studied him, then nodded slowly. Fair enough. We'll take our business elsewhere tonight. He turned to leave, then paused. Word of advice. The book doesn't work down here. Never has. After they left, Diego whistled low. You just lost our Thursday night regular. We'll survive. Maybe. Diego resumed stocking bottles. But pissing off Pete means pissing off the fishermen. They stick together. Over a pelican. Over an outsider telling them what they can't do in a bar they've been drinking at for 20 years. Nick grabbed a rag and wiped down the bar where the pelican had stood. They'll get over it. Sure, Diego agreed without conviction. Just like they got over the last 3 hurricanes. The afternoon crawled by. No customers came in. Not even Walter, who had slipped out during the Pelican standoff. By 6 o'clock, the only sounds were the ceiling fan's uneven rhythm and Mimi cursing at the electric griddle. Nick's phone buzzed. Sarah, not coming in tonight. Sorry. He texted back. Everything okay? 3 dots appeared, disappeared, then reappeared. Fine. Need another day. Nick stared at the message. Something wasn't right. He pulled out Rico's business card, turning it over in his fingers. The Sandpiper. Sarah's old workplace. Where Pete and his pelican were welcome. Where Rico Salazar made the rules. The door opened, bringing in the evening heat and Chuck Denton. Quiet night, Chuck observed, claiming a stool. Turning into a trend. Heard you had a visit from Rico. Nick poured 2 beers without being asked. News travels fast. Small town. Chuck took a sip. Also heard you kicked out Pelican Pete. Health code. Rules and regulations. Chuck shook his head. That's your NYPD showing. Down here, relationships matter more than regulations. So I should ignore health violations to make friends. I'm saying you need to pick your battles. Chuck leaned forward. Rico's not coming after you over a liquor license or delivery schedule. He's coming because this bar sits on a strategic corner. Perfect for moving product through. Perfect for laundering cash. I'm not interested in his operation. Doesn't matter. He needs to know if you're a threat or an opportunity. Chuck's voice dropped. Rico doesn't leave options. You're either with him or against him. I'm neither. I just want to run a clean bar. No such thing around here. Chuck drained his beer. By the way, your waitress? The one with the bruises? Used to be Rico's girl. Not by choice. Nick's grip tightened on his glass. Sarah. Rico finds vulnerable women. Gets them hooked on him, on drugs, on the lifestyle. When they try to leave. Chuck made a fist. That's where those bruises come from. Nick thought of Sarah's apartment, her fear, her warning not to dig. Why are you telling me this? Because you didn't come here to retire. Not really. Chuck stood, dropping cash on the bar. You came here looking for something, even if you don't know it yet. After Chuck left, Nick called Sarah again. Straight to voicemail. He texted, call me. Important. Nothing. Outside, the sun was setting, painting the Gulf waters gold and crimson. Inside the drunken oyster, Nick Holleran stood alone behind an empty bar, the boundaries between his old life and new one blurring with each passing hour. He'd come to Florida to escape. Instead, he'd walked right into another darkness, one with familiar contours. Rico. Sarah. Missing girls. Patterns. Nick pulled out his phone and opened the email from Mike Callahan. The case file on Marina Costas stared back at him, the crime scene photos a grim echo of Jessica Weaver's. He'd tried to run a precinct like a bar. Now he was running a bar like a precinct. Some habits couldn't be retired. Chapter 5. Nick closed up early that night, sending Diego home and telling Mimi not to bother with the dinner prep nobody would order. He sat alone at the bar, nursing a bourbon and scrolling through the Marina Costas case file. The similarities to Jessica Weaver were undeniable. The method, the marks on the neck, the positioning of the body. Both women had worked in bars. Both had connections to men who owned multiple establishments. His phone rang. "I'm outside." Sarah's voice was tight, controlled. "Can you let me in?" Nick moved quickly to the front door. Sarah stood under the flickering neon sign, arms wrapped around herself despite the warm night. Her hair was pulled back, making the bruising around her eye impossible to miss. "Jesus," Nick said, stepping aside to let her in. "What happened?" "I know you talked to Chuck." Sarah walked past him to the bar and poured herself a shot of tequila. She downed it, then poured another. "He shouldn't have told you about me and Rico." He was concerned. He should mind his own business. Sarah turned to face him. "And so should you." "Hard to do when my waitress shows up looking like she went 3 rounds with Mai Tais." Sarah touched her cheekbone. This is nothing." A reminder. Of what? That nobody leaves Rico's orbit without permission. She knocked back the second shot. "I thought I was out. Thought working here, for an ex-cop of all people, would keep him away." Nick leaned against the bar. "Why come to me now?" "Because I need your help." Sarah reached into her pocket and pulled out a folded paper. "I found this on my car tonight." Nick unfolded it. A crude drawing of an oyster shell with a knife through it. "It's a message," Sarah said. "Rico's claiming this place. Claiming me." "Why now?" "You tell me. You're the one who's been asking questions all over town." Nick set the paper down. "I'm trying to understand what I walked into." "You walked into a war zone. You just didn't know it." Sarah pushed her hair back. "For 20 years, Rico's run everything from Port St. Lucie to Delray Beach. Bars are perfect fronts, cash businesses, late hours, transient staff. The Drunken Oyster was one of his first acquisitions. Billy McPherson never mentioned that. Billy was a drunk who signed whatever papers Rico put in front of him. Officially, he owned this place. Unofficially, she gestured around the bar. This was a way station. Product came in through the delivery entrance. Money went out through the register. Girls worked the floor, steering customers toward other interests. Girls like you." Sarah's eyes hardened. "I was a hostess at the Sandpiper. 22, new in town, needed cash. Rico offered me a job, a place to stay. By the time I realized what was really happening, I was in too deep." "What changed?" "Me." Sarah poured a third shot, but didn't drink it. "I saw what happened to girls who stayed too long in Rico's world. One day they're serving drinks, the next they're serving anything a customer wants, and then—" She trailed off. "And then they disappear," Nick finished. Sarah looked up sharply. "You do know." "I've seen it before." Nick pulled out his phone, showing her the case files. Jessica Weaver. Marina Costas. Same operation, different coast. Sarah studied the photos, her face pale. The second girl, Marina, I knew her. She worked at the Sandpiper for a few weeks. Then Rico said she'd gone back to Miami. She never made it there. Nick swiped to another photo. Found in a drainage canal. Same marks, same signature. The police don't care. They're on Rico's payroll. Not all of them. Nick put his phone away. What do you want from me, Sarah? Protection? A statement to the feds? I want out. Completely out. She finally took the third shot. And I need someone who isn't afraid of Rico to help me. Nick studied her face, looking for signs of deception. He'd spent 2 decades reading people in interrogation rooms. Sarah's fear was real, but there was something else, calculation maybe. She was playing an angle. There's more to this, he said. What aren't you telling me? Sarah hesitated. Rico's operation is bigger than just girls and drugs. He's connected to people in Miami, New York. I've seen things, heard things that could bring him down. Like what? Names. Dates. Bank accounts. She leaned closer. I kept records. Insurance. Where? Somewhere safe. The back door rattled. Sarah jumped. Probably the wind, Nick said, but he moved to the office and retrieved the .38 special he kept in the safe. Florida's concealed carry laws had been one of the few perks of retirement. The rattling stopped. Sarah eyed the gun. You expecting trouble? Always. They waited, listening to the silence. Nick moved toward the back, gun at his side. The door to the alley was intact, still locked. He had just turned back when the front window exploded inward. Nick tackled Sarah to the floor as glass rained down around them. A bottle arced through the broken window, trailing a burning rag and smashed against the bar. Flames erupted instantly, crawling across spilled alcohol. Go. Nick pushed Sarah toward the office. Out the back. The fire was spreading quickly, reaching the cheap paneling on the walls. Nick grabbed the extinguisher from behind the bar, but a second Molotov cocktail crashed through another window, this one landing near the stage. The dry wooden platform caught immediately. Sarah screamed. Nick turned to see her frozen in the hallway, staring at the flames. Fire reflected in her wide eyes. Sarah. Move. She didn't respond, transfixed by the spreading inferno. Nick grabbed her arm, pulling her toward the office as smoke began filling the room. Through the broken windows he glimpsed movement, figures in the parking lot watching. They reached the back door. Nick unlocked it, checked the alley, then pulled Sarah outside into the humid night air. She was coughing, shaking. My Jeep's around front, Nick said. We need to. A figure stepped into the alley mouth, silhouetted by the streetlight. Tall, broad-shouldered, unhurried. Rico, Sarah whispered. Nick raised the .38, keeping Sarah behind him. That's far enough. The figure stopped. You should have taken my call, Holleran. The voice was cultured, with just a hint of accent. This could have been a business discussion. Firebombing's a hell of a negotiation tactic. A message, nothing more. Rico stepped forward, his features coming into focus, handsome, mid-40s, expensively dressed. The bar was insured, yes. Perhaps this is fortunate. You can rebuild, under proper management. Sirens wailed in the distance. Someone had called the fire department. You're making a mistake, Nick said, keeping the gun steady. No, Mr. Holleran. The mistake was yours. Rico's eyes shifted to Sarah. Hello, querida. Did you think I wouldn't find you? Sarah pressed against Nick's back, trembling. She's not going with you, Nick said. Rico smiled. It never reached his eyes. Sarah knows where she belongs. Don't you, my love? The sirens grew louder. Rico glanced toward the street. We'll continue this discussion later, he said. Consider tonight a preview of things to come. He looked at Sarah again. Until soon, querida. He melted back into the shadows as fire trucks rounded the corner, bathing the street in red light. Nick kept the gun ready until he was certain Rico was gone, then tucked it into his waistband. Sarah sank to the ground, her back against the alley wall. He'll kill me. He'll kill us both. Nick watched flames lick out of the bar's windows, illuminating the sign that had seemed like such a symbol of his fresh start. The drunken oyster was burning, and with it, any illusion that he'd escaped his past. Let him try, Nick said. Chapter 6. The motel room smelled of industrial cleaner and decades of cigarette smoke. Nick sat on the edge of the sagging bed, cleaning his .38 while Sarah paced between the door and the bathroom. The Sunshine Motor Lodge hadn't seen its prime since the Reagan administration, but it took cash and didn't ask questions. You should have let me go to Marcy's place, Sarah said. She would have hidden me. And that's the first place Rico would look. Nick checked the cylinder, then snapped it shut. You know too many people here. We need to stay off the grid. This is definitely off the grid. Sarah gestured at the water stain spreading across the popcorn ceiling. Pretty sure that's a map of Florida. A knock at the door froze them both. Nick motioned Sarah into the bathroom and moved to the side of the door, gun ready. Who is it? Delivery service. For Nick Holleran. Nick frowned. Nobody knew they were here. I didn't order anything. Message from Chuck Denton. Said you'd want to hear it. Nick checked the peephole. A skinny kid, in board shorts and a faded t-shirt, stood in the harsh fluorescent light of the exterior walkway. No visible weapons. Nick opened the door a crack, keeping the gun out of sight. What's the message? The kid looked barely 20, with sun-bleached hair and the hollow-eyed look of someone running on stimulants. Chuck says the cops are looking for you. They're saying you torched your own bar for insurance money. That's bullshit. Just the messenger, man. The kid shifted nervously. Chuck also says Rico's got people at the hospital, the bus station, and Sarah's apartment. He's offering 10 grand for information. How'd Chuck know where to find us? Didn't say. Just gave me $50 to check all the motels within 5 miles of your bar. The kid glanced around. I've tried 3 already. Anyone else know you're here? No way. I'm not stupid. Nick studied his face. The kid was lying, but about what part? Tell Chuck thanks for the heads up. Anything else? Yeah. He said to give you this. The kid handed over a folded newspaper. Nick took it, keeping his eyes on the messenger. That all? That's it. The kid backed away. Good luck, man. You're gonna need it. Nick closed the door and turned the deadbolt. Sarah emerged from the bathroom. What's that? Nick unfolded the paper. It was the local Gazette, open to a story about a body found in the Intracoastal Waterway 3 days earlier. An unidentified female, early 20s. Oh God, Sarah whispered, looking over his shoulder. You know her? Tiffany. She worked at the Sandpiper. Started a month ago. Sarah sank onto the bed. She told me she was saving up for college. Nick scanned the article. Few details: pending autopsy, police investigating. Standard boilerplate that meant they were either clueless or covering something up. The timing, he said. 3 days ago. Right when I started asking questions about Rico. You think it's connected? I think there are no coincidences. Nick tossed the paper aside. We need to move. Where? Rico owns this town. Not the whole state. Nick pulled out his phone. I've got a contact at the FBI field office in Miami. We get you there. You tell them what you know about Rico's operation. They put you somewhere safe." Sarah stood, hugging herself. "I can't. Can't or won't. What happens to the other girls? The ones still working for Rico? They'll disappear like Tiffany." "That's not on you." "The hell it isn't." Sarah's eyes flashed. "I recruited some of them. Told them it was good money, safe environment." Rico's favorite line. Nick had seen this before. Survivor's guilt twisted into a martyr complex. It made people reckless, stupid. "You can't help them if you're dead," he said. "I can't live with myself if I don't try." Sarah moved to the window, peering through the blinds at the nearly empty parking lot. "My records on Rico, they're not just about me. They're about everyone. Roots contacts, clients. The whole operation. All the more reason to get them to the feds." "It's not that simple." Sarah turned back to him. "The records are insurance. If I disappear, they go public. That's the only reason Rico hasn't killed me yet." "Where are they?" "Safe deposit box. But we need leverage, something to bargain with." Nick holstered his gun. "You don't negotiate with people like Rico." "Then what's your plan?" "Hide in fleabag motels until he finds us. We leave tonight. Head to Miami." Sarah laughed bitterly. "You really don't get it. Rico's not some neighborhood tough. He's connected. His reach goes way beyond this town." "So does mine." Nick picked up his phone again. 20 years with the NYPD buys a lot of favors. Before he could dial, his phone buzzed with an incoming call. "Diego." "Boss. You okay?" "The bar." "I know. I was there." Nick switched to speaker so Sarah could hear. "What's going on?" "Police are looking for you. They're saying—" Diego lowered his voice to a whisper. "They're saying you torched the place for insurance money. That you've been running drugs through the bar." "That's Rico's play," Sarah said. "Frame you, eliminate the competition, and flush me out." "Where are you, Diego?" Nick asked. "Home. Cops came by already. Asked a bunch of questions." "What did you tell them?" "Nothing useful. I don't trust cops." There was a pause. "No offense. None taken. Listen, I need a favor. A big one." "Anything. You saved Chairman Mao from the health inspector. I owe you." Nick blinked. "What?" "Never mind. What do you need?" "Information. About Tiffany, the girl they found in the water. Anything you can find out about her last few days." "I can ask around. The service industry gossip network is better than the NSA." Diego's voice dropped even lower. "But be careful. I think my apartment's bugged. Just do what you can. And stay away from the sandpiper." "Too late. I'm covering a shift there tomorrow." Rico's short-staffed. Sarah grabbed the phone. "Diego, don't go. It's not safe." "Sarah. You're with the boss." Diego sounded surprised. "Rico's guys were looking for you specifically. Offering cash for information." "Listen to me," Sarah insisted. "The Sandpiper isn't just a bar. It's the hub for everything Rico does. If you're working there, you'll see things. If they think you're connected to us—" "I'll be careful," Diego cut in. "I've got a system. They won't suspect anything." Nick took the phone back. "Just keep your head down. We'll be in touch." After hanging up, Nick checked his watch. Nearly midnight. "We should get some sleep," he said. "Leave at first light." Sarah nodded toward the door. "You think Chuck's delivery boy was followed?" "Maybe. I'll take first watch. You don't trust Chuck? Nick shrugged. I don't trust anyone in this town. Present company included. Sarah's eyes narrowed. What's that supposed to mean? It means your story has holes. You're Rico's ex who just happened to get a job at my bar. You've got magic evidence that keeps you alive but won't share it. And Rico torches my place the same day I start connecting his operation to murders in New York. You think I'm setting you up. I think you're playing an angle I don't see yet. Nick moved to the room's single chair, positioning it where he could watch both the door and window. Get some sleep. We've got a long day tomorrow. Sarah stared at him for a long moment, then shook her head. You cops are all the same. Trust no one, suspect everyone. 20 years of being right builds habits. And what if you're wrong about me? Nick checked his gun one more time. Then I'll apologize when this is over. Sarah lay down on the bed, facing away from him. If we live that long. Outside, a car engine started, then faded into the distance. Nick watched the parking lot through a gap in the curtains, thinking about Jessica Weaver, Marina Costas, and now Tiffany. 3 young women connected to bars, all dead. The pattern was unmistakable. His phone buzzed with a text from an unknown number. Don't trust the waitress. She's not what she seems. Nick looked at Sarah's back, rising and falling with steady breaths. 20 years of instinct told him she was hiding something. 20 years of experience told him everyone was. The question wasn't whether Sarah was playing an angle. The question was whether her angle and his were pointed in the same direction. Chapter 7. Dawn broke over the motel parking lot, in shades of washed-out pink and orange. Nick stood by the window, watching a maintenance man half-heartedly raking cigarette butts from around the swimming pool that hadn't held water in years. His eyes burned from a night of no sleep, his mind churning over options, angles, risks. Sarah stirred on the bed. You've been standing there all night. Most of it. Paranoia or habit? Both. Sarah sat up, running fingers through tangled hair. Any more cryptic texts? No. Nick moved away from the window. But we've got company. Blue sedan, 2 men, parked by the ice machine since 5 a.m. She was on her feet instantly. Rico's guys. Don't think so. They look like cops. Plain clothes, department haircuts. Shit. Sarah peeked through the curtains. How'd they find us? Someone talking, or... Nick nodded at Sarah's phone on the nightstand. They pinged your cell. It's a burner. Doesn't matter. If they want you bad enough, they'll find a way. Sarah grabbed the phone and pulled out the battery. Too late, but the gesture was pure muscle memory of someone used to staying off the grid. What now? She asked. Now we find out if they're Rico's cops or the real thing. Nick checked his gun one more time, then tucked it in his waistband at the small of his back. I'm going to have a chat. Are you insane? Probably. Nick grabbed the motel room key. But I can't shoot my way past them, and we can't stay here. And what am I supposed to do while you're having your little chat? Nick pointed to the bathroom window. It's small, but you'll fit. There's a maintenance shed on the other side. Wait there. If I'm not back in 15 minutes, make your way to the marina. I've got a buddy runs a charter boat. Tell him the Mick sent me. He'll help you. And if they take you, then I'll see you at the next bail hearing. Sarah shook her head. I'm not leaving you to deal with this alone. This is my mess. It stopped being just yours when they torched my bar. They stared at each other, a silent battle of wills. Sarah looked away first. Fine. 15 minutes, then I'm gone. Nick stepped outside, squinting in the harsh morning light. He made a show of stretching, glancing casually toward the ice machine. The two men were watching him now, no longer pretending otherwise. Nick walked across the parking lot like he hadn't noticed them. He needed coffee. There was a vending machine outside the motel office that dispensed a substance resembling coffee if you were generous with the definition. He fed dollar bills into the machine and waited for the paper cup to drop. Behind him, the blue sedan's doors opened and closed. Nick Holleran. Nick turned, coffee in hand. The speaker was mid-40s, built like a former linebacker gone to seed. His partner was younger, thinner, with the eager look of someone with something to prove. "Who's asking?" "Detective Marcus, Coastal County Sheriff's Department." He flashed a badge. "This is Detective Reynolds. We'd like to talk to you about the fire at your establishment." Nick sipped the coffee, which tasted like it had been strained through a gym sock. "Got a warrant?" "Just questions at this point." Marcus smiled, the expression not reaching his eyes. "We can do this here or downtown. Your choice." "Since you put it so neighborly." Nick leaned against the vending machine. "Ask away." "Where were you last night between 10 p.m. and midnight?" "At my bar." "Then watching it burn." "Witnesses place you leaving the scene before fire and rescue arrived." "I don't like smoke inhalation." Reynolds stepped closer. "Your waitress was seen with you." "Sarah Weiss." "Where is she now?" Nick shrugged. "We separated in the confusion. Haven't seen her since." "That's interesting," Marcus said, "because her car's parked right over there." He nodded toward the far end of the lot, where Sarah's beat-up Honda sat. Nick didn't let his expression change. "Is it?" "Small world." "Cut the crap, Holleran," Reynolds snapped. "We know she's in your room. We know you're harboring a person of interest in an ongoing investigation." "What investigation is that?" "The fire you think I started at my own bar." "The murder of Tiffany Reeves. Found in the Intracoastal 3 days ago." Marcus studied Nick's face. "Sarah Weiss was the last person seen with her." "That detail wasn't in the newspaper." Nick tried to keep his surprise hidden. "Says who?" "Multiple witnesses at the Sandpiper. They were arguing outside the bar the night Tiffany disappeared." "That makes Sarah a witness, not a suspect." "We just want to talk to her." Marcus didn't sound convincing. "Clear things up." "Like you cleared up the 3 other dead girls in the past 2 years? All connected to Rico Salazar's operations?" Both detectives stiffened. "You've been busy," Marcus said. "For a guy who's only been in town a month." "I'm a fast learner." Reynolds glanced toward Nick's room. "Is Ms. Weiss going to join this conversation, or should we get a warrant?" "You know what I think." Nick finished his coffee and crushed the cup. "I think Rico's got you both on a short leash. I think you're here to bring Sarah in, make sure she has an accident before she can talk to anyone who isn't on the payroll." Marcus's face darkened. "That's a serious accusation, Mr. Holleran." "Here's another one. Marina Costas, Tiffany Reeves, and at least one other girl I haven't identified yet, all dead with the same mo. All connected to establishments owned by Ricardo Salazar. That sound like a coincidence to you, Detective?" Reynolds stepped forward, hand moving toward his jacket. "I think you should come downtown with us now." "Reynolds?" Marcus warned. "No, Hank, I'm done playing games. This ex-cop thinks he can come down here and tell us how to do our jobs." Reynolds's face was flushed with anger. "We're taking him in." Nick noticed the motel office door open slightly, the manager peering out. "Good." Witnesses made cops cautious. "On what charge?" Nick asked. "Obstruction for starters," Reynolds said. "Maybe accessory to arson. Hell, maybe I'll find some cocaine in your motel room." "That's enough." Marcus grabbed his partner's arm. "We're just talking here, remember?" You might be. Reynolds jerked free. I'm bringing them both in. Then you'd better have an ambulance handy. The voice came from behind the detectives. They turned to find Chuck Denton standing there, looking casual in fishing gear, a tackle box in one hand. Nothing about his posture suggested danger, but Nick knew better. 20 years as a cop taught you to read the stillness before violence. This doesn't concern you, Reynolds said. Sure it does. Chuck set down his tackle box. Nick's a friend. And you two are way outside your jurisdiction. What are you talking about? Marcus asked. This motel's in the city limits. Sheriff's Department has no authority here, unless invited by city police. Chuck smiled pleasantly. And since I was city police for 23 years and still consult for the chief, I'm pretty sure you weren't invited. Marcus's jaw tightened. We're investigating a murder. With no body, no warrant, and no jurisdiction. Chuck looked at his watch. Chief Anderson is having breakfast at Marge's diner about now. Should I give him a call? Ask about your authorization to harass tourists? The two detectives exchanged looks. We'll be back, Reynolds promised. With proper paperwork. Looking forward to it, Nick said. They watched the blue sedan pull out of the lot, gravel spraying from under the tires. You shouldn't antagonize cops, Chuck said. Even dirty ones. Old habits. Those habits will get you killed down here. Chuck picked up his tackle box. We need to talk. My room's not safe. I know a place. Nick gestured toward the motel. Let me get Sarah. No. Chuck's voice hardened. Just you and me. There are things you need to know about your waitress. Like what? Like the fact that she wasn't just Rico's girl. She was his partner. Chapter 8. Nick sat in Chuck Denton's living room, nursing a cup of coffee that tasted like it had been brewing since sunrise. Through the sliding glass doors, he could see Sarah on the phone, pacing the weathered deck that overlooked a narrow canal. The argument in her posture was visible even from 20 feet away. Your waitress has trust issues, Chuck said, dropping into a recliner that had seen better decades. She's got reason to. Nick set down the coffee. Rico's people are everywhere. Including my backyard. Chuck nodded toward Sarah. Who's she talking to? Said it was her sister in Orlando. You believe that? Nick didn't answer. The problem with suspicion was that once it took root, it colored everything. Sarah could be calling her sister, or she could be setting up their next ambush. The text message from last night still bothered him. Don't trust the waitress. She's not what she seems. I appreciate the safe house, Nick said. But we can't stay long. Chuck's place was a modest rancher in a development that had been aspirational in the 80s and was now just tired. Faded lawn ornaments dotted the patchy grass, and the screened-in pool hadn't seen water in years. But it was off Rico's radar, which made it worth more than any beachfront condo. You got a plan? Chuck asked. Working on it. That's cop speak for no. Chuck leaned forward. Rico's gone to ground. Word is the feds are sniffing around after that body turned up in the Intracoastal. Tiffany. Right. The girl from the Sandpiper. Chuck scratched his stubbled jaw. Sheriff's office is calling it a drowning. You believe that? I believe they found water in her lungs. I also believe she had bruising, consistent with restraints, and enough ketamine in her system to drop a linebacker. Nick looked up sharply. How do you know that? 23 years with Tampa PD buys a lot of contacts. One of them works the Mies office now. Any connection made to Rico? Officially? No. Unofficially? Chuck shrugged. Girl worked his bar. Bar's a known front. But without someone willing to testify. The sliding door opened, and Sarah stepped in, slipping her phone into her pocket. Her eyes were red-rimmed. "Everything okay?" Nick asked. "Fine." Sarah looked between the two men. "What did I miss?" "Just bringing Nick up to speed on our local law enforcement's effectiveness," Chuck said. "Or lack thereof." Sarah's laugh was brittle. "You mean Rico's employees with badges?" "Not all of them are on the take." Chuck stood, his knees popping. "But enough are that going to the cops isn't an option for you too." Nick's phone buzzed with a text from Diego. "Got info. Meet tonight. Usual spot. 10 p.m. "Diego's got something," Nick said. Sarah moved closer. "What usual spot?" "The bar burned down." "I think he means Walter's fishing dock." Nick pocketed his phone. "It's where Walter took me after closing a few times. Private spot." "You trust Diego?" Chuck asked. "More than most people right now." Sarah's expression hardened. "If this is about last night." "It's about survival," Nick cut her off. "Everyone's got angles. I'm just trying to figure out which ones cross mine." "And mine?" Sarah challenged. "What's my angle?" "That's what I'm still working out." The tension between them crackled. Chuck cleared his throat. "While you two have your staring contest, I'll check the perimeter." He grabbed a shotgun from the hall closet. "This neighborhood's quiet, but Rico's got reach." After he left, Sarah sank onto the couch. "You really think I'd set you up? After everything?" "I think everyone's capable of anything under the right circumstances." Nick moved to the window, scanning the street. "Your records on Rico. The safety deposit box. Why not just get them?" "Because the bank's 2 blocks from the Sandpiper. Rico's people watch it." "Convenient." Sarah stood, anger flashing in her eyes. "You want proof? Fine. Let's go get the box. Right now." "In broad daylight?" "You got a better idea." "Because hiding in Chuck's retirement bungalow isn't solving anything." She had a point. They were running out of options and time. "Where exactly is this safety deposit box?" Nick asked. "First Coast Community Bank on Ocean Drive." "And what's in it?" "Exactly." Sarah hesitated. "Ledgers. Recordings. Enough to put Rico away for decades." "How'd you get all that?" "I wasn't just Rico's girlfriend. I managed the books at the Sandpiper for 2 years." Sarah's voice dropped. "I know every transaction, every shipment, every payoff. Names, dates, amounts. You were his accountant. I was whatever he needed me to be." Something dark crossed her face. "Until I wasn't." The front door opened, and Chuck stepped back in. Patrol car just drove by. Slow. "Looking for us." Nick moved away from the window. "Maybe. Or just regular patrol. Either way, you two should lay low." Chuck set the shotgun against the wall. "At least until dark." "Change of plans," Nick said. "We're going to the bank." "Today?" Chuck's eyebrows shot up. "That's risky." "So is sitting around waiting for Rico to find us." "What about Diego?" "The meeting tonight." "We'll still make it. After we get Sarah's insurance policy." Chuck looked skeptical, but nodded. "Your funeral procession. What do you need from me?" "A car they won't recognize. And maybe your Tampa PD windbreaker." "Going official?" Chuck's eyes narrowed. "That's a federal offense." "It's a bank, not Fort Knox. I just need to look like I belong." Chuck disappeared into a back bedroom and returned with a navy windbreaker with police across the back. "Don't get caught wearing this. They'll add impersonating an officer to the arson charges." "Appreciate it." Nick turned to Sarah. You ready to prove me wrong? She met his gaze steadily. Been ready for a year. 20 minutes later, they were in Chuck's old Ford Explorer, approaching the First Coast Community Bank. The building was a low-slung concrete structure with tinted windows and a drive-through that had seen better days. Rico's got a man inside, Sarah said, slumping in the passenger seat to avoid being seen. Manager named Haywood. Helps launder money through business accounts. He know you by sight. Unfortunately. Nick parked across the street, studying the bank's entrance. Key to the box? Sarah pulled a small key from her pocket. Box 227. I'll go in. You stay here. They won't give you access without me. They will, if I'm escorting a witness. Nick slipped on Chuck's windbreaker. Sit tight. Any sign of trouble, drive away. Don't wait for me. Nick. I mean it. He caught her eye. If this goes sideways, get to Diego. He'll help you. Sarah looked like she wanted to argue, but nodded. Be careful. Nick straightened his posture, adopted the confident walk of law enforcement, and crossed the street to the bank. Inside, the air conditioning hit him like a wall. 2 tellers, 1 security guard, maybe 10 customers. Standard midday traffic. He approached the desk, where a young woman was organizing brochures. Can I help you? She asked, eyes flicking to his windbreaker. Nick kept his voice low. Detective Callahan, Tampa PD. He flashed his old NYPD badge quickly, not giving her time to read it. I need access to a safety deposit box. Witness in protective custody. I'll need to get the manager. Actually, Nick cut in, I was told to avoid Manager Haywood. Possible security concerns. This is a sensitive case. The woman hesitated, clearly unsure of protocol. It's box 227, Nick continued, producing Sarah's key. The witness is under guard, in my vehicle. We have reason to believe there may be individuals watching the bank, which is why I came in alone. I'd really need to check with. Ma'am? Nick leaned closer, voice dropping further. This is a trafficking case. Federal agents are en route, but we need to secure this evidence immediately. Every minute counts. It was manipulative as hell, but it worked. The woman's eyes widened, and she nodded quickly. Follow me, detective. She led him through a door, into the safety deposit room. Climate-controlled, camera in each corner. Nick spotted box 227, halfway up the wall. I'll need to verify the key, she said. Nick handed it over. She inserted it, then used her master key to unlock the box. The drawer slid out smoothly. I'll give you privacy, she said, stepping back. Thank you. Won't be long. Inside the box was a single USB drive and a small notebook bound in black leather. Nick pocketed both, then closed the drawer. All set, he told the woman. Appreciate your cooperation. Nick walked out of the bank at the same measured pace, fighting the urge to run. The Explorer was still across the street, Sarah watching intently from the passenger seat. He was halfway across the parking lot when a black Escalade pulled in, blocking the exit. Nick recognized the driver immediately, one of the men from the night the drunken oyster burned. Rico's people had found them. Nick changed direction, heading toward a side street instead of the Explorer. Through the windshield, he could see Sarah's panicked expression. He gave a small shake of his head. Go. The Escalade's doors opened. 2 men emerged, scanning the area. Nick ducked between parked cars, the USB drive and notebook burning a hole in his pocket. Sarah had been telling the truth. The evidence existed. Now he just had to stay alive long enough to use it. A shout went up. He'd been spotted. Nick broke into a run as the first gunshot cracked through the humid air. Chapter 9. The luau had been Nick's idea. Draw in business, show the town we're not afraid, he'd told Diego. Now, watching a shirtless man with retired actuary tattooed across his sunburned back try to limbo under a flaming tiki torch, Nick wondered if insurance would cover death by poor judgment. "This is a health code nightmare," Sarah said, balancing a tray of neon-colored drinks. 3 days since the fire, and the Drunken Oysters patio had become their makeshift bar. The main building remained cordoned off with yellow tape, but the outdoor space, featuring a hastily constructed plywood bar, rented speakers, and tiki torches, was doing more business than they'd seen in weeks. "At least they're spending money," Nick said, watching Diego serve another round of his classified cocktails, a concoction he refused to explain but insisted contained government-restricted tropical essences. "Rico's people are here," Sarah muttered, nodding toward 2 men by the entrance. They wore tropical shirts that didn't quite hide the bulges at their waistbands. "The one with the shark tooth necklace is Emilio. The other one's new." "They're just watching," Nick said. "Let them watch." The temporary situation had an unexpected benefit. It was harder for Rico to move against them with so many witnesses around. The fire had generated publicity, and the beach community had rallied around the New York cop, whose business had been torched. Even the local paper had questioned the police theory of insurance fraud. Chuck Denton appeared at Nick's elbow. "You've got balls, I'll give you that. Hosting a party with Rico's goons taking pictures. Best defense is a good offense. That what they teach at the NYPD. Because down here, the best defense is having friends in the state attorney's office." Chuck nodded toward a man in pressed khakis and a blue blazer despite the heat. "That's Andrew Kaplan, Rico's lawyer." The man in question stood at the edge of the crowd, watching the festivities with the detached interest of an anthropologist studying a primitive tribe. "And look who he's talking to." Chuck pointed his beer bottle toward a uniformed police officer. "Officer Daniels. Word is, she's internal affairs looking into corruption. Real straight arrow." Nick studied the woman, early 30s, athletic build, eyes constantly scanning the crowd. Not the typical beach town cop. What's she doing with Rico's lawyer? Good question. Better question is, why is she really here? The party was hitting its stride. Mimi had set up a grill, serving fish tacos that were actually edible. Walter sat at his usual spot, now a weathered picnic table, drinking through a straw. Even Pelican Pete had arrived, Chairman Mao strutting beside him like an avian bodyguard. Nick moved through the crowd, checking sightlines, watching Rico's men, keeping track of exits. Old habits. Sarah caught up with him near the makeshift stage. "Diego says the sound system's ready for the band." "We have a band. The Rusty Anchors. Pete's brother-in-law's garage band. They do Jimmy Buffett covers and sea shanties." Jesus Christ. They were available on short notice. Sarah wiped sweat from her forehead. "Also, we're running low on rum. There's another case in my Jeep. Keys are behind the bar." Sarah headed for the parking lot. Nick watched her go, still not entirely sure he trusted her. The text warning him about her remained unexplained, and she still hadn't revealed where she kept her evidence against Rico. His phone buzzed. "Mike Callahan." "Heard you've been making new friends," Mike said when Nick answered. "News travels. Especially when it involves arson and suspected drug trafficking." "What the hell, Nick?" Nick moved away from the noise. "It's complicated." "It always is with you." Mike sighed audibly. "I did some digging on your Rico Salazar. He's connected to the Castillo family in Miami. They've got ties back to New York. The same organization we suspected in the Weaver case. Looks like. And there's more. 3 unsolved murders along the Florida coast in the past 2 years. All young women, all with connections to bars or clubs linked to Rico. "They're cleaning house," Nick said. "Or someone is. Listen, if you're tangling with these people, I'm handling it. Like you handled the Weaver case. By burning every bridge and going rogue." Nick watched Rico's men circulating through the party. "I didn't choose this fight. But you're not walking away either." Mike paused. "The FBI has an ongoing investigation into trafficking operations along the East Coast. I made a call. They're interested in whatever your waitress knows. Sarah's reluctant to talk. Says she's protecting other girls. Or protecting herself." Before Nick could respond, a commotion erupted near the stage. The retired actuary had gone from limbo to full interpretive dance, knocking over a tiki torch in the process. The flaming staff rolled toward a stack of beach towels being used as decorative tablecloths. "Gotta go," Nick said. "My bar's about to burn down. Again." By the time Nick reached the scene, Diego had doused the torch with his soda gun, leaving a puddle of sticky soda and a fuming would-be dancer. "This party is irresponsible," the actuary declared, swaying slightly. "I'm a professional risk assessor. This environment is—" He squinted, searching for the word. "Suboptimal." "Maybe sit the next dance out," Nick suggested, steering him toward a chair. When he turned back, Rico's lawyer was watching him with unconcealed amusement. "Mr. Holleran," the lawyer said, extending a manicured hand. "Andrew Kaplan. I understand you've had some misfortune with your establishment." Nick ignored the hand. "Nothing that can't be fixed." "Indeed. I represent clients who might be interested in helping with those repairs." "Not interested." "You haven't heard the offer." "Don't need to." Kaplan smiled thinly. "My client admires your resilience. He believes there's been a misunderstanding between you. Firebombs aren't ambiguous. A regrettable incident carried out by overzealous employees without authorization." Nick noticed Officer Daniels watching their exchange from a few yards away, pretending to enjoy a virgin daiquiri. "Tell Rico, if he wants to talk, he can come himself. No lawyers, no middlemen. Mr. Salazar is a busy man. He prefers to handle routine business through representatives." "I'm not routine business." Kaplan studied Nick for a moment. "No, I suppose you're not. 20 years, NYPD. Decorated detective. Left under unusual circumstances. Now operating a failing bar in a town where you know no one." He lowered his voice. "Except, perhaps, the former employees of my client. Is there a point to this conversation? Mr. Salazar is prepared to purchase your property at market value. A generous offer given recent events. The Drunken Oyster isn't for sale. Everything's for sale, Mr. Holleran. It's just a matter of price." Kaplan reached into his jacket and produced a business card. "When you're ready to discuss terms, call me." Nick left the card on the nearest table. "Your boss tried to kill me and my employee. That doesn't typically lead to business negotiations. As I said, a misunderstanding." Kaplan adjusted his tie. "One that could have serious consequences if not resolved properly." Before Nick could respond, a crash from the parking lot caught everyone's attention. The sound of breaking glass, followed by a scream. "Sarah." Nick pushed past Kaplan, rushing toward the lot. Rico's men were already moving in the same direction, hands reaching inside their shirts. The crowd parted to reveal Sarah standing beside Nick's Jeep, a case of rum broken at her feet. A man had her by the throat, pressing her against the vehicle. Even from a distance, Nick recognized Rico Salazar. Nick broke into a run, reaching for his .38, only to remember he'd left it locked in the bar safe. Stupid. Florida concealed carry was useless if you didn't carry. Rico saw him coming and released Sarah, who slumped against the jeep, gasping. Rico's smile was all predator. "Mr. Holleran," Rico said pleasantly. "I was just having a chat with my former employee." "You're trespassing," Nick said, positioning himself between Rico and Sarah. "Am I? I thought this was a public event." "A luau, is it?" Rico looked around at the gathering crowd. "How festive." Rico's men flanked their boss. Officer Daniels appeared at the edge of the scene, watching with professional interest but making no move to intervene. "Whatever you want, this isn't the place," Nick said. "On the contrary, this is exactly the place." Rico gestured expansively. "Your new beginning. Your declaration of independence. Your—" He paused. "What is the American expression? Your line in the sand." Despite the tropical shirt and designer sunglasses, Rico radiated menace. Nick had seen it before in the eyes of cartel enforcers and mob lieutenants, the casual comfort with violence, the absolute certainty of power. "You should leave," Nick said. "Oh, I will. But first," Rico's hand shot out, gripping Sarah's arm. "I need a moment with my property." Nick stepped forward. "She's not your property." "No. You have the bill of sale for this bar. I have similar documentation for Sarah. Debts. Contracts. Obligations." Rico's voice hardened. "She belongs to me. The fact that she breathes is merely my generosity." Something in Nick snapped, the same something that had driven him to pursue the Weaver case beyond reason, beyond rules. His fist connected with Rico's jaw before he'd even made the conscious decision to swing. Rico staggered back, more surprised than hurt. His men reached for their weapons. "No." Rico held up a hand, stopping them. He straightened, touching his split lip with a bemused expression. "The detective has spirit. I respect that." The crowd had gone silent, tourists and locals alike frozen in shock. Even the waves seemed to pause in their endless rhythm against the shore. "You've made your position clear, Mr. Holleran." Rico straightened his shirt. "Now let me make mine. This ends one of two ways, with you accepting my offer, or with you joining Jessica Weaver and the others." Nick went cold. "What did you say?" Rico smiled, blood on his teeth. "Research is important in business dealings. You taught me that." He turned to leave, then paused. "Enjoy your party, detective. The night is young, and so full of possibilities." As Rico and his men walked away, the crowd slowly dispersed, murmuring uneasily. Officer Daniels watched them go, then turned her attention to Nick and Sarah. "You okay?" Nick asked Sarah, who nodded shakily. "How did he know about Jessica?" she whispered. "That case was in New York. Years ago." Nick had no answer. The revelation pulsed in his brain like a warning light. Rico knew about Jessica Weaver. Rico was connected to her murder. The case that had haunted Nick for years, the one that drove him from New York, had followed him to Florida after all. Or perhaps he'd been following it all along, without realizing it. Officer Daniels approached, notepad in hand. "Mind telling me what that was about?" "Just a disagreement," Nick said. "Looked like assault to me. Both ways." She studied them both. "You want to press charges? Would it make a difference?" Daniels didn't answer directly. "Mr. Salazar is an influential businessman in this county." "That what they're calling it now?" "I'm new here," Daniels said carefully. "Still learning the local politics." "Politics?" Nick laughed without humor. "That's one word for it." In the distance, Nick could hear the rusty anchors tuning up, the squeal of misadjusted mics cutting through the evening air. The luau continued as if nothing had happened, Tourists already back to drinking and dancing. Only the locals seemed affected, watching Nick with new interest. "He knows," Sarah said when Daniels had moved away. "Rico knows why you're here." "I'm here because I bought a bar." "No. You're here because something led you here." Sarah's eyes were clear now, fear replaced by determination. "The universe doesn't make these kinds of connections by accident." Nick thought about Jessica Weaver, about Marina Costas and the others, about how his attempt to escape had led him directly into the same darkness. "No," he agreed. "It doesn't." From the makeshift stage came the opening chords of a Jimmy Buffett song, mangled by amateur musicians but recognizable nonetheless. A song about escaping, about leaving the world behind. Nick knew better now. There was no escaping. There was only facing what came for you, ready or not. The party continued as the sun dropped toward the gulf, painting the water blood red. Nick watched Rico's retreating figure, knowing with cold certainty that this was only the beginning. Chapter 10. The rain had been falling for 2 days straight, a quiet, persistent drizzle that kept tourists away and made the locals even more sullen than usual. Nick stood at the window of his rented apartment above the laundromat, watching water streak down the glass. The Drunken Oyster had been closed for a week now, waiting on insurance adjusters and contractors. The fire had claimed the back wall, the stage, and most of the bar itself, but the structure was salvageable. Just barely. His phone buzzed. A text from Diego. Still no sign of Tiffany's belongings at the Sandpiper. Rico keeps the office locked. Nick had been keeping Diego at arm's length since the fire, feeding him just enough information to stay helpful without putting him in danger. The kid was proving surprisingly resourceful, for all his conspiracy theories. Another text came through. Meeting Sarah at the Rusty Anchor. 10 p.m. Bringing someone. Nick frowned. The Rusty Anchor was a dive bar frequented by commercial fishermen and dock workers. Not Sarah's usual scene. "Who's the someone?" he texted back. 3 dots. Then, friend of Tiffany's. Knows things. Come alone. Nick checked his watch. 8:30. Time enough to prepare. He reached under the bed and pulled out a metal lockbox. Inside lay his backup piece, a Glock 19 with the serial number intact, unlike the .38 he usually carried. Also inside was his old NYPD badge, a burner phone, and a small digital recorder. 20 years of paranoia had taught him to always have options. He tucked the Glock into an ankle holster, the recorder into his breast pocket, and the burner phone into his jacket. Then he pulled a pill bottle from the nightstand, shook out a painkiller, and swallowed it dry. The bruised ribs from his last encounter with Rico's men were healing, but not fast enough. The rain had picked up when Nick left the apartment, drumming against the hood of the rental car he'd been using since the fire. The Rusty Anchor was a 15-minute drive north, situated between a bait shop and a boat repair yard. Its neon sign flickered intermittently, casting red and blue reflections across the wet pavement. Nick parked across the street, watching the entrance for 10 minutes before going in. Old habits. Inside, the bar was dimly lit and smelled of fish, beer, and sweat. A jukebox in the corner played a Merle Haggard song, barely audible above the low rumble of conversation. Half the stools were filled, mostly by men in work clothes with sunburned faces and calloused hands. The bartender, a woman with faded tattoos and tired eyes, nodded at Nick but didn't speak. Sarah sat in a back booth, alone. She wore jeans and a dark hoodie, her hair pulled back and tucked under a cap. She looked smaller somehow, diminished by the past week's events. "Where's your friend?" Nick asked, sliding into the booth across from her. "Not coming." Sarah's eyes darted to the door. She got spooked. "Convenient." "It's not like that." Sarah pushed a beer toward him. "I've been trying to get Melody to talk for days. She and Tiffany were close. And she's terrified. Says she knows what happened to Tiffany, but she's afraid the same thing will happen to her if she talks. Nick left the beer untouched. So why are we here? Sarah took a deep breath. Because I'm ready to tell you everything. About Rico. About me. About what's really happening in this town. Nick sat back. He'd been pushing for this since the fire, but Sarah had kept parts of her story locked away, doling out information in small, calculated portions. I'm listening. Sarah glanced around, then leaned forward. Rico isn't just a bar owner running drugs on the side. That's his cover. What he really runs is a trafficking operation. Human trafficking. Nick had suspected as much, but hearing it confirmed made his jaw tighten. Women. Mostly. Young ones, desperate ones. They start as waitresses or hostesses. Then they're offered private party work. More money, they're told. Just serving drinks and looking pretty for rich men on boats. But it's not just drinks. Sarah stared into her glass. No. And once they're in, there's no getting out. Rico records everything. Blackmail. Control. If that doesn't work. She trailed off. How did you get involved? Same way they all do. I was 22, fresh out of a bad relationship, broke. Rico came into the diner where I was working. Left a $300 tip and a business card. Said I had the look he wanted for his upscale beach club. Nick nodded. It was a classic grooming scenario. Find vulnerable young women, offer them a lifeline, then slowly drag them deeper. I became his favorite. Got special treatment. My own apartment, a car, jewelry. I thought I was special. Sarah's laugh was bitter. Turns out, I was just being groomed for management. What do you mean? He wanted me to recruit. Find girls who fit the profile. Gain their trust, then bring them in. And I did it. Her voice cracked. God help me, I did it. How many? 6. Maybe 7. I told myself they were just getting jobs, opportunities. But I knew. Deep down, I knew what was happening to them. Nick had seen it before. The gradual erosion of moral boundaries. The self-deception that made good people complicit in terrible things. What made you leave? Sarah's eyes met his. Tiffany wasn't the first girl to end up in the water. There was another one, about a year ago. Janie. She tried to leave, threatened to go to the police. Rico made an example of her. Sarah swallowed hard. He made me watch. Nick felt cold anger settle in his gut. That's why you keep evidence against him. Insurance. More than insurance. Redemption. Sarah pulled a flash drive from her pocket. Everything's on here. Routes, names, bank accounts. The whole network, from Miami to Jacksonville. Rico's just a middle manager in a bigger operation. There are powerful people involved. Politicians, business owners, even cops. Why not take it to the feds? Because I'm on it too. Everything I did. Everyone I recruited. I go down with him. She pushed the drive across the table. But I'm ready for that now. After what happened to Tiffany, after what almost happened to us, I can't keep running. The jukebox switched to a Johnny Cash song. The low, rumbling voice singing about redemption felt too on the nose for Nick's taste. This is a start, he said, pocketing the drive. But Rico's not going down easy. He's got protection. I know who's protecting him. Sarah's voice dropped to a whisper. Police Chief Randall. Judge Harmon. County Commissioner Wilson. They're all on his payroll. But that's not the worst part. What is? Rico doesn't just traffic these girls locally. The real money comes from shipping them out. Overseas. Once they're on those boats, they're gone forever. Nick thought about Marina Costas, Jessica Weaver. How many others had there been? We need more than just your testimony and this drive, he said. We need someone else willing to talk. That's why I wanted you to meet Melody. She worked the boats. She's seen everything. The front door opened, bringing in a gust of wet air and a man in a slicker. He scanned the room, eyes stopping on their booth. Sarah stiffened. We need to go. Now. Why? Who is that? Rico's security. They call him the Mangrove because he likes to hide bodies in the roots. Nick casually reached for his ankle holster. Back door. Through the kitchen. They slid out of the booth. Nick placed himself between Sarah and the Mangrove, who was now speaking to the bartender. She pointed toward the bathrooms, sending him in the wrong direction. They pushed through the swinging kitchen doors. A cook looked up from a fryer, annoyed. Exits that way, Sarah said, pointing. Nick followed her toward a rusted metal door that opened onto an alley slick with rain. They moved quickly toward the street, but headlights suddenly swept across the alley mouth, illuminating them in harsh white light. Run, Nick said, drawing his gun. They turned the other way, splashing through puddles toward the back of the alley. A chain-link fence blocked their path. Over it, Nick ordered, holstering the gun to help boost Sarah up. As she scrambled over the top, a voice called from behind them. You're making a mistake, detective. Nick turned. The Mangrove stood 20 feet away, hands empty but stance ready. Sarah's not who you think she is, the man continued. Ask her about the girl in New York. Ask her about Jessica Weaver. The name hit Nick like a physical blow. Behind him, Sarah dropped to the other side of the fence. Nick, come on, she called. The Mangrove smiled. Rico just wants to talk. He's willing to tell you everything. About the girl. About what Sarah did. Nick hesitated, torn between his instinct to follow Sarah and the burning need to know about Jessica. Last chance, detective, the Mangrove said. The truth, or a lie you want to believe. Nick made his choice. He turned and climbed the fence, dropping down beside Sarah. What did he say to you? She asked, breathless. Nothing that matters. Nick took her arm. Let's go. But as they ran through the rain toward the street, Jessica Weaver's face flashed before him, her eyes still asking the question he couldn't answer. And now, a new question formed alongside it. What wasn't Sarah telling him? Chapter 11. Nick sat in his Jeep across from Gulf Coast Distributors, the morning sun beating through the windshield. He'd been watching the loading dock for 2 hours, nursing a coffee gone cold, and a suspicion that had been brewing since his conversation with Sarah 3 nights ago. 2 deliverymen wheeled stacks of liquor onto a truck with Golden Coast Beverage painted on the side, not the usual company that serviced the Drunken Oyster. The manifest clipboard passed between them before the shorter man signed off and slammed the truck's roll-up door. Nick started the Jeep and followed at a distance as the truck pulled onto A1A. His bar was 5th on the delivery route. The first 4 stops were quick, legitimate businesses getting their weekly supply. But Nick noticed the driver never opened the cases marked with red tags, just the regular stock. His phone rang. Chuck. You tailing the Golden Coast truck? Chuck asked without preamble. Nick shouldn't have been surprised. You have me under surveillance now. Just happened to see you sitting outside the warehouse, looking conspicuous as hell. Amateur move, Holleran. I wasn't going for subtlety. Clearly. Chuck paused. You know what you're poking at. A liquor distributor that makes special deliveries with special labels for Rico's network. And you think intercepting one delivery is going to accomplish what, exactly? Nick watched the truck turn into a seafood restaurant's lot. Send a message. Disrupt the supply chain. See who squeals. This isn't New York. Rico doesn't have competition here. Nobody's going to squeal, except you when they fish you out of a canal. Thanks for the vote of confidence. Chuck sighed. Just be careful. Rico's reach is longer than you think. The truck pulled away from the restaurant, continuing south. Nick followed. You hear anything more about Tiffany? Nick asked. Medical examiners ruling it accidental drowning. Bullshit. Of course it is. But that's how it works here. Nick gripped the steering wheel tighter. I need a favor. Another one. Access to the Mi's photos. Full report. Chuck was quiet for a moment. You're not going to drop this, are you? Would you? No. That's why I left Tampa PD. Another pause. I'll see what I can do. The line went dead as the delivery truck turned onto the access road leading to the Drunken Oyster. Nick parked behind a stand of palms and watched as the driver and his helper unloaded several cases, including 2 with red tags. Diego met them at the service entrance, checking the delivery against his clipboard. Nick had texted him earlier, play along. Don't mention me. After the truck departed, Nick waited 15 minutes before approaching the bar's back door. He found Diego in the storeroom, staring at the tagged cases. Boss, I was wondering when you'd show up. Anyone else here? Just Mimi. She's in the kitchen battling the new stove the insurance company sent over. Diego lowered his voice. She thinks it's possessed too. What about Sarah? Haven't seen her since the fire. Is she okay? She's safe. Nick knelt beside the red-tagged cases. Did you open these? No way. I followed your text. What's going on? Nick pried open the first case. Bottles of premium tequila, identical to their regular stock, except for small black dots on the bottom of each label. What am I looking at? Diego asked. Not what. Nick carefully removed a bottle and held it to the light. Who? The liquid inside was clear, but slightly more viscous than standard tequila. He uncapped it and sniffed. Smells right, he said. But I'd bet my pension it's not just tequila. Diego's eyes widened. You think it's enhanced? Either cut with something or hiding something. Nick recapped the bottle. Get me some empty tequila bottles. The ones we already used. Diego disappeared into the bar and returned with 6 empties. Nick methodically emptied the marked bottles, replacing them with water, then resealed them with the heat gun Diego used for their specialty cocktail garnishes. This is some James Bond shit, Diego whispered. Rico's going to know something's wrong the second his people test it. That's the idea. Nick finished the last bottle. I want to see who comes asking questions. And when they do, play dumb. You're just a bartender. The distributor screwed up. Diego shot him a look. Just a bartender? I have a master's in communications from FSU. Even better. Use it. They resealed the cases and stored them exactly as they'd been delivered. Nick checked his watch. Sarah told me these deliveries get picked up within 24 hours. Someone comes in, orders specific drinks, and walks out with the product. What do they do with it? Cut it, package it, distribute it. Basic supply chain. Diego sat on a crate. So we're just going to wait. You are. I need to stay out of sight. Nick headed for the door. Call me the second anyone shows interest in those bottles. And if Rico himself shows up. Especially then. Nick left through the back alley, circling to his Jeep. The bar had been partially reopened after the fire, serving drinks from a makeshift counter while contractors worked on rebuilding the damaged areas. Insurance had come through surprisingly fast, probably Rico's influence, wanting to keep his distribution point operational. His phone buzzed. "Sarah." "Where are you?" she asked. "I woke up, and you were gone." "Handling something at the bar. I'll be back soon." "You left me alone in this dump, after telling me Rico has people everywhere." "The motel owner is an ex-cop from Chicago. He's keeping an eye out." "That's comforting," Sarah said, voice dripping sarcasm. "Did you at least bring breakfast when you snuck out at dawn to play detective?" "I'll pick something up. Make it something without roaches this time." Nick ended the call, conflicted. Sarah's attitude swung between terrified victim and hardened survivor, making it difficult to get a read on her. That mysterious text warning him not to trust her kept nagging at him. His phone rang again. "Diego, already." "That was fast," Nick answered. "The distributor's here," Diego hissed. "Like right now. He says there's been a mix-up, and he needs to check the shipment." "Let him. He's got guys with him, boss. Not delivery guys. The kind with neck tattoos and gun-shaped bulges under their shirts." Nick started the Jeep. "Stall them. Say you don't have access to the storeroom key." "I already tried that. They're getting pushy. One of them just went into the kitchen with Mimi. I'm 5 minutes out." Just. A commotion in the background. Shouting. "They found the cases," Diego whispered. "They're opening, oh shit." The line went dead. Nick floored it, cutting across a beachfront parking lot. He was still 3 minutes away when his phone rang again. Unknown number. "Mr. Holleran." The voice was smooth, cultured. "Rico. I believe we have a situation that requires your immediate attention." "I'm listening." "Your bartender made a very serious error with my property. I'd like to discuss it with you. Personally." Nick could hear Diego's rapid breathing in the background. "Let him go. This is between us." "Of course. I have no quarrel with employees following orders." Rico paused. "You have 1 hour. Come to the Sandpiper. Alone. We'll discuss a new arrangement." "And if I bring the police instead?" Rico's laugh was soft. "Then I'll assume our negotiations have failed before they've begun. Your bartender seems convinced the government is spying on him through his fillings. Imagine his distress if something happened to validate his paranoia." The line went dead. Nick gripped the steering wheel, his mind racing. He'd wanted to provoke a response, to see who controlled the shipments. Mission accomplished. He'd rattled Rico's cage and gotten a direct invitation. Only now Diego was caught in the middle, and Nick had 1 hour to figure out how to walk into the Sandpiper without walking into a trap. Chuck had been right. This wasn't New York. Down here, the rules were different. He dialed Sarah. "Pack your things," he said when she answered. "Plans have changed." "What happened?" "I just got an invitation to meet Rico. Seems he didn't appreciate me watering down his tequila." Sarah was quiet for a moment. "You know it's a trap." "Probably. So what are you going to do?" Nick turned the Jeep toward the Sandpiper. "Spring it." Chapter 12. Nick sat in his Jeep across from the police station, watching Chief Raymond Voss climb into his department SUV. Third night this week, Voss had worked late. Third night, he'd left carrying a manila envelope. Nick started the engine and followed, keeping 2 cars between them. 20 years of surveillance in New York had taught him patience. Voss wasn't going anywhere Nick couldn't follow. The chief's SUV wound through town, past the tourist shops closing for the night, past the beachfront condos where snowbirds paid $3,000 a month to escape winter. He turned onto Ocean Drive, heading north toward the wealthier neighborhoods. Nick's phone buzzed. Sarah. Where are you? Her voice had the edge it always carried now, like she was perpetually bracing for impact. Working. You said you'd be at the temporary space by 9. The liquor delivery came, and the guy wouldn't leave it without a signature. The insurance money had come through faster than expected. Enough to rent a storefront 2 blocks from the charred remains of the Drunken Oyster. A placeholder until the original could be rebuilt. If it ever would be. Tell Diego to sign for it. Diego's not here. Said he had to check on his grandmother. Nick frowned. Diego didn't have a grandmother, at least not one he'd ever mentioned. When did he leave? About an hour ago. Got a call, then said it was an emergency. Sarah paused. You think it's connected? Everything's connected. Nick watched Voss's taillights disappear around a bend. I've gotta go. Lock the doors. Don't let anyone in. Nick, what's going on? I'm following a lead. I'll explain later. He ended the call and accelerated, rounding the curve, to find Voss's SUV turning onto a private drive. Nick continued past, noting the name on the gateposts, Mar Azul. Rico Salazar's compound. He parked a quarter-mile down, killed the lights, and made his way back on foot, staying in the shadows of the sea grape and palm trees lining the road. The property was surrounded by an 8-foot wall, but Nick had scouted it days earlier. There was a service entrance on the east side, with a blind spot in the camera coverage. Nick scaled the wall where a large ficus tree provided cover, dropping silently onto the manicured grounds. Security lights illuminated the circular drive, where Voss's SUV now sat alongside Rico's black Escalade and 3 other vehicles Nick didn't recognize. He moved toward the main house, a sprawling Spanish-style mansion with balconies overlooking the Atlantic. Light spilled from the windows of what appeared to be a study. Nick crept closer, staying low beneath the windowsill, then slowly raised his head to peer inside. Rico sat behind a massive desk, Voss in a leather chair opposite him. 3 men in expensive suits occupied other seats. One Nick recognized from news photos, State Senator James Harrington. The others were unfamiliar, but their bearing screamed money and influence. Nick couldn't hear what they were saying, but he could see the manila envelope on Rico's desk, its contents spread out, what looked like building permits and property maps. Rico was pointing to specific locations, while the others nodded. A phone vibrated in Nick's pocket. He ducked below the window to check it. A text from Diego, urgent. Call me. Discovery about Chief. Nick cursed silently. He needed to stay, needed to see what Rico and the Chief were planning. But Diego wasn't one for false alarms, conspiracy theories aside. His decision was made for him when a security guard rounded the corner of the house, flashlight sweeping the grounds. Nick retreated, keeping low until he reached the wall, then scaled it quickly and dropped to the other side. Back in his Jeep, he called Diego. Where the hell are you? Nick demanded. In a safe house. Diego's voice was hushed, panicked. They're onto us, boss. All of us. Who's onto us? Rico, the Chief, all of them. I was at the Sandpiper, covering that shift, remember? Overheard Rico's second-in-command talking to someone. They know you've been watching the Chief. They know about Sarah's records. Nick felt ice in his veins. How? Someone's feeding them information. Someone close to us. Where are you exactly? Can't say over the phone. But I found something. Diego lowered his voice further. The Chief's brother-in-law owns Gulf Coast Development. They're buying up waterfront property all along the coast. 3 guesses who's financing it. Rico. Bingo. But here's the kicker. The federal government's involved too. I think it's a FEMA thing, using the development as cover for some kind of coastal monitoring system. Nick pinched the bridge of his nose. Diego's conspiracy theories always contained a kernel of truth buried under layers of paranoia. So the chief is in Rico's pocket because of a real estate deal? Not just any deal. We're talking hundreds of millions. They're building a resort complex stretching 5 miles up the coast. Anything in the way gets condemned or burned down. Like your bar. Nick thought of the maps on Rico's desk. You think the fire wasn't about Sarah? It was about my property? Why not both? Rico's efficient. There was a noise in the background, and Diego's voice became urgent. I gotta go. Meet me tomorrow. Pete's Fishing Shack. Noon. Diego. The line went dead. Nick sat in the darkness, piecing it together. If Diego was right, the drunken oyster hadn't been targeted just because of Sarah. It was sitting on land Rico needed for his development. A development approved by a crooked police chief and backed by a state senator. His phone rang again. Sarah. Someone's here, she whispered. Black SUV outside the bar. 2 men. Get out the back. Now. What about the liquor delivery? Forget it. Go to the motel. I'll meet you. Nick, I'm scared. Just move, Sarah. I'm 10 minutes away. Nick started the Jeep and tore down the road, tires spitting gravel. If Rico's men were at the temporary bar, it meant they knew Nick wasn't. Which meant they probably knew exactly where he'd been. He dialed Chuck's number. No answer. The night air rushing through the open Jeep was hot and thick with salt. Nick's mind raced faster than the speedometer. Every person he'd spoken to in the last 3 weeks was now in danger. Diego. Sarah. Chuck. Even Walter. When he reached the temporary bar, a converted surf shop with the Drunken Oyster's salvaged sign hanging crookedly out front, the black SUV was gone. So was Sarah. The front door stood open, lights blazing inside. Nick drew his .38 and entered cautiously. The place was empty, but signs of a struggle were evident: an overturned chair, a broken glass on the floor. On the makeshift bar, a single playing card, the Queen of Hearts, with a crude drawing of an oyster sketched onto it. Nick's phone buzzed with a text from an unknown number. We have the girl. The records for her life. Chief's house. Midnight. Nick checked his watch. 10:45 p.m. Just over an hour to decide whether to walk into what was clearly a trap, or to let Sarah face the consequences of whatever game she was playing. He holstered his gun and headed for the door. It wasn't really a choice. Never had been. 20 years as a cop had taught him one thing about himself. He couldn't walk away from a victim, even one who might be played him. Outside, the neon sign flickered, casting alternating light and shadow across the empty parking lot. Somewhere in the distance, thunder rolled in from the ocean. A storm was coming. Chapter 13. Nick sat alone in his rebuilt office, the ledger spread open on the desk before him. He'd found it taped beneath the only filing cabinet that survived the fire, water-damaged but legible. The handwriting wasn't Sarah's. It belonged to someone with a meticulous nature, someone who documented each transaction with military precision. Columns of numbers, dates, and cryptic initials filled the pages. Most entries were labeled simply "product" with dollar amounts that didn't match any liquor inventory Nick had ever seen. Delivery schedules, payment drops, and a list of names, some circled in red, others crossed out entirely. Sarah's name appeared on page 17, connected to a series of transactions over 8 months. Next to her name, in the same precise script, retrieval. Special handling. The office door opened. Chuck Denton stood in the threshold, his expression grim. "You shouldn't leave your back door unlocked," Chuck said. "I didn't." Nick closed the ledger. "You come to tell me more about how I'm stirring up trouble?" Chuck settled into the chair across from Nick without being invited. "Heard Sarah disappeared." "She's around." "Not according to Rico's boys. They're offering 15 grand now." Chuck nodded toward the ledger. "That what I think it is?" "Depends what you think it is." Billy McPherson's second set of books. The ones Rico doesn't know about. Nick leaned back. "Billy kept records?" "Everyone in this business keeps insurance." Chuck's face gave nothing away. Billy was a drunk, not an idiot. Man spent 30 years running bars in South Florida. He knew enough to protect himself. From Rico? From everyone. Chuck glanced at the ledger. "The question is, what are you planning to do with it?" Nick studied Chuck, trying to read his angle. The retired cop had appeared every time the situation shifted, offering advice that was either helpful or manipulative. Nick still couldn't decide which. "I haven't decided," Nick said finally. "That ledger puts a target on your back bigger than the one already there. I've carried targets before. Not like this." Chuck leaned forward. "Rico's just the local franchise. The operation's bigger than him. That ledger names people Rico answers to." "How would you know that?" Chuck's smile didn't reach his eyes. 23 years with Tampa PD, remember? Last 5 in narcotics. We knew about Rico, but we could never touch him. Too many connections, too much protection. You're telling me you were clean while your department was on the take. I'm telling you, I know exactly what that ledger represents. Chuck's voice hardened. And if you've found it, others are looking for it too. The front door of the bar slammed open, followed by the sound of heavy footsteps. Nick reached for his .38, but Chuck shook his head. "Police," Chuck said quietly. "Don't make this worse." Chief Raymond Vickers appeared in the doorway, flanked by 2 uniformed officers. Vickers was a square-built man with a perpetual sunburn and the forced joviality of someone who had practiced seeming approachable. "Nick Holleran," Vickers said, his smile tight. "Got a minute?" "Chief." "What brings you by?" "Just checking in. Community policing, you know. Seeing how the rebuild's coming along." Vickers stepped into the office, his eyes scanning every surface. "Shame about the fire. Insurance come through yet?" "Still processing. These things take time." Vickers noticed Chuck and nodded curtly. "Denton. Didn't know you two were acquainted." "Small town," Chuck replied. Vickers turned back to Nick. "We've had some developments in your arson case. Thought you'd want to know." "Appreciate that. Seems we've identified a suspect. Witnesses saw someone matching Sarah Kelly's description, arguing with you the night of the fire." Nick kept his face neutral. "Sarah works for me. We talk all the time. This was different, according to the witness. Heated. Then she was seen leaving right before the fire started." Vickers smiled again. "Interesting coincidence." "I don't believe in coincidences." "Smart man." Vickers gestured to the rebuilt office. "Place looks good. You've put a lot of work in." "Had to. It's my livelihood." "About that." Vickers rocked back on his heels. "We've received some concerning reports about your establishment. Narcotics activity. Illegal gambling. Even human trafficking." Chuck cleared his throat. "That's quite a list, Chief." "Just reporting what comes across my desk, Denton." Vickers kept his eyes on Nick. "Mind if my officers take a look around? Save us the trouble of coming back with a warrant." "You have probable cause for a warrant?" Anonymous tips from multiple sources. Judge Henderson's pretty loose with his signature these days. Nick recognized the name. Henderson appeared in the ledger, connected to six-figure payments. Look all you want, Nick said, closing a drawer over the ledger. The place is still under construction. Not much to see. Vickers nodded to his officers, who spread out into the main room. Where is Sarah, by the way? We need to ask her some questions. Personal leave. Family emergency. That's not what her mother says. Called her yesterday, says she hasn't heard from Sarah in weeks. Vickers stepped closer. People are worried, Nick. Young woman, history of substance abuse, suddenly disappears right after a major crime. Sounds like you've done your homework. It's my job. Vickers glanced at the drawer Nick had closed. What have you got there? Invoices. Construction expenses. Mind if I take a look? Yes, I do. Nick stood. Unless you've got a warrant specifically for my financial records. Vickers' fake smile vanished. You're not making friends here, Holleran. Wasn't aware that was part of the rebuilding code. One of the officers returned to the doorway. Place is clean, Chief. Just construction materials. Vickers nodded, his eyes never leaving Nick's. Keep it that way. I'd hate to see something happen to your new investment. Lightning doesn't strike twice, but fires. Different story. When Vickers and his officers finally left, Chuck exhaled slowly. That went well. He's Rico's man. Among others. Chuck gestured to the drawer. That ledger is radioactive, Nick. The people in it, they're not just local players. Henderson's in there. The judge. I'm not surprised. Anyone else? Nick hesitated, then opened the drawer. Someone labeled Miami Contact. Multiple payments, 6 figures each. Codename Chancellor. Chuck went still. Shit. You know who it is? If it's who I think. Yeah. Chuck stood. And if it is, you need to burn that ledger and forget you ever saw it. Not an option. You don't understand. Chancellor isn't some street thug or corrupt judge. He's connected all the way up. Political protection, international distribution. The kind of man who makes people disappear for fun. I've dealt with worse. No, Chuck said flatly. You haven't. Nick pulled the ledger out again, flipping to the page with Sarah's name. It says retrieval next to her. What does that mean? Chuck's expression shifted, something like pity crossing his face. It means she's not just running from Rico. She's a collector. A what? She retrieves things for people. Information, items, leverage. Chuck tapped the page. Special handling means she's good at what she does. Very good. The implications sank in. She played me. Maybe. Or maybe she's caught between Rico and whoever she's retrieving for. Chuck headed for the door. Either way, that ledger is the key. And Sarah knows it exists. After Chuck left, Nick studied the ledger again. The final entry, dated 3 days before he bought the bar, simply read, contingency activated. All assets in motion. Nick closed the ledger, his mind racing through the pieces. Sarah's convenient appearance in his life. Her strategic vulnerability. The way she'd guided his questions, his suspicions. The fire that destroyed everything except the cabinet hiding the ledger. His phone vibrated with a text from Sarah. We need to talk. Meet me at the marina. Slip 42. Come alone. Nick slipped the ledger into his jacket and checked his .38. If Sarah was playing him, he'd find out why. If she wasn't, they'd figure out their next move together. Either way, the game had just changed. Nick had spent 20 years learning to recognize patterns, and right now, Every instinct told him he was being manipulated. The only question was by whom. He texted back, "On my way." Chapter 14. The neighborhood veterinary clinic had the clinical cheerfulness of a place trying too hard to disguise what it was, a business of sickness and death, occasionally interrupted by recoveries. Nick sat in a molded plastic chair, elbows on knees, watching Gravy breathe shallowly on the examination table. The dog's chest rose and fell in an uneven rhythm. "Rat poison," Dr. Castillo said, not looking up from Gravy's chart. "Mixed with hamburger, I'd guess. Someone wanted to make sure he'd eat it." "He gonna make it?" The vet, a Cuban woman in her 50s with steel-rimmed glasses and a perpetual frown, shrugged. 50-50. We got him in time, but he's old. His system isn't what it used to be. Nick stroked Gravy's graying muzzle. The mutt had shown up at the Drunken Oyster 3 days after Nick bought the place, limping and half-starved. Billy McPherson had called him the bar's mascot. Nick had never intended to keep him. "You have enemies, Mr. Holleran?" the vet asked, her accent thickening with the question. "Lately. More than I can count." She made a note in the chart. "A man who poisons a dog is a man without honor. Or a man sending a message." "And what message is that?" Nick looked down at Gravy. "That he can get to anything I care about." Dr. Castillo nodded. "We will keep him overnight. Perhaps tomorrow we know more." Outside in the parking lot, Nick found his Jeep sitting on 4 flattened tires. Each sidewall had been sliced with surgical precision. On the windshield, a business card, the Sandpiper Lounge and Restaurant. No message, just the card. Rico didn't need to spell it out. Nick called for a tow, then walked the 6 blocks back to the Drunken Oyster. The place was deserted, chairs stacked on tables, the smell of bleach fighting a losing battle against decades of spilled beer and cigarette smoke. Yellow police tape still fluttered from the back entrance, where the fire had done the most damage. The mirror behind the bar had been replaced, but the new glass couldn't hide the scorched wall behind it. Nick poured himself 2 fingers of bourbon and downed it in 1 swallow. The liquor burned, but not as much as the anger. The front door opened. Chuck Denton walked in, looked around. "I see business is booming," he said. "We're closed." "Yeah, I figured that out." Chuck settled onto a bar stool. "Heard about your dog. And your Jeep. Rico's not subtle. He doesn't need to be." Chuck gestured toward the bottle. "You going to share that?" Nick poured 2 glasses and slid one across. "Staff's quitting," Nick said. "Mimi gave notice this morning. Said her sister in Tampa needs help with her grandkids." "And Diego?" "No sign of him since he went to work at the Sandpiper. 3 days now." Chuck sipped his bourbon. "Sarah?" "Still at the safe house in Vero Beach. Feds are taking their time deciding if her information's worth a deal." "And you're here, alone, waiting for Rico's next move." Nick didn't answer. The bourbon glass felt heavy in his hand. "You need to walk away," Chuck said. "Rico's got the cops, the judges, half the town council. This isn't your fight. He made it my fight when he torched my bar. It's just a building." "It's more than that." Nick refilled his glass. 20 years in New York, I watched the worst people get away with the worst things. Walked the same streets as killers I couldn't touch because some witness disappeared or evidence went missing. So this is about redemption? Finishing what you couldn't in New York? Maybe. Nick stared at the scarred bartop. Or maybe I'm just tired of running. Chuck set his glass down. There's a difference between running and living to fight another day. That your professional opinion? That's my survivor's opinion. Chuck reached into his jacket and pulled out a manila envelope. Got something you should see. Nick opened it. Inside were surveillance photos of the Sandpiper. Staff entering and leaving. Delivery trucks. And Rico, standing with a man Nick didn't recognize. "Who's this?" Nick tapped the stranger. "Thomas Geller. Miami real estate developer with connections to New York and Chicago families. Word is he's Rico's partner in whatever's happening at the Sandpiper." "What is happening there?" "More than just liquor and lap dances." Chuck leaned forward. "Girls come in, work a few weeks, then disappear. Product moves through the back door that never shows up on inventory. Human trafficking." "That's my guess. They bring the girls in for the club, hook them on product, then ship them up north through a network of similar establishments." Nick studied the photos. "How'd you get these?" "I still have friends in the department. Ones who don't take Rico's money." "Why show me?" "Because you're not walking away, and I'd rather you didn't get yourself killed for nothing." Chuck tapped another photo. "This interests me more than the rest." The image showed Sarah entering the Sandpiper through a side door, time-stamped 3 days ago, the day after she supposedly left for the safe house. "You sure she's in Vero Beach?" Chuck asked. Nick felt something cold settle in his stomach. "She said the feds picked her up. Witness protection, until they verified her information." "And you believed her?" "I drove her to the rendezvous myself." "Then either she's playing both sides or—" Chuck didn't finish the thought. "Or the feds are in Rico's pocket too." Nick stared at the photo. Sarah's face was partially hidden by large sunglasses, but her posture, her walk, there was no mistake. "Trust issues?" Chuck asked. "You could say that." The door opened again. Pelican Pete stood in the entrance. Chairman Mao perched improbably on his shoulder. "Bar's closed," Nick said. "Not here to drink." Pete stepped inside, the Pelican swaying with each movement. "Came to deliver a message." "From who?" "Friend of yours. Works at the Sandpiper now." "Diego." Pete nodded. "Said to tell you they've got your girl. The meeting's a setup. Tonight, midnight, Fisher's Pier." Nick exchanged glances with Chuck. "What else did Diego say?" "That's it. He was in a hurry. Looked scared." Pete stroked the Pelican's neck. "Also said Rico knows about the file. The one in the safe deposit box." Nick felt the room tilt slightly. "Only Sarah knew about that." "You sure he said safe deposit box?" "That's what the man said." Pete turned to go, then stopped. "One more thing. He said, it's about the girls. Don't know what that means, but he said you would." After Pete left, Chuck looked at Nick. "What's in the safe deposit box?" "Evidence, according to Sarah. Names, dates, accounts. Everything needed to bring Rico down." Nick refilled both their glasses. "But only Sarah had access. If Rico knows about it." "She rolled." Chuck drained his glass. "Question is, did she do it willingly or did they break her?" Nick thought of the Jessica Weaver case, the dead ends, the disappearing witnesses. He thought of Tiffany's body in the Intracoastal, and now possibly Diego in danger. He thought of Sarah's eyes when she talked about the other girls, genuine fear, genuine guilt. "Doesn't matter," Nick said finally. "Either way, I'm going to that pier." "That's suicide. Rico will have an army waiting." "Probably. And you're just one ex-cop with a .38 and a death wish." Nick smiled without humor. "You forgot stubborn. I'm one stubborn ex-cop." Chuck stood, shaking his head. "I can't talk you out of this." "Nope." "Then I'm coming with you." Nick looked up, surprised. "Why would you do that?" "Because cops stick together. Even retired ones." Chuck headed for the door. "Meet me at my place at 11. Bring your gun And whatever else you've got. I'll handle the rest." After Chuck left, Nick sat alone in the empty bar, the afternoon light slanting through the windows. He pulled out his phone and looked at the text that had come in that morning. "It's Diego. Don't trust Sarah. She's Rico's plant. Always has been." Then he looked at the photo of Sarah entering the sandpiper. The pieces didn't fit, or maybe they fit too well. Either way, midnight would bring answers one way or another. Nick finished his bourbon and went to check the gun safe in his office. It was time to prepare for war. Chapter 15. The drunken oyster stood empty in the moonlight, stools upturned on the bar like shipwrecked boats. Nick sat in the darkness, a half-empty bottle of Maker's Mark his only company. The stink of smoke and fire retardant still hung in the air, despite the industrial fans he'd rented to clear it out. Insurance would cover most of the damage, but money wouldn't fix the emptiness. The staff had started quitting 2 days ago. First the weekend bartender, then the busboy, and finally Mimi, who'd left a note saying she was too old for gang wars. Only Diego remained, though he'd taken to wearing a bulletproof vest under his conspiracy t-shirts. Sarah had disappeared 48 hours ago. Just walked out during her shift and vanished. Her apartment was cleaned out, her phone disconnected. Like she'd never existed. Nick took another pull from the bottle. The bourbon burned going down, but it couldn't touch the cold feeling spreading through his chest. He'd failed again. Just like with Jessica Weaver. His phone sat on the bar, silent for hours. The last message had been from Chuck. "Heard about Sarah. Need to talk." Nick hadn't called back. The door to the bar rattled. Nick didn't move, just watched as the lock jiggled. After a moment, it swung open. "We're closed," he said to the silhouette in the doorway. "I can see that." The figure stepped inside. It was Walter, the mute fisherman. He had something tucked under his arm. "Walter, didn't know you had breaking and entering on your resume." Walter shrugged, moving to the bar. He set down a brown paper package, then pulled a notebook from his pocket. He wrote something, then slid it across. "Sarah asked me to give you this." Nick stared at the note, then at Walter. "You can write." Walter gave him a look that questioned his intelligence, then scribbled again. "Mute, not illiterate. When did she give you this?" Walter wrote, "Yesterday. Said wait a day before bringing it." Nick unwrapped the package. Inside was a flash drive and a handwritten note. "If you're reading this, I'm gone. This is what Rico's afraid of. Be careful who you trust. S." "Did she say anything else?" Nick asked. "Where she was going?" Walter shook his head, then wrote, "Said she was sorry." Nick pocketed the flash drive. "Thanks." Walter didn't leave. Instead, he pulled up a stool across from Nick and reached for the bourbon. "Help yourself," Nick said dryly. Walter poured 2 fingers into a glass, drank it straight, then wrote, "You brought this here." "Brought what?" "Trouble. That seems to be the consensus." Nick refilled his own glass. "You know Rico?" Walter nodded, then wrote, "Everyone knows Rico." "How long has he been running things around here?" Walter held up both hands twice, then once more. 15 years. "And nobody stops him?" "Cops. Feds." Walter's laugh was a strange, rusty sound, like a door hinge that hadn't moved in years. He wrote, "Cops work for him. Feds don't care. Sarah said she had evidence. Records." Walter tapped his ear, then shook his head. Nick got the message, "Don't say too much." The bar's back door opened and Diego burst in, eyes wild, NYPD hat askew on his head. "Boss. You won't believe." He stopped when he saw Walter. "Oh. Hi, Walter. Didn't know you were part of the resistance." Walter raised his glass in salute. "What's going on, Diego?" Nick asked. Someone spray-painted the front of the bar. Diego was breathing hard. I saw them from across the street, but couldn't catch them. Nick stood, suddenly alert. What did they paint? Come see. Outside, the humid night air hit like a wet towel. Across the front of the drunken oyster, in dripping red paint, were the words, "You brought this here." Nick stared at the message, then turned to Walter, who had followed them out. The old fisherman's face gave away nothing. Who did this? Nick demanded. Walter shrugged, but his eyes shifted away. Don't give me that silent act. Who else knew about this? Nick jabbed a finger at the graffiti, identical to Walter's written message moments earlier. Walter pulled out his notebook, wrote something, then tore out the page and handed it to Nick. This town has ears. And eyes. Go home, cop. I am home, Nick said. This is my place. Walter shook his head, wrote again, no. This is Rico's town. Always has been. Not anymore. Nick crumpled the note. I don't scare that easy. The sound of breaking glass came from inside the bar. Nick rushed back in, Diego and Walter behind him. The bottle of Maker's Mark lay shattered on the floor behind the bar, bourbon soaking into the wood. Did you knock it over? Nick asked Diego. I was with you the whole time. They searched the bar. No one. Maybe it just fell, Diego suggested. Nick didn't believe in coincidences. He checked the security cameras he'd installed after the fire. The footage showed the bottle sitting on the bar, then suddenly launching into the air as if thrown. Ghost. Diego whispered, eyes wide. Walter made the sign of the cross and backed toward the door. Not a ghost. Nick rewound the footage, frame by frame. There, a blur of movement behind the bar, barely visible. Someone had been hiding there, waiting. His phone buzzed. A text from an unknown number, message received. Nick texted back, who is this? The reply came instantly, a friend of Sarah's. She's in trouble. Real trouble. Where is she? Can't say. Watching. Can help, if you're serious about taking down Rico. How do I know this isn't Rico? Flash drive has partial account numbers. Not enough to trace. Sarah kept the rest separate. Nick's grip tightened on the phone. Whoever this was knew about the flash drive Walter had just delivered. What do you want? Meet tomorrow. Pier 7. Midnight. Come alone. The text was followed by a photo, Sarah blindfolded, tied to a chair. Proof of life, the final text read. Nick showed the phone to Diego, whose face went pale. Oh man. They got her. The reptilians finally got her. Walter looked at the photo, then wrote, trap. Obviously, Nick said. But what choice do I have? Walter thought for a moment, then wrote, need help. Nick looked at him, surprised. You offering? Walter nodded once, decisively. Me too, Diego said. I've been preparing for this kind of black ops situation my whole life. He pulled up his shirt to reveal not only his bulletproof vest, but also what appeared to be homemade smoke bombs taped to his belt. Jesus, Diego. Never underestimate the element of surprise, boss. Nick looked from Walter to Diego, then back at the spray-painted message outside. You brought this here. Maybe he had. But he'd also brought 20 years of experience dealing with criminals who thought they were smarter than they were. He pulled out the flash drive Sarah had left him. Whatever was on it had gotten her kidnapped. Or worse. First, we see what's on this, Nick said. Then, we decide how to play it. Back at his rental house, Nick plugged the flash drive into his laptop. Password protected. He tried Sarah. Nothing. Oyster. Nothing. Sandpiper. Nothing. Then he remembered Jessica Weaver's case. The signature the killer left, The detail that was never released to the public, a playing card. The Queen of Hearts, left in the victim's hand. He typed Queen of Hearts. The drive unlocked. Dozens of files appeared, organized by date. Financial records, photos, names. Rico's entire operation, documented meticulously over years. Money laundering through the bars. Girls trafficked through a modeling agency. Cops on the payroll. And a connection Nick hadn't expected. A name that appeared in both the Weaver case file and Rico's operation. James Montoya. Miami-based talent scout who'd approached Jessica Weaver weeks before her death. Nick sat back, the pieces finally connecting. It wasn't a coincidence that he'd ended up here. Whether he'd known it consciously or not, he'd been following the trail all along. His phone buzzed with another text, midnight. Pier 7. Bring the drive or she dies. Nick looked at Jessica Weaver's file photo still open on his desktop, then at the message on his phone. 20 years of hunting, and his prey had found him first. He closed the laptop and reached for his gun. The time for hiding behind a bar was over. Chapter 16. Nick sat in the dark of his rented bungalow, a bottle of Maker's Mark on the coffee table, the case file spread out before him. The power had been out for 2 hours. Another summer storm had knocked down lines across town. Lightning flashed through the windows, briefly illuminating the crime scene photos. Jessica Weaver stared back at him. 21, not 19 as initially reported. NYU theater major, with a part-time job at a bar in the village. Found in an alley with ligature marks that the ME said were distinctive, a particular type of knot, a specific width of cord. Nick had seen it twice more in the following months. The brass called it coincidence. Nick called it a signature. Thunder rattled the windows. His cell phone lit up with a text from the insurance adjuster, something about paperwork and accelerants. Nick ignored it. He'd come to Florida to forget Jessica Weaver. To stop seeing her pale face when he closed his eyes. To quit imagining what she might have become if he'd figured it out sooner. Instead, he'd walked straight into a continuation of the same darkness. The bottle was a third empty now. Nick hadn't touched bourbon in 14 months. Not since that night in his Bronx apartment when he'd realized the department was shutting him down, cutting him off from the case. His captain had made it clear. Pursue it further, and 20 years of service wouldn't mean jack shit. You look too comfortable with that bottle. Nick looked up. Sarah stood in the doorway, rain-soaked, a small duffel bag at her feet. He hadn't heard her come in. Thought you were laying low at Mimi's, Nick said. Mimi talks too much. Sarah dropped a set of keys on the table. Diego loaned me his car. Said Rico's people are watching yours. Nick nodded toward the bottle. Help yourself. Sarah took a glass from the kitchen and poured 2 fingers, knocking it back in one swallow. She grimaced, then poured another. Lightning flashed again, and Sarah noticed the photos. Your New York case. Jessica Weaver. Nick tapped the photo. 21. Strangled. Left like garbage behind a trendy bar where finance bros spent more on a cocktail than she made in an hour. Sarah picked up one of the photos, studying it in the dim glow of Nick's phone light. The marks on her neck. Same as Marina Costas. Same as Tiffany Walsh. Nick closed his eyes. Same as at least 3 others I tracked across state lines before the department pulled me off. You think it's the same killer? I think it's the same operation. Different hands, same management. Nick took the photo back. Jessica had only worked at the bar 3 weeks. Before that, she was at another place uptown. Before that, a restaurant in Hoboken. Moving around. Following instructions. Someone was placing her. Nick tapped another file. I traced the ownership of every place she worked. Shell companies, offshore accounts, dummy corporations. But they all connected back to one investment group, Meridian Holdings. Sarah stiffened. Meridian. Means something to you. She took another drink. Rico's boats are registered to a company called Meridian Maritime. Nick felt the familiar surge of adrenaline, the pieces clicking together. The New York operation and Rico's, they're connected. Makes sense. Rico talks to someone on the phone sometimes. Calls him the consultant. Upper-class accent business talk. I always figured he was the money man. Outside, the rain intensified, drumming on the tin roof. Nick grabbed a notepad and started mapping it out. The bars in New York, the girls, the owners, then Rico's operation, the sandpiper, the drunken oyster, Sarah, Tiffany. You're enjoying this, Sarah said. Nick looked up. What? The puzzle. You've been drowning since I met you. Now you're swimming. She leaned forward. You need this as much as I need to get away from it. I need justice for Jessica Weaver. Bullshit. You need purpose. Sarah's eyes were hard in the dim light. Rico took your bar. That sucks. But this vendetta of yours started long before you came to Florida. Nick capped his pen. You wanted my help. Now you're criticizing my motivation. I want to understand what I'm dealing with. Sarah poured another drink. Am I partnered with a guy looking for justice, or a cop with a chip on his shoulder who'll burn everything down to solve his case? Does it matter? We both want Rico taken down. It matters if you're going to sacrifice me to do it. The accusation hung in the air between them. Nick stood, moving to the window. The street outside was flooded, water up to the curbs. Beyond the storm, he could see the flashing lights of emergency vehicles near the marina. Jessica's mother died 3 months after the murder, he said finally. Heart attack, the obituary said. But we both know better. She died from grief, from knowing her daughter's killer was still out there. He turned back to Sarah. Marina's family is still waiting for answers. Tiffany's parents don't even know she's dead yet. And you think catching Rico will fix all that? I think it's what I can do. Nick returned to the table. I was 6 months from retirement when Jessica was killed. I could have walked away, collected my pension, lived the fantasy. He gestured around the small bungalow. This fantasy. But I couldn't let it go. Because you're a cop. Because I made her a promise. Sarah's expression softened. The victim? Jessica. The first time I saw her in that alley, her eyes were still open. Nick swallowed hard. I told her I'd find who did this. It was stupid, she was already gone, but I made a promise. Sarah was quiet for a long moment. I get it, she said finally. I make promises to the new girls too. Tell them I'll look out for them. Keep them safe. She laughed bitterly. Look how that turned out for Tiffany. Nick gathered the photos, tucking them back into the file. So we both have debts to pay. Seems like it. The lights flickered, then came back on. The sudden brightness made them both squint. In the harsh overhead light, Nick could see how exhausted Sarah looked, dark circles under her eyes, tension in her shoulders. You should get some sleep, he said. Take the bedroom. I'll keep watch out here. Sarah hesitated. You trust me enough to sleep while I'm here? No. But I'm betting you're too tired to try anything tonight. A ghost of a smile crossed her face. Fair enough. She grabbed her duffel and headed toward the bedroom, then paused. For what it's worth, I think Jessica would be glad you didn't let it go. That you followed it all the way to Florida. Even if it got your bar burned down. Even then. She gave him a long look. Just remember, Nick. Rico didn't kill those girls himself. He's got people for that. Professionals. The kind who don't leave evidence. Everyone leaves something. And everyone takes something too. Sarah nodded toward the bourbon. Don't let it take too much from you. After she closed the bedroom door, Nick sat back down with the files. The liquor bottle caught his eye. He capped it and moved it to the kitchen, pouring himself water instead. Outside, the storm was passing, the rain tapering to a drizzle. His phone buzzed with a text from Diego. Found something. The night Tiffany disappeared, she told a bartender she had information to sell. Something about shipments and a special client list. Nick texted back, who was she selling to? Diego's reply came seconds later. Someone called the consultant. Meeting set up at the Drunken Oyster. Night before you bought it. The pieces were shifting again, reconfiguring. Nick looked toward the bedroom door, wondering how much Sarah really knew, how much she wasn't telling him. His last case hadn't just followed him to Florida. It had arrived before him, laying the ground, setting the trap. The question wasn't whether he'd walked into something bigger than a beach bar feud. The question was whether he'd been meant to all along. Chapter 17. The crunch of broken glass under Nick's boots sounded like bones breaking. He stood in the doorway of the Drunken Oyster, what was left of it, and took inventory. The morning sun streamed through the shattered front windows, illuminating the wreckage in unforgiving detail. Every bottle behind the bar had been smashed. Booze soaked into the floorboards, evaporating into the air with a sickly sweet smell that mixed with the acrid tang of the spray paint covering the walls. The tables were overturned, chairs splintered. The ancient jukebox lay on its side, gutted like a beached whale. Nick stepped carefully through the debris. The mirror behind the bar, an antique with beveled edges that had somehow survived decades of rowdy drunks, was now a web of cracks radiating from a central impact point. Spray painted across it in dripping red letters, "You brought this here." "Jesus," Chuck Denton said from the doorway. "They didn't leave much." "No," Nick said, "they didn't." Chuck picked his way through the mess, stopping to right a bar stool that was missing a leg. "You call the cops." "What for?" "Insurance, at least." "Insurance doesn't cover acts of war." Nick squatted down, picked up a framed photo from the floor. The glass was shattered, but the image was intact. His NYPD squad, taken at his retirement party. 20 smiling faces. Half of them hadn't spoken to him since the Weaver case blew up. "Any sign of Sarah?" Chuck asked. "None." Nick set the photo on the bar. "Her apartment's cleaned out. Cell phone dead. She's gone." "Rico got to her?" "Don't know." Nick pulled a mostly intact bottle of bourbon from under the counter, the only survivor of the massacre. The seal was unbroken. Maybe she ran. Maybe she was working with him all along. "You don't believe that." "I don't know what I believe anymore." Nick unscrewed the cap, didn't bother with a glass. He took a pull straight from the bottle, the liquor burning a path down his throat. First drink in 7 years, 3 months and 18 days. It tasted like giving up. Chuck watched him, face carefully neutral. "Bad idea, Nick." "Probably." Nick took another swallow. "But I'm fresh out of good ones." He made his way to the stage, kicking aside broken microphone stands and speaker parts. The karaoke machine had been stomped into electronic confetti. He sat on the edge of the stage, bottle dangling between his knees. "Staff's gone," Nick said. "Mimi quit yesterday. Said cooking for a dead man wasn't in her contract." Diego stopped answering his phone. "Smart people." "Yeah." Nick gestured with the bottle. "Smart people don't buy bars in Florida with their pension money. Smart people don't pick fights with local kingpins. Smart people don't," he stopped, took another drink. "Smart people don't get obsessed with cases they can't close." Chuck leaned against what remained of the bar. You're not thinking straight. I'm thinking clearer than I have in weeks. Nick stared at the destruction around him. I came down here to escape. Instead, I walked right into the same damn nightmare. You couldn't have known. Couldn't I? Nick laughed, a hollow sound. 2 dead girls with the same marks. One in New York, one 20 miles from here. I told myself it was coincidence. That I was done with that life. Nobody's ever done with who they really are, Chuck said. Nick nodded toward the spray-painted message. You brought this here. They're right. I did. I brought the darkness with me. Rico's crew did this, not you. Because I started asking questions. Because I couldn't leave it alone. Nick took another pull. The bourbon was losing its bite, turning smooth and dangerous. Same as New York. I pushed too hard, rattled too many cages. Chuck moved closer, keeping his distance like Nick was a bomb that might go off. So what now? You drink yourself stupid and let Rico win. Maybe he already won. Nick gestured around the ruins of his bar. I'm out of money, out of friends, out of options. The local cops think I'm running drugs. The feds won't touch this without hard evidence. And Sarah? He stopped, shook his head. Sarah's in the wind with the only proof that could nail Rico. You still have friends. Do I? Nick looked up at Chuck. Why are you even here? You barely know me. Chuck didn't answer right away. He picked up a broken dartboard from the floor, turned it over in his hands. 23 years with Tampa PD. I saw a lot of good cops burn out. Some ate their guns. Some disappeared into bottles. Others just faded away. That's not an answer. I knew a detective once. Good man. Solid investigator. He stumbled onto a trafficking ring operating through the port. High-end girls, drugs, money laundering. Big operation with bigger connections. Chuck set the dartboard down. He pushed hard. Too hard. They found him floating in Tampa Bay with his badge stuffed in his mouth. Rico's people. Different name, same business. Chuck met Nick's eyes. Nobody would touch the case after that. Not the department, not the state attorney, not even the feds. It all just went away. So you retired. I survived. Chuck's face hardened. And I've been waiting for someone crazy enough or driven enough to take another run at these bastards. Nick looked at the bottle in his hand. 3 inches of amber liquid left. 7 years of sobriety circling the drain. He thought of Jessica Weaver's eyes in the crime scene photos. Of Marina Costas in the canal. Of Tiffany washing up on the beach. Of Sarah, who might be running, might be captured, might be dead. I'm not your white knight, Chuck. No, you're a stubborn son of a bitch who can't let go of a case. Chuck nodded at the bottle. Question is, are you going to drown in that, or are you going to do something about it? Nick stared into the bourbon like it held answers. His reflection wavered on the surface, distorted and broken. He thought of the nights after Jessica Weaver's case went cold. The drinking. The blackouts. The disciplinary hearings. The rehab. The long climb back. I promised myself, Nick said quietly. Never again. A lot of promises get broken when the stakes are high enough. Nick stood, walked to the center of the room where the floor drain was. Without ceremony, he upended the bottle. Bourbon gurgled down the drain, catching the light like liquid amber. Not this one. He tossed the empty bottle into the trash bin. It shattered with a satisfying crash. Rico wants a war. I'll give him one. Chuck smiled for the first time since walking in. Now we're talking. But my way, Nick said. By the book. No cowboy shit. The book went out the window when they trashed your bar. Then we write a new one. Nick pulled out his phone, scrolled to a contact he hadn't called in months. I've still got a few markers to call in. With who? NYPD, FBI, old friends in inconvenient places. Nick hit dial. Rico thinks he scared me off. Thinks I'm broken. Let him. Element of surprise, Chuck nodded. I like it. The phone rang 3 times before a familiar voice answered. Callahan. Mike, Nick said. It's Holleran. Remember that favor you owe me? Time to pay up. After the call, Nick surveyed the wreckage again. In the daylight, it didn't look like destruction so much as transformation. The old drunken oyster was gone. Something new would take its place. First, Nick said, picking up a broom, we clean this mess up. Make it look like I've given up, gone into hiding. And then, Nick thought of Sarah's bruised face, of her fear, of the dead girls connected to Rico's operation, of his own failure with Jessica Weaver. The familiar cold focus settled over him, the detective's mindset he'd tried so hard to leave behind. Then we start hunting. Chapter 18. Nick Holleran woke to sunlight stabbing through cheap blinds like an ice pick to his temples. The empty Jack Daniels bottle on the floor told most of the story. The spray-painted message on his bedroom mirror, "You brought this here," filled in the blanks. He rolled onto his side, squinting at his watch. 2:17 p.m. The longest he'd slept since his first homicide scene 20 years ago. Standing required negotiation with gravity. His body filed complaints, dry mouth, throbbing head, stiff back from passing out on the bare mattress. The rental house smelled of smoke, not from the fire at the bar 2 nights ago, but from his own chain smoking during last night's bender. In the bathroom, Nick splashed cold water on his face and stared at his reflection. Bloodshot eyes. 3-day stubble. A cut on his cheekbone from Rico's goons tossing him around before they trashed the place. "Look at you," he muttered. "Some cop." The word felt hollow. He wasn't a cop anymore. Wasn't much of a bar owner either, now that the drunken oyster was a charred skeleton. Wasn't much of anything, except a man with a hangover and no plan. His phone lay on the floor, battery dead. Nick plugged it in and shuffled to the kitchen. The coffee maker was one of the few things Rico's men hadn't smashed. Small mercies. While the coffee brewed, Nick surveyed the damage. Furniture overturned. Photos ripped from frames. His meager possessions scattered and broken. They'd even slashed his mattress, though they hadn't found the .38 taped beneath the box spring or the backup piece in the toilet tank. The phone chirped as it came back to life. 17 missed calls. 3 voicemails. 12 texts. The first voicemail was from his insurance agent, explaining in careful terms that the fire investigation was ongoing and payment would be delayed pending results. Code for, "We think you torched your own place." The second was from Diego. "Boss, they took Sarah. Rico's guys grabbed her outside her apartment this morning. I tried to stop them, but..." A pause, then, "I'm at the emergency room. Don't worry about me. But Sarah, they'll kill her, man." The third was from Chuck. "Holleran. Rico's moved on you faster than I expected. Word is he's got Sarah at the Sandpiper. If you're smart, you'll get in your car and drive north until you hit Georgia. This isn't your fight." Nick deleted the messages and scrolled through texts. Similar information, different sources. Everyone knew Rico had Sarah. Everyone knew Nick was next. Everyone advised running. The coffee finished brewing. Nick filled a chipped mug and carried it to the porch, stepping over broken glass from the windows. The Florida afternoon was bright and hot, the kind of day tourists came for. Down the street, children played in sprinklers. A man washed his car. Normal life continuing, while Nick's burned down around him. He sipped his coffee and faced the truth he'd been avoiding since retiring. He didn't know how to be anything but a cop. 20 years in New York had hardwired certain responses. See a problem, solve it. Witness a crime, pursue justice. Find a victim, protect them. The Jack Daniels had been an attempt to drown those instincts. It hadn't worked. Screw it, Nick said aloud and went inside. He showered, shaved, and dressed in the only clean clothes left, jeans, a black t-shirt, and the boots he'd worn on midnight raids in Brooklyn. The routine felt familiar. A pre-operation ritual. Nick checked both guns, tucking the .38 into his waistband and the backup piece into an ankle holster. From the kitchen drawer, he retrieved a switchblade that had belonged to his father. Old school, but reliable. His phone rang. Diego. You alive? Nick asked. Technically. Diego's voice was strained. 3 broken ribs and a dislocated shoulder. Doctor says I'm lucky. Where are you now? Back home. Hospital. Got weird when I wouldn't give them my social security number. Nick frowned. You need to lay low. Rico's people will be looking to finish what they started. Too late for that. I'm already packed. Heading to my cousin's place in Tampa tonight. Smart move. What happened with Sarah? I was bringing her coffee. Morning ritual, you know. 2 guys in a black Escalade pulled up, grabbed her right off the sidewalk. I tried to help, but... Diego coughed painfully. One of them recognized me from the bar. Said Rico wanted to thank me for my service. You see where they took her? No, but I heard them mention the Sandpiper. Something about the room upstairs. Nick knew the place. The Sandpiper was Rico's flagship, a 2-story beach bar with private rooms on the 2nd floor. Ostensibly for parties, but locals knew better. Diego, I need information. Floor plans, staff schedules, security, anything you've got on the Sandpiper. You're going after her. It wasn't a question. Someone has to. Rico's got a small army there. Ex-military guys on the payroll. Real heavy hitters. I've handled worse in Brooklyn. Diego was quiet for a moment. Check your email in 10 minutes. I've been mapping that place for months. Paranoia has its uses. Why would you? Rico's operation isn't just drugs and girls. Diego's voice dropped. It's bigger. Human trafficking, money laundering, political protection. I've been tracking it all. Nick blinked. You're not just a paranoid bartender. Dia. 18 months undercover. My handler pulled me out last week when things got hot, but I stayed to finish mapping the network. Jesus Christ. Nick sat down hard. Why tell me now? Because Sarah wasn't just Rico's girl. She was my informant. Diego sighed. And now I'm blown, she's grabbed and the operation's in shambles. You could have told me earlier. Need to know basis. And now you need to know. Sarah kept records. Names, dates, accounts. If Rico gets those before we do, he'll clean house and disappear, Nick finished. Where are they? Safe deposit box at First Coast Trust. Sarah has the key. Nick checked his watch. Banks close in 2 hours. Rico knows about the records, too. That's why he took her, to get the key. Diego paused. Nick, Sarah isn't just another informant. She's my sister. The pieces clicked into place. Sarah's reluctance to leave town. Diego's excessive concern. The family resemblance Nick had noticed but dismissed. I'll get her out, Nick promised. My files are in your inbox now. Building layouts, guard rotations, entry points. But you can't do this alone. I'm not alone, Nick said, an idea forming. I've got friends. After hanging up, Nick sent a series of texts. To Mimi, need your cousin's fireworks. The illegal ones. To Walter, the mute fisherman who Nick knew was ex-Special Forces, meeting at Pete's boat. 5 p.m. Bring tools. To Pelican Pete, need your boat tonight. And your bird. The responses came quickly. None asked why. None refused. Nick holstered his guns and pocketed his phone. He looked around the trashed rental one last time, his gaze settling on the smashed framed photo of his NYPD Academy graduation. 22 years old, and certain he could save the world. He'd been naive then. He wasn't now. Nick stepped out into the Florida sunshine, leaving behind the empty bottle and the smell of smoke. He wasn't running. Not today. Not ever again. Rico Salazar had made a critical error. He'd mistaken Nick's retirement for weakness, his solitude for vulnerability. He'd calculated that a broken ex-cop would fold when pushed. He'd miscalculated. Nick Holleran got in his Jeep and headed toward the marina. Time to remind everyone why New York's worst had feared him for 20 years. Chapter 19. Nick Holleran sat in the dark of his motel room, phone pressed to his ear, listening to the voice of a man who had once been his partner and now felt like his only lifeline back to sanity. "You sure about this, Nick?" Mike Callahan asked, his New York accent hanging heavy against the backdrop of Florida silence. "Calling in favors from guys we busted 10 years ago isn't exactly by the book." "Left the book in New York," Nick said, "along with my badge and any illusions about how the world works. The Bureau's got a task force on Rico. Has for years. Why not just? Because Rico's got people inside the local field office. Sarah confirms it." "And you trust her?" Nick looked toward the bathroom, where the shower was running. Sarah had been in there for 20 minutes, washing away the memory of their narrow escape from Rico's men at the bank where her safe deposit box had been emptied 2 days before they arrived. "I trust that she wants to live," Nick said. "Beyond that, I'm keeping my options open." The shower stopped. Nick checked his watch, 3:17 a.m. In 4 hours, the remains of the drunken oyster would host the strangest trap he'd ever set. "Jacobson's flying down," Mike said, "bringing the case files and some equipment you might find useful. He's still with intelligence. Tell him to be careful. Rico's got eyes everywhere." "Nick." Mike's voice took on the tone he'd used when they'd worked homicide together, the one that meant he was about to say something his partner wouldn't like. "You walked away from the job to save your sanity. Now you're setting up a sting operation with no badge, no backup, using a bar that's half burned as bait. That sounds sane to you?" "No," Nick admitted. "But it sounds necessary." The bathroom door opened. Sarah emerged wearing one of Nick's t-shirts and a pair of sweatpants he'd bought at a gas station, her hair wrapped in a towel. 2 weeks on the run had hollowed her cheeks and put shadows under her eyes, but hadn't dimmed the intensity of her gaze. "Gotta go," Nick told Mike. 0 hours at 7. "I'll call you when it's done." He hung up. "Your NYPD friends coming through?" Sarah asked, sitting on the edge of the bed. "Some of them. The ones who don't mind operating in gray areas. Sounds like most cops I've met." Nick let that go. He'd spent too many years in a precinct to disagree completely. Diego confirmed the setup. "Rico's second in command will be there. Guy named Vega." "Carlos." Sarah's face tightened. "He's the one who handles discipline in Rico's organization. The one who gave you those bruises, among other services." She unwrapped her hair, combing through it with her fingers. "If this doesn't work, he'll be the one Rico sends to deal with us." "It'll work." Nick stood, stretching tight shoulders. They'd been moving constantly for days, calling in every favor, setting up each piece of the trap. Sleep had been a luxury neither could afford. "Did you reach out to the girls like I asked?" Sarah nodded. 3 are on board. Tina, Jade, and Mercedes. They'll be there. They understand the risks. Better than you do. Sarah's tone was sharp. They've lived with the risk every day. Outside, a car pulled into the motel parking lot, headlights sweeping across the room through gaps in the cheap curtains. Nick moved to the window, hand dropping to the gun at his hip. The car, a rental mid-size sedan, parked 3 spaces down. A tall man in a rumpled suit emerged, carrying a briefcase and looking exactly like what he was, a cop trying not to look like a cop. "That's Jacobson," Nick said, relaxing slightly. "Another one of your NYPD buddies. We put his brother away for racketeering. Afterward, he thanked me." Nick opened the door. Said his brother was too smart for his own good, but too stupid to stay clean. Sounds like a complicated relationship. Most are. Nick signaled to Jacobson, who approached with the careful scan of a man who'd spent his career watching for threats. Jacobson had thinning hair, a permanent 5 o'clock shadow, and eyes that had seen too much to be fooled by anything. He nodded at Nick. "You look like hell, Holleran. Retirement's been busier than expected." "So I hear." Jacobson glanced at Sarah. "This the girl?" "Sarah Costas," she said, not waiting for Nick's introduction. "Moreno was my cousin." Jacobson's eyebrows rose. "That wasn't in your file." "That's why Rico hired me. He likes connections. Leverage." Nick looked between them. "What file?" "We've had Miss Costas in our system for 3 years, Jacobson said, setting his briefcase on the bed. "Suspected informant for a DIA operation that went sideways in Miami. Agent in charge disappeared. So did their evidence." Sarah's face revealed nothing. "I don't know what you're talking about." "Sure you don't." Jacobson unlocked the briefcase. "But right now, I don't care. Nick called in a marker, and I'm here to pay." He removed several files and a small black case. "What's your play?" Nick outlined the plan. How they would use what remained of the Drunken Oyster for open mic night, spreading word that Sarah would be performing. How Rico's people would come looking. How they'd catch Vega on tape admitting to operations that crossed state lines. Federal charges that would stick even if local law enforcement was compromised. "And you're running this circus how?" Jacobson asked when he finished. "Diego's live streaming the event on some conspiracy theory channel. We've got 3 of Rico's girls willing to wear wires. And I'll be tending bar, recording everything. While painting a target on your chest." Jacobson shook his head. "What happened to the guy who wanted to retire and watch sunsets?" "Someone torched his bar." "And killed my cousin," Sarah added. "And Tiffany. And who knows how many others." Jacobson opened the black case, revealing several small recording devices and an assortment of equipment Nick hadn't seen outside of specialized NYPD operations. "These are better than anything you'll get on the street," Jacobson said. "Military grade. Can't be scanned by consumer-level detectors." Sarah picked one up. "The girls will need to hide these. They're designed for it. Internal battery lasts 6 hours." Jacobson looked at Nick. "You understand Rico will have armed men there." "I'm counting on it." "And your backup consists of an alcoholic beach bum you hired as security, a bartender who thinks the CIA is controlling pelicans, and 3 prostitutes wearing wires for the first time." Put that way, it did sound insane. But Nick had worked with less and achieved more. "I also have a retired FBI agent who owes me a favor," Nick said. "And an ex-partner with the NYPD who's monitoring remotely. And a mute fisherman named Walter, who's surprisingly good with a harpoon," Sarah added. At Nick's look, she shrugged. "We need all the help we can get." Jacobson rubbed his jaw. "If, and it's a big if, you pull this off, what then?" Rico's got connections beyond this backwater. People who won't take kindly to their supply chain being disrupted. One problem at a time, Nick said. First Rico, then his suppliers. That's cop thinking, Jacobson observed. Always working up the chain. Old habits. Nick started sorting through the equipment. Besides, I bought a bar to get away from murder cases. Now I've got 3 dead girls and a crime lord burning down my retirement plan. Seems like the universe is telling me something. Sarah and Jacobson exchanged a look Nick couldn't quite interpret. What? He asked. Nothing, Sarah said. Just wondering when you realized you couldn't outrun who you really are. Nick didn't answer. He was too busy checking the recording devices, planning approaches, calculating angles of sight, all the things he'd done for 20 years in New York. All the things he'd told himself he was leaving behind. Outside, the sky was still dark, but the faintest hint of gray suggested dawn wasn't far off. In a few hours, they'd find out if Nick's plan would expose Rico's operation or get them all killed. Either way, retirement had never been this interesting in New York. Chapter 20. Nick stood in the middle of the Drunken Oyster's newly restored floor, scanning the packed house. The place hummed with voices and laughter, a far cry from the charred shell it had been 6 weeks ago. Fresh paint covered the walls, seafoam green replacing the nicotine-stained beige. The bar gleamed with new varnish, and the rebuilt stage held a trio of gray-haired locals playing Jimmy Buffett covers just badly enough to sound authentic. Insurance money well spent, Chuck said, nursing a beer at the corner of the bar. Insurance, and a silent investor. Nick nodded towards Sarah, who moved efficiently between tables, trays balanced with practiced ease. The bruises on her face had faded, but Nick knew some marks didn't show on the surface. Smart move making her part owner, Chuck said. Gives her skin in the game. Gives her a reason to stay alive. Nick watched her laugh at something a customer said. Rico still wants her dead. And me along with her. Rico's got bigger problems at the moment. Nick knew that was true. The evidence from the flash drive, recovered during the sting operation that had netted Rico's lieutenant and a dozen of his crew, had spread like wildfire through 3 federal agencies. The Human Trafficking Task Force had moved in, the DEA close behind. Rico himself had slipped away during the chaos, but his empire was crumbling one indictment at a time. The bar's front door opened, and Diego strolled in wearing his "Chemtrails Are Real" t-shirt and a baseball cap lined with what looked like new aluminum foil. His podcast about coastal Florida conspiracies had gained a cult following since the sting, especially after he'd live-streamed the whole thing under the guise of documenting government black ops in action. "Boss?" Diego nodded, sliding behind the bar. "We got that special delivery. I put it in your office." Nick knew what that meant. Another file from his old partner Mike, another piece of the puzzle connecting Rico's operation to the cases that had haunted him in New York. Jessica Weaver's killer was still out there, but the net was tightening. "How's our special security tonight?" Nick asked. Diego glanced toward the door, where a sun-weathered man in a Hawaiian shirt sat on a stool, nursing a club soda. "Pete's on it. Nobody gets past him or Chairman Mao." Pelican Pete had turned out to be an unlikely ally, a former Force Recon Marine who'd found peace communing with seabirds after 3 tours in Afghanistan. His emotional support Pelican had a knack for sensing trouble before it started, and Pete's weather-beaten appearance disguised reflexes that hadn't dulled with age. "And our other friends." "The poet's at his usual table." Diego nodded toward a corner where a man with wild gray hair scribbled in a notebook. "Been writing all night. Says he's working on an epic about the Battle of the Drunken Oyster." Nick didn't have the heart to tell the poet that a DEA raid and 2 drunk college kids fighting over karaoke hardly qualified as an epic battle. The story had grown with each telling, becoming local legend. Good for business, if nothing else. Walt's at his usual spot, Diego continued, indicating Walter, who still drank beer through a straw at the end of the bar. And Mimi's terrorizing the line cook. On cue, the kitchen door swung open and Mimi emerged, arms crossed, eyebrows forming a formidable line across her forehead. "Your new boy can't dice worth a damn," she announced to Nick. "His onions look like they were cut with a lawn mower." "Then teach him," Nick said. "Bah. Waste of time." But Mimi's scowl had less bite these days. The new kitchen, with its professional-grade stove, pilot light guaranteed not to be possessed, had softened her edges slightly. Sarah appeared at Nick's elbow. "Table 6 wants to know if you're really an ex-cop who broke up a drug ring." "What did you tell them?" "That you're an ex-cop who bought a bar and minds his own business." Sarah's smile didn't reach her eyes. "But they're leaving a good tip, so feel free to show them your gun." "Very funny." Nick checked his watch. "The guys from the bureau still coming by later?" "That's what they said." Sarah glanced toward the door, a habit she hadn't shaken. "Always watching, always ready to run." "You really think they've found him?" "They've got a lead. Someone matching Rico's description was spotted in the Keys." Sarah's hand went to her throat, a nervous tell. "If they bring him in." "When they bring him in," Nick corrected, "you'll testify. Along with the other girls who've come forward." "And then what?" "Witness protection." "A new name, in a new town." Sarah shook her head. "I've spent my whole life running from something. I'm tired of starting over." "One day at a time," Nick said. It was the same thing his partner had told him after finding Jessica Weaver's body. Focus on the next step, not the whole staircase. The front door opened again, bringing in a blast of humid night air and a middle-aged couple that looked like they'd stepped out of a cruise ship brochure. The woman wore a sundress with pineapples printed on it. The man sported cargo shorts and a shirt that proclaimed "retired" under new management. "They're mine," Sarah said, moving to greet them. Nick watched her work, professional, friendly, but always with that edge of awareness. She'd changed since the night of the fire. They both had. The bar was no longer just a retirement plan. It was a fortress, a base of operations, a safe house for those who needed one. His phone vibrated in his pocket. Mike Callahan. "Tell me you've got something," Nick said by way of greeting. DNA came back on Tiffany Reese, the girl from the Intracoastal. Mike's voice was tight, controlled. "It's a match, Nick. Same killer as Jessica Weaver." Nick felt the familiar cold settle in his stomach. "Rico?" "No. The DNA doesn't match Salazar. But get this, it matches samples from 3 other scenes across the country. All young women, all working in bars or clubs." "A serial," Nick said. It wasn't a question. "Looks that way. And here's where it gets interesting. All the bars had connections to trafficking networks. Different organizations, different cities, but same mo." Nick watched Sarah move through the crowded room, delivering drinks, smiling at customers. Always in motion, always looking over her shoulder. "He's using the trafficking networks as hunting grounds," Nick said. "That's our theory. He finds girls who are already vulnerable, already off the grid. Girls no one will miss." "Exactly. The Bureau's putting together a task force. They want you as a consultant." Nick thought about the rebuilt bar, the new staff, the sense of purpose he'd found here. It wasn't the retirement he'd planned, but plans changed. People changed. "I need to think about it," he said. "Don't think too long. If this guy's pattern holds, he's already looking for his next victim." Nick ended the call and slipped the phone back into his pocket. Across the room, Diego was setting up the karaoke machine for later. Walter sipped his beer silently. Mimi shouted something in Spanish at the new cook. Normal night at the Drunken Oyster. Except nothing was normal anymore. Rico was still out there. And now, it seemed, so was a killer who had followed Nick to Florida, or had been here all along. The door opened again. 2 men in polo shirts and khakis stepped inside, scanning the room with the practiced eyes of law enforcement. The FBI agents right on time. Nick moved to greet them, decision already made. Some battles chose you. Some ghosts wouldn't stay buried. And some cases never really closed, no matter how far you ran. Chapter 21. The Drunken Oyster hadn't seen this many people since the Super Bowl. Bodies packed the bar 3 deep, spilled onto the deck, and clustered around the makeshift stage where Nick had installed proper sound equipment for the first time in the bar's history. A hand-painted banner hung crookedly above the entrance, Open Mic Night, featuring Sarah. Nick surveyed the crowd from behind the bar, looking for faces that didn't belong. 3 weeks of planning had come down to tonight. The bait was set. All they needed was for Rico to bite. 2 more kegs ready in the walk-in, Chuck said, sliding past with a tray of empties. The retired Tampa cop had shown up that morning in a bartender's apron, no explanation offered. You see our friends? Nick asked, nodding toward the door. 4 outside in an Escalade. 2 more at the corner table, trying not to look like muscle. Chuck wiped his hands on a bar towel. And Rico's second, Vega, just walked in. Expensive suit, cheap watch. Nick spotted him immediately. Mid-30s, slick hair, the kind of tan that came from a booth, not a beach. Marcus Vega had been Rico's enforcer for 5 years, according to Sarah's intel. Before that, he'd done time for aggravated assault in Miami-Dade. Any sign of Rico? Not yet. He'll wait, make an entrance when the crowd's warmed up. Chuck leaned closer. Your NYPD buddies in position? Nick glanced toward the back corner, where 3 men in flower print shirts nursed beers and watched the door. They'd arrived that afternoon, flying in from New York on vacation time, bringing with them recording equipment that would have been impossible to source locally. Mike's got the tech set up. Just needs Vega to say something incriminating. And if he doesn't? Then we moved to Plan B. Nick didn't elaborate. Plan B was messier, involved fewer warrants and more bruises. The front door opened, and Diego squeezed through the crowd, his tinfoil-lined baseball cap replaced by a straw fedora. He'd been working at the Sandpiper for the past 2 weeks, feeding Nick information about shipments and personnel. Boss? Diego nodded, his eyes darting around the room. Room's lousy with feds. Nick tensed. Where? Couple at the bar, claiming to be tourists. Too fit, too alert. Diego tapped his temple. I can spot government operatives a mile away. Nick relaxed slightly. Diego's paranoia was acting up again. Any word from our friend? Rico's on his way. Just left the Sandpiper. Diego lowered his voice. He's not alone. Bringing major backup. Nick had expected that. The flyer with Sarah's name had been digital chum in the water. Once it hit social media, Rico's response was inevitable. The only question was whether he'd come himself or send Vega to handle it. Sarah ready? Diego nodded toward the small storage room, serving as tonight's green room. Nervous as hell. But she's got the wire on. Sarah had insisted on wearing the transmitter, despite Nick's objections. My voice is what he wants to hear, she'd argued. Might as well make it count. The sound system squealed with feedback as Mimi took the stage, her usual kitchen attire replaced by a flowing caftan that made her look like an elderly fortune teller. Welcome to Open Mic Night, she announced, her accent thickening with every word. Tonight we have many talented performers, and our own Sarah will grace us with her voice. But first, poetry from our resident wordsmith, Captain Ron. A weathered man in a captain's hat tottered on stage, clutching a dog-eared notebook. The crowd groaned collectively. They warned me this might happen, Chuck muttered. Nick moved through the crowd toward the storage room. He found Sarah sitting on an overturned beer crate, staring at her reflection in a compact mirror. She wore a simple black dress that showed off the curve of her shoulders, her hair pulled back to reveal the delicate line of her neck. The bruises had faded to yellow shadows. "You don't have to do this," Nick said. Sarah snapped the compact shut. "Yes, I do. We have enough to go to the feds. The records from your safety deposit box, Diego's testimony about the shipments. It's not enough to put Rico away for good. You know that." Sarah stood, smoothing her dress. "We need him on tape, admitting what he did to Tiffany." Nick knew she was right. The evidence they'd gathered might be enough for an indictment, but Rico had judges in his pocket. They needed something airtight. "Just stick to the plan," he said. "Get him talking about the business. Don't push too hard on Tiffany. I know how to handle Rico." Sarah adjusted the small transmitter hidden in her bra. "I did it for 3 years." Outside, Captain Ron had launched into an epic poem about pelicans that had the crowd shifting impatiently. Nick caught Mike Callahan's eye across the room. 20 years as partners meant they could communicate with a look. Mike nodded once. Everything was set. 2 minutes, Diego said, poking his head into the storage room. Rico just pulled up. Sarah took a deep breath. "Showtime." Nick watched her walk toward the stage, shoulders back, chin up. Whatever happened next, there was no going back. The door swung open, and Rico Salazar walked in like he owned the place, which, until recently, he practically had. He wore a white linen suit, no tie, gold glinting at his wrists and neck. 2 men flanked him, their jackets not quite concealing the bulges of shoulder holsters. The room didn't exactly go quiet, but a ripple of awareness spread through the crowd. Even those who didn't know Rico could sense the shift in atmosphere. Captain Ron, oblivious to the tension, reached the crescendo of his pelican opus, and soaring high above the waves, the great bird knows no master. Scattered applause followed his descent from the stage. Mimi returned to the microphone. "And now, the moment you've been waiting for. Please welcome back to the Drunken Oyster stage, Sarah DeSanto." Sarah stepped into the spotlight as the opening notes of Stormy Weather filled the room. She'd chosen the song deliberately. It had been Rico's favorite when she sang at the Sandpiper. Rico froze halfway to the bar, his eyes locked on Sarah. Even from across the room, Nick could read the emotions crossing his face: surprise, anger, desire. "Don't life is bare." Sarah's voice was low, smoky, filling the room without effort. The crowd quieted, drawn in by the raw emotion in her performance. Nick moved casually toward the bar, positioning himself where he could watch both Rico and the entrance. Chuck caught his eye, then nodded toward Vega, who was speaking urgently into a cell phone. The song built toward its climax, Sarah's voice growing stronger with each phrase. Rico hadn't moved, his gaze never leaving her face. When she finished, the crowd erupted in applause. She acknowledged it with a small bow, then looked directly at Rico. The tension between them was palpable. Rico finally moved, making his way to the edge of the stage. Sarah stepped down, microphone still in hand, transmitter still recording. "Querida," Rico said, loud enough for those nearby to hear. "You didn't tell me you were performing tonight." "I didn't know I needed your permission anymore," Sarah replied, her voice carrying through the speakers. "Perhaps we should speak somewhere more private." Rico gestured toward the back. "I'm done with private conversations, Rico. I'm done with a lot of things." Rico's smile tightened. "Be careful, Sarah. You're among friends here. It would be a shame if these nice people learned what kind of business you were really in." Mike Callahan adjusted something on his phone, capturing every word. "You mean your business," Sarah said. "The one that killed Tiffany." Vega appeared at Rico's elbow, whispering something urgent. Rico's eyes narrowed as he scanned the room, suddenly alert to the possibility of a setup. Nick tensed, hand moving toward his concealed weapon. This wasn't part of the plan. Sarah was pushing too hard, too fast. Rico leaned close to Sarah, his lips near the microphone. "You think your cop boyfriend can protect you? After what happened to the other girls who crossed me?" The confession they needed was dangling right there. Nick could see Mike nodding. They were getting it all. "Tell me about Marina Costas," Sarah said. "And Jessica Weaver from New York." Rico's face changed, surprise flickering across his features before his mask slipped back into place. He reached for Sarah's arm. "I think it's time we—" The back door crashed open. 4 men in tactical gear stormed in, weapons drawn. Federal agents. Everyone on the ground. The carefully orchestrated plan dissolved into chaos. Chapter 22. The Drunken Oyster hadn't seen a crowd this size since the hurricane evacuation of 22, when it was the only place with a working generator and cold beer. Every table taken, standing room only at the bar, and a line stretching out the door. Nick watched it all from behind the bar, pouring drinks with mechanical precision while scanning faces. "Looking good, boss," Diego said, sliding past with a tray of empties. He'd swapped his usual conspiracy theory t-shirt for a button-up with palm trees that somehow made him look more suspicious, not less. "Think Rico's gonna show?" "Not Rico," Nick said. "He's too smart. He'll send his people first." The newly installed security cameras, discreetly positioned in ceiling corners and behind beer taps, fed to monitors in the back office where Mimi sat watching, a cigarette dangling from her lips despite Nick's repeated warnings about fire codes. Her job was simple: identify Rico's crew when they arrived. Sarah worked the floor in jeans and a Drunken Oyster tank top, her hair pulled back to reveal the fading bruise around her eye. The effect was deliberate. Nick wanted Rico's people to see the damage, to believe she was done hiding. 7 o'clock, Chuck murmured, appearing at Nick's elbow. In civilian clothes, he looked like any other retired guy in South Florida, khaki shorts, fishing shirt, weathered ball cap. Except for the eyes that never stopped moving. 2 suits by the door. Not local muscle. Nick glanced over. The men stood out amid the flip-flops and tank tops crowd, pressed slacks, expensive watches, the studied casualness of people with concealed weapons. "Rico's scouts," Nick agreed. "Checking the scene before he commits." "Your NYPD friends in position?" "Mike's team is outside. 4 plainclothes, a van down the street." Nick poured a whiskey neat for a sun-leathered regular. "If Rico shows, they move when I give the signal." Chuck kept his voice low. "And if he doesn't?" "Then we get his second in command. Almost as good." On stage, a bearded man in his 60s finished butchering Sweet Caroline to enthusiastic applause. Diego stepped up to the mic. "Give it up for Captain Ron, everybody." Diego shouted over the cheers. Next up, making her triumphant return to the Drunken Oyster stage, Sarah. The crowd erupted. Sarah had built a following before her disappearance, the pretty bartender with a surprisingly good voice. Now she took the stage like a boxer entering the ring, shoulders squared, eyes challenging. Nick noticed one of the suits by the door speaking into his wrist. Calling it in. Sarah adjusted the mic. "This one's for new beginnings," she said, and launched into a smoky rendition of "I Put a Spell on You." The bar quieted. Even the rowdy fishermen in the corner stopped their card game to listen. Sarah had kept this talent hidden from Nick until yesterday's rehearsal. "I used to sing at the Sandpiper," she'd explained. "Until Rico decided I was more valuable serving his VIP clients." The door opened. 3 more men entered. 2 obvious security types flanking a lean Cuban in his 40s with salt and pepper hair combed straight back. "Emilio Vega," Rico's right hand. The man who did the dirty work, while Rico kept his hands clean. "Showtime," Nick murmured. He caught Sarah's eye, gave a nearly imperceptible nod. She saw Emilio and didn't miss a beat, but her voice took on an edge that hadn't been there before. Nick's phone buzzed in his pocket. Mimi from the back room. Target confirmed. 3 more outside. Emilio and his entourage claimed a table near the stage, displacing a group of college kids with nothing more than a look. One of his guards whispered something, and Emilio smiled, eyes fixed on Sarah. Chuck drifted toward the entrance. His job was to make sure nobody bolted when things went down. Sarah finished, to thunderous applause. Even Emilio clapped, his smile revealing a gold tooth. "Thank you," Sarah said into the mic. "It's good to be home." She stepped off stage, and instead of returning to the bar, walked directly to Emilio's table. A calculated risk they'd argued about for hours. Nick kept his hand near the .38 holstered at his back. "Hello, Emilio," Sarah said, just loud enough for the nearby tables to hear. "Sarah." Emilio gestured to the empty chair beside him. "Sit. We have much to discuss." "I'd rather stand." Still stubborn. Emilio's accent thickened slightly. "Rico sends his regards. He was disappointed you couldn't join us." "I'll bet." Sarah crossed her arms. "Tell him I'm done running." "So I see." Emilio glanced around the bar. "You found protection with the ex-policeman. Very resourceful." "I found more than protection." Emilio's smile thinned. "The files, Sarah. Rico wants them returned. Tonight. Their insurance. Their stolen property." Emilio leaned forward. "And they aren't helping you anymore." The oyster burned. "Your new friend is facing charges. Rico's patience is gone." At the bar, Nick watched the exchange while pretending to mix a complicated cocktail. Diego had positioned himself nearby with his phone, the live stream capturing everything. "I'll make you a deal," Sarah said. "The files for my freedom. Documented, witnessed. I disappear, Rico forgets I exist." Emilio laughed. "You think Rico negotiates with thieves? With his property?" "I was never his property." "Your signature on employment contracts says otherwise." Emilio's voice hardened. "The contracts for all the girls. The ones you recruited. The ones you trained. The documentation you kept so meticulously as Rico's manager." The nearby tables had gone quiet, people pretending not to listen. "That was before I knew what he was really doing," Sarah said. "Before Tiffany. Accidents happen. She was murdered. Just like Marina Costas. Just like the girl in New York." Emilio's smile vanished. "You talk too much." "I've got copies, Emilio. Of everything. The routes, the names. The special clients who paid extra for the younger girls. The cops on payroll." A muscle twitched in Emilio's jaw. "Where are they?" "Safe. If anything happens to me, they go public." Behind the bar, Nick gave Diego the signal. Diego tapped his phone twice, sending a prearranged text to the NYPD team outside. Emilio studied Sarah, then chuckled. "You've changed, querida. Rico will be sad to hear it." He gestured to his men. "But some debts can't be negotiated." One of the guards reached inside his jacket. "Now," Nick shouted. The back door burst open. Mike Callahan led 3 plainclothes officers in, badges out, weapons drawn. At the same moment, Chuck moved to the front entrance, blocking the exit. "Police! Nobody move!" The guards froze. Emilio's face contorted with fury. "You bitch!" "That's enough," Nick said, stepping from behind the bar, his .38 trained on Emilio. Hands where we can see them. The bar erupted in confusion. Patrons dove for cover or pressed against walls. Someone screamed. Diego kept his phone steady, documenting everything. "You've made a serious mistake," Emilio said as Mike cuffed him. "Rico owns this town." "Maybe," Nick agreed. "But I've got friends in bigger towns." One of Emilio's guards made a break for it, shoving past a waitress. Chuck clotheslined him with a forearm that sent the man sprawling across a table of nachos. "Stay down, son," Chuck advised. "Night's already gone bad enough for you." Mike secured Emilio while his team rounded up the guards. "Got him, Nick." "Clean bust." "You've got nothing," Emilio spat. "No evidence. No witnesses who'll testify." Diego held up his phone. "Except this live stream where you just admitted to murder, trafficking, and police corruption. Already got 10,000 views." Emilio lunged at Diego, but was jerked back by the cuffs. "You're dead. All of you." "Add threatening witnesses," Mike said cheerfully. "You're making this too easy, pal." Sarah stepped forward, eyes locked on Emilio. "Tell Rico it's over. The files go to the FBI tomorrow, unless he leaves town tonight." "Rico doesn't run," Emilio sneered. "Then he burns." Sarah turned to Nick. "We did it." But Nick was scanning the chaos, counting heads. "Where's the third guard?" A commotion at the door answered his question. The missing man had slipped outside during the confusion and was sprinting toward a black SUV parked across the street. The driver's window lowered. Rico Salazar sat behind the wheel, watching impassively as his man jumped in. The SUV pulled away before anyone could react. "Damn it," Nick muttered. He'd wanted Rico too. "We'll get him," Mike assured him, leading Emilio toward the door. "This one will flip. They always do." The bar had emptied during the excitement, leaving only staff and a few stunned regulars, including Walter with his straw, and Pelican Pete minus his bird. "Is it over?" Diego asked, pocketing his phone. Nick watched the SUV's taillights disappear around a corner. "Not yet." Outside, red and blue lights washed the parking lot as local police arrived, the honest ones Mike had vetted beforehand. Inside, the drunken oyster looked like it had survived another hurricane. Chairs overturned, drinks spilled, the heavy scent of fear and excitement lingering in the air. Sarah stood in the center of it all, arms wrapped around herself, looking smaller now that the adrenaline was fading. "You okay?" Nick asked. "Ask me tomorrow." She managed a tired smile. "Good setup, though." "It worked." Nick holstered his gun. "But Rico's still out there." "And he doesn't forgive," Sarah said softly. "He doesn't forget." Chuck approached, dusting nacho cheese from his sleeve. "Round 1 to us. Round 2 won't be so clean." The three of them looked around at the wreckage of the bar, at the flash of police lights through the windows, at the locals watching them with newfound respect or fear or both. "Let him come," Nick said. "I didn't buy this bar to run." Chapter 23. Nick watched the feds load Rico's second-in-command, Vega, into an unmarked SUV. The parking lot of the Drunken Oyster was a swirl of flashing lights and dark suits. Agent Keller approached, her badge catching the blue and red pulses from the police cars. "Rico's in the wind," she said, not bothering with pleasantries. "We've got roadblocks on I-95 and alerts at the marinas, but my guess is he's already got a boat headed for the Bahamas." "He won't run," Nick said. "Not permanently." "Why so sure?" "Because he doesn't think he's beaten." The sting had gone according to plan, mostly. Nick's NYPD contacts had come through, disguised as a mariachi band for open mic night. Diego's livestream had captured Vega, openly discussing distribution routes through the coastal bars. When the signal was given, the takedown was quick. But Rico had slipped out the back, vanishing into the night like sea mist. We got his operation, Keller said. Money trail, distribution network, names. Enough to put him away for decades. If you catch him. When we catch him. She squinted at Nick. You don't look like a man who just helped bring down a major trafficking operation. Because it's not over. Keller studied him. In her late 40s, with salt and pepper hair cropped short, she had the weary intensity of someone who'd seen too much but hadn't quit yet. This is personal for you. It's personal for everyone involved. Nick looked past her to where Sarah sat in the back of an ambulance, a blanket around her shoulders despite the warm night. Those girls weren't just merchandise. No, Keller agreed. They weren't. FBI techs were carrying boxes from the Sandpiper. Computers, files, ledgers. The same material that had been moving through Nick's bar for years before he bought it, though he hadn't known it then. We found something you should see, Keller said, pulling a flash drive from her pocket. Recovered from Vega's office safe. What is it? Client list. Goes back 5 years. Lots of familiar names. Politicians, judges, businessmen. The kind of people who can make investigations disappear. And now they're going to be very uncomfortable. Keller handed him the drive. But there's something else. Something that may interest you specifically. Nick took the drive, looking at it with suspicion. Why give this to me? Because you're the one who connected it to New York. The Weaver case. I checked. You were right, same signature, same mo. Rico. Not directly. But someone in his organization. Keller nodded toward the drive. There's a file on there. Video from a security camera. Date matches the Weaver murder. Nick's heart rate picked up. You've seen it? Enough to know you need to. Whatever you found down here, it goes deeper than a trafficking ring. These people have been operating for years, across state lines. She checked her watch. I've got a briefing in 20 minutes. That drive never officially existed. I was a cop for 20 years. I know how evidence works. Do you? Because from where I'm standing, you look more like a bar owner with a grudge. Keller's expression softened slightly. Just be careful, Holleran. Rico's not the only one with connections. After she left, Nick walked over to Sarah. She looked up, her eyes red-rimmed but dry. Is it over? She asked. Not yet. Nick sat beside her. Rico's gone. He'll be back. I know. Sarah pulled the blanket tighter. What happens now? The feds will want to debrief you. Protective custody, probably. And then what? New name? New life. She laughed without humor. All I know how to do is pour drinks and look the other way. You did more than that tonight. Nick nodded toward Diego, who was animatedly describing something to a bored-looking federal agent. You both did. Rico will find me. He always does. Not this time. Nick squeezed her shoulder. This time, he's the one running. Sarah stood, letting the blanket fall. You don't know him like I do. This isn't over until one of us is dead. She walked away, toward an agent who was gesturing for her. Nick watched her go, then looked down at the flash drive in his palm. 20 years of detective work had taught him that cases didn't end cleanly. There were always loose threads, unanswered questions. Jessica Weaver's eyes had haunted him for years. Now maybe he would get answers. Chuck materialized at his side. Your bar's become a crime scene. Again. Better than a pile of ashes. True enough. Chuck surveyed the chaos. You stirred up one hell of a hornet's nest. Not the first time. But maybe the last. Chuck raised an eyebrow. The feds got what they wanted. Rico's operation is blown wide open. You could go back to retirement now. Find a new bar. Somewhere quieter. Nick closed his fingers around the flash drive. Not yet. The Weaver case. You think it's connected. I know it is. Nick glanced toward the sandpiper, where agents were still coming and going. And I think Rico knew it too. That's why he panicked when I started asking questions. You believe Rico killed her? I believe someone in his organization did. Someone who's still out there. Chuck sighed. You never were going to be just a bar owner, were you? I tried. No, you didn't. Chuck clapped him on the shoulder. But that's why you're still breathing. What's on the drive? I don't know yet. But Agent Keller seemed to think it was important. Keller's solid. One of the few. Chuck looked around at the diminishing activity. Need a place to crash? Your apartment's probably being watched. I've got a motel room. The Sunshine Motor Lodge. Real 5-star accommodations. Nick managed a tired smile. I've slept worse places. I'll bet. Chuck turned to leave, then paused. Whatever's on that drive, Nick, make sure you're ready for it. Some answers are worse than the questions. When Chuck was gone, Nick walked to his Jeep. The parking lot was emptying, the excitement dying down. By morning, it would be old news. Another bust, in a town that had seen too many. Another trafficker who would be replaced before the paperwork was filed. But not for Nick. For him, it was just beginning. He started the Jeep and headed toward the motel, the flash drive a small weight in his pocket. 20 years of carrying Jessica Weaver's unsolved murder had taught him patience. A few more hours wouldn't matter. But tonight, for the first time since he'd left New York, he felt close to an answer. The motel was quiet when he arrived, most of the rooms dark. Nick let himself in, checked the room out of habit, then sat at the small desk and booted up his laptop. The flash drive slid into the USB port with a soft click. Dozens of files appeared. Spreadsheets. Text documents. Videos. Nick found the one Keller had referenced, a video file dated the night Jessica Weaver was killed. He hesitated, then clicked. The footage was grainy, security camera quality. A New York alley, recognizable despite the poor resolution. A figure entered the frame, dragging someone behind him. The angle was bad, the lighting worse, but enough to see the victim was a woman with auburn hair. Jessica. Nick leaned closer, his breath caught in his throat. The man turned slightly, his face briefly illuminated by a streetlight. Nick froze the frame, staring at features he knew. Features he'd seen just hours earlier, fleeing through the back door of the sandpiper. Son of a bitch, he whispered. The face on the screen wasn't Rico Salazar's. Chapter 24. Nick sat in the charred remains of what had once been his office, sifting through the flash drive data on his laptop. The bar smelled of smoke and bleach, the cleanup crew having done what they could with the public areas while leaving the back office untouched. Water-damaged paperwork curled on the desk. The insurance adjuster had come and gone, clipboard full of check marks that might eventually translate to money. The door creaked open. Sarah stood in the frame, silhouetted against the afternoon light. Still playing detective? She asked. Old habits. Nick didn't look up from the screen. You should be at the safe house. I got bored. Sarah picked her way through the debris to perch on the edge of the desk. The feds think I need to be bubble-wrapped until the trial. Rico's still out there. So are a lot of bad people. Can't hide forever. She nodded at the laptop. Find anything? Nick turned the screen so she could see. Shipping manifests. Client lists. Payments to local officials. Rico documented everything. Smart businessman, terrible criminal. All criminals make mistakes. The smart ones just make fewer. Nick scrolled through a spreadsheet. But this is different. Too organized, too detailed. Like he wanted someone to find it. Maybe it's leverage against his bosses. Nick shook his head. There's something else. He opened a folder labeled NY. Transfers. Inside were photos, girls from the Sandpiper and other Florida bars, each with a destination noted. New York addresses. Clubs in Manhattan, Brooklyn. Jesus, Sarah whispered. It's all connected. Nick pulled up another file. Jessica Weaver, my cold case in New York. She worked at a club called The Reef before she disappeared. Look at the ownership. Sarah leaned closer. R&S Holdings. Rico and Salazar. His own shell company. So this whole time, he was running girls up and down the coast. New York to Florida, Florida to New York. Nick clicked through more documents. The operation's been active at least 5 years. That's why you couldn't solve your case. The connections were down here. And why no one down here could touch Rico. His protection extended to New York. Nick closed the laptop. But this is enough. The FBI's got what they need to put Rico away for decades. Sarah didn't seem as relieved as she should have been. She stared at the fire damage along the walls, expression distant. What? Nick asked. Rico wasn't working alone. I know. He had people in the department, in local government. No. I mean at the top. Sarah met his eyes. Someone bigger than Rico was pulling strings. That's why he kept such careful records. Insurance. Against who? I don't know. But I've heard names. Phone calls in the middle of the night. Rico answering to someone he was afraid of. She stood, moving to the window. That's why he ran, instead of staying to fight. He's not just running from the law. He's running from them. Nick's phone buzzed with a text from Mike Callahan. Check your email. Now. He opened it to find crime scene photos, fresh ones. A man's body in an alley, single gunshot to the head, execution style. What is it? Sarah asked, seeing his expression change. Murder in Queens. Last night. Nick enlarged the image. It's Derek Sloan. Who? Captain in the NYPD. The one I suspected was protecting the trafficking operation. Nick scrolled through more photos. He was dirty, but connected. Untouchable. Not anymore. This wasn't a robbery. It was a professional hit. Nick read the accompanying message from Mike. No witnesses, no evidence. Just like the others. Sarah went very still. The others. 3 men connected to the operation in New York have turned up dead in the past 24 hours. All executed the same way. Someone's cleaning house. Or eliminating witnesses. Nick replied to Mike, then put the phone down. Rico's not just running. He's a target. Sarah returned to the desk. What are you thinking? I'm thinking Rico's heading for the only safe place he knows. Somewhere with a fast boat to the Bahamas. The Sandpiper. It's got a private dock, security system, and a basement full of cash if the records are accurate. Nick stood, wincing at the pain in his side where one of Rico's men had landed a solid punch during the sting. The feds are watching the airports and highways, but they don't know about the escape route. We should tell them. We will. After we check it out. Sarah raised an eyebrow. We. You know the layout. I don't. And what makes you think I want to go anywhere near that place again? Because you want this finished as much as I do. A knock interrupted them. Diego stood in the doorway, wearing a t-shirt that read, "The truth is in here," with an arrow pointing to a burrito he was eating. Cops outside, he said around a mouthful. 2 plainclothes in a sedan. Been there 20 minutes. Feds or local? Nick asked. Diego shrugged. Hard to tell. Their radio equipment looks government issue, but could be department. Nick grabbed his gun from the desk drawer. We need to move. Back door clear. For now. But there's a beach patrol making rounds every half hour. Time to call in that favor from Walt, Nick said to Sarah. She nodded. His boat's still at the marina. Wait, Diego said. You're going after Rico? I thought the feds had this covered. They've got roadblocks and airports. Rico's got a boat. Then I'm coming too. No, Nick and Sarah said simultaneously. Diego looked offended. I've been monitoring radio chatter. I know which channels the police are using, which ones the feds are on. Could be useful. Nick considered it. Diego was erratic, but observant. Fine. But you stay on the boat with Walt. No heroics. Scout's honor. Diego gave a salute that looked nothing like any scout organization Nick had ever seen. Call Walt, Nick told Sarah. Tell him to meet us at the service entrance in 10 minutes. Sarah nodded and stepped outside to make the call. You trust her? Diego asked once she was gone. Why wouldn't I? Because she worked for Rico for years. Because she disappeared right when the feds showed up. Because she came back only after they had Rico's network mapped out. Nick studied Diego. You've been thinking about this. Paranoia's only paranoia if you're wrong. Diego finished his burrito. Sarah knew about the flash drive. She knew where Rico kept his records. She was helping us. Maybe. Or maybe she's playing both sides. Diego lowered his voice. Just saying, watch your back. Rico's still out there, and he's not the only snake in this swamp. Sarah reappeared in the doorway. Walt's in. He'll meet us at the dock behind the Sea Hag in 15. Nick nodded, tucking his gun into his waistband and grabbing a jacket to cover it. Let's go. They left through the kitchen, past the new industrial stove that Mimi had insisted on as part of her return conditions. The alley behind the Drunken Oyster was clear, but Nick could feel eyes on them as they made their way toward the marina. This town had too many shadows, too many corners where threats could hide. The Jessica Weaver case had brought him to Florida. The flash drive would finally close it. After 5 years, he was about to confront not just a killer, but an entire network that had operated in plain sight across 2 states. As they approached the weathered dock where Walt's boat was moored, Nick's phone buzzed again. Another text from Mike. Sloane's last call was to a number in Florida. You're Florida. 10 minutes before he died. Rico wasn't just running. He was hunting. And they were about to sail right into his web. Chapter 25. Nick watched the last coat of paint dry on the wall behind the bar, a deep blue that reminded him of the Gulf at dusk. 3 weeks since the federal raid had scattered Rico's operation like roaches in the light. 3 weeks of rebuilding the Drunken Oyster piece by piece, turning a front for a criminal empire into an actual business. Looks better than before, Chuck said, nursing a beer at the counter. Though that ain't saying much. The insurance company was surprisingly helpful once the feds cleared me of arson charges. Amazing how that works. Chuck raised his bottle. To second chances. Nick clinked his glass against it. Or third. I'm losing count. The front door swung open, and Sarah walked in carrying a box of novelty coasters. Her hair was shorter now, dyed a rich auburn that caught the late afternoon sun streaming through the windows. Delivery guy dropped these at my place by mistake, she said, setting the box down. Hey, Chuck. Sarah. Chuck nodded. New look suits you. Witness protection, fashion. She ran a hand through her hair. Turns out not being hunted by a crime boss is good for my complexion. The three fell silent for a moment. Sarah had spent 12 hours with the FBI, laying out everything she knew about Rico's organization. The flash drive Nick had recovered during the raid had sealed the deal. Financial records linking Rico to Nick's cold case in New York, and a dozen other operations up and down the East Coast. "You hear from your old partner?" Chuck asked. "Mike called this morning. Jessica Weaver's parents finally got the call they've been waiting 5 years for." Nick polished a glass that was already clean. "Closure doesn't bring her back, but it's something." Sarah squeezed his arm. "You finished what you started." "Not many people can say that." Nick nodded, not trusting himself to speak. He'd replayed the moment 1,000 times, finding the encrypted files on Rico's laptop, seeing the connection to Jessica's murder, watching the pieces fall into place. A case that had nearly destroyed him had followed him to Florida and found its resolution. The back door opened, and Diego emerged from the stockroom carrying a crate of liquor bottles. His tinfoil hat had been replaced with a branded drunken oyster cap, though Nick suspected there was still a layer of aluminum underneath. "Boss, the distributor shorted us again on the tequila," Diego announced. "I think they're part of the global agave cartel." "Or they just can't count," Nick said. "I'll call them tomorrow." "Your podcast listeners are gonna love this conspiracy," Sarah said. "Global agave cartel has a nice ring to it." Diego set down the crate. "It's not a conspiracy theory, if it's true. And my listeners expect investigative journalism." "All 12 of them," Chuck muttered. 14 as of this morning, Diego corrected. "Quality over quantity." Nick hid a smile. Diego's podcast, What They Don't Want You to Know, Bar Edition, had become his pet project since the raid. Each episode featured elaborate theories about everyday bar supplies and their connections to shadowy global organizations. It was ridiculous, but it kept Diego happy and surprisingly well informed about industry trends. The front door opened again. Mimi walked in, followed by Walter and his eternal straw. "We opening today, or just admiring the paint?" Mimi asked, lighting a cigarette despite the fresh no smoking sign. "Grand reopenings tomorrow," Nick reminded her. "Soft opening tonight for the regulars." "What's the difference between soft and grand?" "The price of the drinks." "The price is the same. The grand opening has a band." "That pirate boy with the guitar," Mimi huffed. "He can't sing for shit." "Captain Ron draws a crowd," Sarah said. "And his poetry isn't bad, once you get past the sea shanty delivery." Walter made his slurping noise in what seemed like agreement. "The new pilot light working okay?" Nick asked Mimi. "It's adequate," she conceded, which from Mimi was high praise. "The friar still has attitude, but we've reached an understanding." Nick looked around at his misfit crew, a conspiracy theorist bartender, an ancient cook with anger management issues, a mute regular, and a former waitress who'd helped bring down a criminal empire. Not exactly what he'd imagined when he cashed out his pension for a beach bar in Florida. The door squeaked open yet again. This time it was Pelican Pete, Chairman Mao perched on his shoulder like some kind of feathered parrot. "Heard you were back in business." Pete's leathery face split into a grin. "The bird missed this place." Nick pointed to the no animals sign he'd installed after the reopening permit came through. "Health code," he said, but there was no heat in it. Pete nodded solemnly. "Understood. Chairman Mao will wait outside." He lowered his voice. "He's still mad about that time you threw him out. Holds grudges, this one." The Pelican fixed Nick with its beady eye. "Tell him no hard feelings," Nick said. "But rules are rules." "Fair enough." Pete turned to go, then paused. "Town's different without Rico." Quiet. Folks are still adjusting. Better quiet than what we had before. Maybe. Pete didn't sound convinced. See you at the reopening? Wouldn't miss it. After Pete left, Chuck drained his beer. He's right about one thing. Town's different. Power vacuum's still sorting itself out. Not my problem, Nick said. I'm just running a bar now. Sure you are. Chuck stood. And I'm just a retired cop doing mall security. When Chuck was gone, Sarah moved behind the bar and poured herself a soda. He doesn't think it's over. It's not. Never is with operations like Rico's. Nick straightened a row of bottles. Someone will move in eventually. Take over the territory. But not the drunken oyster. Not if I can help it. Sarah studied his face. You're different, you know. Since we found the connection to Jessica's case. How so? Lighter. Like you put down something you've been carrying a long time. Nick considered this. Maybe. Or maybe I'm just getting used to Florida. Speaking of which, Sarah reached into her bag and pulled out a manila envelope. My lawyer finished the paperwork. Nick opened it. Inside were partnership documents for the Drunken Oyster, with Sarah listed as owning 25%. You sure about this? He asked. Being part owner of a bar isn't exactly witness protection protocol. Witness protection is over. Rico's going away for life. His top guys flipped on each other like synchronized swimmers. Sarah tapped the papers. Besides, I earned a stake in this place. Blood, sweat, and evidence. Nick couldn't argue with that. Welcome to bar ownership. The hours are terrible, and the customers are worse. But the company's not bad, Sarah said, not quite meeting his eyes. Before Nick could respond, Walter made a strangled sound and pointed out the window. A large dog was trotting across the parking lot. Nick's retriever mix, Gravy, who'd finally recovered from Rico's poisoning attempt. Damn it, Nick muttered. I thought I locked the yard gate. That dog's smarter than half the people in this town, Mimi observed. Already figured out where the kitchen scraps come from. Nick went to the door and held it open. Gravy bounded in, tail wagging, and made a beeline for Walter, who produced a beef jerky stick from his pocket. So much for the health code, Sarah said, watching the dog settle at Walter's feet. Some rules are more like guidelines, Nick admitted. Diego emerged from the back room. Boss, I set up the new sound system. Want to test it? Nick nodded. Diego pressed a button, and Frank Sinatra's voice filled the room, summer wind floating through the freshly painted space. For a moment, everyone stopped. Walter paused mid-chew. Mimi's cigarette dangled forgotten. Sarah leaned against the bar, eyes closed. Even Gravy lifted his head, ears perked. Nick looked around at his bar. His real bar, not a front, not a cover, but a business he'd built from the wreckage of Rico's operation. A place that was starting to feel like home. Not bad, he said, failing to hide his smile. Not bad at all. Chapter 26. The newly painted walls of the Drunken Oyster gleamed ocean blue under the string lights. Nick leaned against the bar, surveying the Friday night crowd with a cautious satisfaction he still wasn't used to. 3 months since the raid. 2 months since the reopening. 1 month since the last reporter had come sniffing around for the story of the ex-cop who took down a trafficking ring from his beach bar. Look at this place, Sarah said, sliding next to him with an empty tray. Standing room only, and it's not even 8. Turns out nearly getting murdered is good for business. Nick nodded toward the makeshift stage where a line was forming. Your idea's working. Told you poetry slams would bring in the college crowd. Poetry slams, Nick muttered. In my bar. Our bar, Sarah corrected. Check says 51% me, remember? Nick remembered. The paperwork had gone through last week, making Sarah official part owner. His retirement fund had taken the hit, but it felt right. She'd earned it. The front door swung open, admitting a gust of sticky evening air and Pelican Pete, his weathered face split in a grin beneath his captain's hat. Chairman Mao waddled in behind him, webbed feet slapping against the worn floorboards. "Nick," Pete bellowed, making a beeline for the bar. "You seen the weather report?" "Should I have?" "Hurricane warning. Category 3, maybe 4. They're calling it Esmeralda." Sarah frowned. "That's the third one this season. Mother Nature's pissed at Florida." Pete stroked the Pelican's head. "This one's tracking straight for us. Landfall in 36 hours. Nick had been through enough hurricane scares to be skeptical. They always change course. "Not this one. Navy boys say it's locked in." Pete tapped the bar. "Rum. The good stuff. Might be my last drink before evacuation." Sarah poured a double of the aged rum they kept for Pete, the only customer who ordered it. "You're really leaving?" "First light tomorrow. Chairman Mao gets anxious in big storms." The Pelican gave a guttural squawk, as if to confirm this fact. Nick's phone buzzed. Chuck's name on the screen. "Excuse me," he said, stepping away from the bar. "Chuck. What's up?" "You watching the weather?" "Just heard. Hurricane Esmeralda. It's the real deal. Counties issuing mandatory EVACS for the coast, starting tomorrow morning." Chuck paused. "Thought you should know, Rico's out." Nick's grip tightened on the phone. "Out? How?" "Preliminary hearing yesterday. Judge Washburn granted bail. $2 million. Rico doesn't have that kind of cash. Feds froze his accounts. Someone posted it. Word is he's holed up at his place on Osprey Point." Nick glanced back at the crowded bar, at Sarah laughing with Pete. "Thanks for the heads up." "There's more," Chuck said. "Rico's lawyer's been making noise about witness intimidation, claiming the evidence was planted. They're trying to get the case tossed before trial." "Let them try. We've got Sarah's testimony, the records, Diego's recordings. Just watch your back. Rico's got nothing left to lose." Nick hung up and returned to the bar as Diego emerged from the back, his tinfoil hat replaced by a bandana that did little to contain his wild hair. He'd finally ditched the conspiracy theories after his podcast about the raid went viral. Now he was the local celebrity, signing autographs on cocktail napkins. "Boss," Diego said, "we're out of tequila and the mic's cutting out again." "I'll fix the mic." "Sarah, call the distributor for a rush delivery." "On it." She moved down the bar, phone already in hand. The door opened again, admitting a short man with salt and pepper hair and wire-rimmed glasses, a notebook tucked under one arm. "The pirate's here," Diego whispered. "It's slam time." The crowd parted as the man made his way to the stage. Everyone knew Lawrence Tucker, the self-styled pirate poet of Palm Bay, former literature professor turned beach bum. His nautical-themed poems had developed a cult following, especially after the Miami Herald had profiled him. Nick watched Tucker take the mic, adjusting his spectacles with theatrical precision. "Ladies, gentlemen, and those who prefer not to be labeled," he began, voice carrying over the suddenly hushed crowd. "Tonight I shall transport you to the depths of the ocean's soul, where mermaids whisper secrets of the damned." Sarah reappeared at Nick's side. "Distributor can't deliver until Monday. Hurricane preps got everyone locked down." "Monday? We'll be out by then." "That's what I told him." He laughed. Nick scanned the shelves behind the bar. They were running low on everything. "We'll have to make a supply run tonight. Last stock up before the storm." "If you're going, take Gravy," Sarah said. "He needs a walk." As if summoned by his name, Nick's dog trotted out from the office, a massive brown mixed breed with floppy ears and intelligent eyes. Gravy had been a stray that showed up the day after the bar reopened, instantly claiming the place as his territory. Now he had his own cushioned stool at the end of the bar, complete with a brass nameplate Sarah had ordered online. Tucker's voice rose to a dramatic crescendo. The squall approaches, tempest of the heart, as man and nature dance their ancient war. The crowd snapped their fingers in appreciation, apparently the proper response at poetry slams. Appropriate, Nick muttered, given the weather. We closing tomorrow? Sarah asked. County says we have to. Mandatory evacuation by noon. Sarah's face tightened. Rico's out on bail. So she already knew. Nick shouldn't have been surprised. Sarah had sources everywhere now, respected in ways he'd never be as an outsider. Chuck just told me, he said. Rico's at Osprey Point. That place is a fortress. Private dock, generator, hurricane shutters. He won't evacuate. Not our problem. We'll be gone. Sarah studied his face. You're a terrible liar, Nick. I'm not lying. You've got that look. The one you had when you found Rico's ledger. You're planning something. Before Nick could respond, a commotion erupted at the door. Mimi burst through, her gray hair escaping from its usual bun, eyes wild. Turn on the news, she shouted. Channel 8. Diego grabbed the remote, switching the bar's TV from the baseball game to the local news. A grim-faced reporter stood on the beach, palm trees bending behind her in the strengthening wind. Upgraded to Category 4, with sustained winds of 130 miles per hour. Officials are calling Hurricane Esmeralda potentially catastrophic. Mandatory evacuations are now in effect for all coastal areas. The crowd murmured, phones appearing as people checked weather apps and texted loved ones. Looks like poetry slam's over, Nick said. Tucker approached the bar, tucking his notebook away. The storm comes for us all, Holleran. Will you stand against it? I'm standing against overpriced liquor distributors. The storm I'm evacuating from. That's not what I hear. Tucker's eyes were sharp behind his glasses. Word is Rico Salazar's gunning for you. Hurricane's perfect cover. Nick stared at him. Where'd you hear that? Poets have sources too. Tucker tapped his nose. We listen while others talk. You should get out tonight, not tomorrow. Sarah gripped Nick's arm. He's right. If Rico's going to make a move, the hurricane's perfect. Everyone distracted. Police busy with evacuation. No witnesses. Nick looked around at his bar, his second chance that had nearly cost him everything. I'm not running from Rico or the storm. Diego joined them, lowering his voice. My cousin works security at the marina. Says Rico's boat was being prepped today. Stocked with supplies. He's not leaving, Sarah said. He's preparing to ride it out. Or preparing to leave right after he finishes his business, Nick said. The TV showed radar images of the massive hurricane, its spiral bands already touching the Florida coast. Evacuation routes flashed across the screen. Gravy pressed against Nick's leg, sensing the tension. We should close now, Sarah said. Get everyone out, board up. Nick nodded. Diego, last call. Mimi, shut down the kitchen. As the staff moved to their tasks, Nick caught Sarah watching him. What? He asked. I know that look too. You're not planning to evacuate at all. Everyone else is evacuating. You included. Like hell. Sarah. No. Her eyes flashed. We built this place back together. I'm not letting Rico take it away. Nick looked at her, really looked at her, seeing not the frightened waitress who'd shown up bruised at his door months ago, but the partner who'd helped him bring down Rico's operation. Rico doesn't want the bar, he said quietly. He wants revenge. On both of us. Then he'll have to go through both of us. Outside, the wind was picking up, rattling the new sign Nick had hung just last week. Inside, the crowd was thinning as news of the hurricane spread. Tucker was at the door, tipping an imaginary hat to Nick. When man and nature rage as one, the poet called, stand fast against the gale or be undone. The door closed behind him, leaving Nick and Sarah alone at the bar. You know, Nick said, I'm starting to think Florida attracts crazy people. Says the ex-cop who bought a bar. Fair point. Sarah's phone buzzed. She checked it, her expression darkening. Text from an unknown number. Just coordinates. Where? Osprey Point. Rico's place. She looked up. It's an invitation. Or a trap. Nick didn't need to say it. The wind howled outside, the first real gusts of Hurricane Esmeralda announcing her approach. Inside the Drunken Oyster, Nick Holleran reached for the gun he kept under the bar, the weight familiar in his hand. Better board up the windows, he said. Looks like we're riding out this storm. Chapter 27. The hurricane shutters rattled against the windows of the Drunken Oyster, like somebody was trying to break in. Nick checked the latches for the third time. Weather radio said Hurricane Delilah had intensified to a Category 3, making landfall in 6 hours. Sarah stood behind the freshly rebuilt bar, counting down the register. That's the last of it. Bank deposits ready. No banks open today, Nick said. Everything's shutting down. The bar had been renovated after the fire. New floors, new bar top, new paint that didn't smell like 3 decades of cigarette smoke. The insurance money had covered most of it. The rest came from Nick's pension, which was dwindling faster than he'd planned. Governors ordered mandatory evacuation, Diego said, emerging from the stockroom. He'd taped his windows that morning, he'd told them, using a special pattern that would confuse the storm's energy. I've got my bug-out bag in the car. Then bug out, Nick said. Both of you. I'll finish up here. Sarah shook her head. Not happening. I'm part owner now, remember? After the sting operation that had exposed Rico's trafficking network and brought down the corrupt police chief, Sarah had used her settlement money to buy into the bar. The paperwork had been finalized just yesterday. Co-owner or not, there's a hurricane coming, Nick said. You should be halfway to Orlando by now. So should you. I've got to secure the place. Bullshit. You want to be here if Rico shows. Nick didn't answer. The truth was, Rico had gone underground after the sting. The feds had rolled up most of his organization, but Rico himself had slipped away. Nick's contacts in Miami said he'd fled to South America. Nick didn't believe it for a second. The door banged open, letting in a gust of wind and Walter. The old fisherman nodded at them and took his usual stool. Walter, there's a hurricane coming, Nick said. You should be evacuating. Walter shrugged and made the gesture for a beer. You sure? Storm surge could hit 15 feet. Walter nodded. Nick pulled him a draft and set it down with a bendy straw. You're the strangest man I've ever met, Nick said. Walter smiled and sipped his beer. Diego checked his phone. Highway's already jammed. Traffic's backed up 20 miles. Take the inland route, Nick said. Through the state forest. That's where the lizard people have their underground base, Diego said, but he was already gathering his things. You really staying? Somebody's got to watch the fort. Diego glanced at Sarah, then back to Nick. Rico's not coming back. He'd be crazy to show his face after what went down. Then I'm securing the bar against crazy weather, not crazy people. Diego looked unconvinced, but knew better than to argue. He'd been there for the sting operation, had seen the cold efficiency with which Nick had orchestrated the takedown. Had seen Rico's fury when he realized he'd been outplayed. "Just be careful," Diego said, heading for the door. "And if you see any black helicopters, run the other way." After Diego left, Sarah finished the deposit and locked it in the safe. Outside, the palm trees bent sideways in the strengthening wind. "You really think he's coming back?" she asked. "I know he is." "How?" Nick pulled out his phone and showed her a text he'd received that morning. "The eagle returns to the nest. Watch your back." "Chuck?" Sarah asked. Nick nodded. Since the sting operation, Chuck had been feeding him information from his security contacts around the state. They'd formed an uneasy alliance, Chuck resenting Nick's methods but respecting his results. "If Rico's back, he's not here for the weather," Nick said. "He's here for us." Sarah's hand went to the scar on her neck, a souvenir from her last encounter with Rico's men. "For me. For both of us. We cost him everything." Walter slurped his beer loudly, reminding them of his presence. "Walter, seriously," Sarah said. "You need to go. It's not safe." Walter set down his beer and to their shock spoke. His voice was a gravelly whisper from long disuse. "Had a boat for 40 years, he said. Lost it in Hurricane Andrew. Lost my house in Irma. The storm." He shook his head. "Just another Delilah." Nick stared at him. "You talk. When it matters." Walter finished his beer and stood up. "Rico's driving a black Range Rover. Saw him at the marina this morning. You know Rico." "Everyone knows Rico." Walter walked to the door. "Good luck, Yankee. You're gonna need it." After he left, Nick locked the door behind him. And the mysteries of Walter continue. "At least we know Rico's vehicle," Sarah said. "Doesn't matter. He won't be driving up to the front door." Sarah's phone buzzed. She checked it, her face paling. "It's him." "What's it say?" "I'll be seeing you soon, Carida." Sarah's hands trembled. "He knows I'm here." "Of course he does. He's been planning this." Nick moved to the office and came back with his .38 and a shotgun he'd acquired after the fire. "Question is, what's he planning exactly?" "Revenge. What else?" "Rico's not just about revenge. He's about money and power." Nick checked the shotgun's action. "We took his operation down. He'll want to rebuild. That means eliminating witnesses. Like me. Like both of us." Outside, a transformer exploded, plunging the street into darkness. The emergency lights in the bar flickered on, casting everything in a dim red glow. "Perfect timing," Nick muttered. "Power company said there'd be outages." "This isn't an outage. This is Rico making his move." Nick peered through the hurricane shutters. The street was deserted, rain coming down in sheets. "We should call the police," Sarah said. "And say what?" "That a fugitive might be coming for us during a hurricane. They've got bigger problems." Sarah took a steadying breath. "So what's the plan?" "We defend what's ours." Nick handed her the .38. "You remember how to use this?" Point and click. Sarah checked the cylinder. "But I'm a better shot with the Glock." "Glock's in the safe. Combination's your birthday." Sarah gave him a look. "You knew this was coming." "I knew something was. Rico's not the type to disappear gracefully." Nick moved behind the bar. "I've got motion sensors on all the entrances. If someone tries to come in, we'll know." The wind howled outside, and rain pounded against the shutters like buckshot. The hurricane was getting closer. Sarah positioned herself where she could see both the front door and the hallway to the back. "How long do we wait?" until he makes his move or the storm passes. Nick switched off the emergency lights, plunging them into darkness. Either way, we've got the home field advantage. They sat in silence for several minutes, listening to the storm rage outside. Then, almost imperceptibly among the wind and rain, came the sound of glass breaking from the kitchen. "Back door," Sarah whispered. Nick nodded, moving silently toward the hallway with the shotgun raised. Sarah followed, the .38 steady in her hands. A crash from the front made them both spin around. Someone was forcing the hurricane shutters. "Two-pronged attack," Nick muttered. "You take the front. I'll take the back." Sarah nodded, moving into position behind the bar where she had cover and a clear shot at the door. Nick continued down the hallway toward the kitchen, keeping to the shadows. Through the window in the kitchen door, he could see flashlight beams dancing in the darkness. His phone buzzed in his pocket. A text from an unknown number. "I've waited a long time for this, detective." Rico was here. The storm had brought him back, just as Nick had known it would. The final showdown was coming. Nick thumbed off the safety on the shotgun and waited in the darkness as Hurricane Delilah screamed outside. Some storms you evacuate from. Others you stand and face. Chapter 28. The hurricane shutters rattled against the Drunken Oyster's windows like machine gun fire. Outside, palm trees bent horizontal, their fronds whipping in winds that had already topped 60 miles per hour. The evacuation order had come down 6 hours ago. The streets were empty, except for debris and rising water. Nick checked his watch, 9:42 p.m. The eye of Hurricane Miranda was still 3 hours out. "You should have gone with them," he said to Sarah, who was stacking bottles behind the newly rebuilt bar. The insurance money had covered most of the renovations. Better wood, better lighting, same soul. "And miss all this fun?" She nodded toward the howling wind. "Besides, somebody's got to make sure you don't get yourself killed." Nick checked his .38 for the 4th time that hour. "Rico's not coming. Not in this weather." "You don't believe that any more than I do." She was right. The text had come an hour after the mandatory evacuation. "We finish this tonight. Just you and me. No signature needed." The bar's landline rang. Nobody had that number except staff and suppliers. Nick picked up. "Drunken Oyster." "You're a hard man to kill, Mr. Holleran." Rico's voice was calm, almost conversational, like he was ordering dinner instead of delivering threats during a Category 3 hurricane. "I've heard that before." "I imagine you have." A pause. "Is Sarah with you?" Nick looked at Sarah, who had gone still. "No. She evacuated with everyone else." "Liar." Rico chuckled. "But it's good you want to protect her. Shows character." "What do you want, Rico?" "To conclude our business. The storm provides perfect cover, don't you think? No witnesses. No immediate response from authorities. Just us resolving our differences like gentlemen. There's nothing gentlemanly about trafficking girls and murdering them when they know too much." "Ah, so you've connected those dots." Rico sounded almost impressed. "That complicates things." "Complicates them enough for the federal task force that's been building a case for the past month," Nick said. It wasn't entirely a bluff. The feds had been responsive after Nick's old partner called in favors, but with bureaucratic caution. They've got Sarah's evidence. They've got my testimony. And now they've got Tiffany's autopsy, matching the Marina Costas and Jessica Weaver murders. The silence stretched long enough that Nick thought Rico had hung up. "Then it seems we have nothing left to discuss," Rico said finally. "Except the matter of personal satisfaction." "Meaning?" "You took something from me. Something valuable." "Sarah's not property." "Not Sarah." Rico's voice hardened. My reputation. My standing. For 20 years, I've been untouchable in this town. Then you arrive with your New York righteousness and your badge mentality, turning my people against me. Wind slammed against the building, making the walls creak. Come to the alley behind your bar, Rico said. Alone. We end this tonight. Why would I do that? Because if you don't, the next call I make is to certain associates who are sheltering with your bartender, Diego, and that ridiculous old woman who cooks for you. Nick's grip tightened on the phone. You're bluffing. Am I? Diego lives at Pelican Cove Apartments, Unit 213. Right now, he's playing cards with Mimi and that mute fisherman friend of yours. They think they're safe because nobody saw them leave. Nick felt cold despite the humid air. When? 1 hour. Just you and me. We settle this like men. The line went dead. Sarah was already moving toward him. What did he say? He's got eyes on Diego and Mimi. Jesus. She ran a hand through her hair. You can't meet him, Nick. It's suicide. If I don't, they're dead. Nick checked his watch again. You need to go. Take my Jeep. Get to the emergency shelter on Route 41. So both of us can die separately. No thanks. Sarah pulled a small revolver from her waistband. We do this together. That wasn't the deal. Deals changed. She checked the cylinder. Rico won't come alone anyway. He never does. Nick knew she was right. Rico would have muscle nearby, hurricane or not. You know how to use that thing? You forget I grew up in Georgia. Sarah snapped the cylinder shut. My daddy taught me to shoot before I could drive. Outside, the storm intensified. A metal garbage can tumbled past the front windows like a tumbleweed. This plan is insane, Nick said. Meeting a murderer in a hurricane. Got a better one? He didn't. They were outgunned, outmanned, and trapped by weather that could kill them as easily as Rico could. The bar's back door burst open, blown in by a gust that sent rainwater sluicing across the floor. Walter stood in the doorway, soaked to the skin, a hunting rifle gripped in his hands. Walter. Nick moved toward him. What the hell are you doing here? Walter opened his mouth, struggled, then forced out words that sounded rusty with disuse. Heard. Rico. Coming to help. It was the first time Nick had heard him speak. How did you know? Sarah asked. Walter tapped his ear, then pointed to the ceiling. Listen, everywhere. Jesus, the old man's been spying on the whole town, Nick said. Walter shook his head, frustrated. Not spy. Protect. He pulled a waterproof bag from inside his coat and handed it to Nick. Inside was a police scanner, a handheld radio, and a hand-drawn map of the area with positions marked. Rico, 4 men. Walter pointed to the map. Here. And here. Nick studied the markings. Rico had men positioned at both ends of the alley, creating a kill box. Classic ambush setup. Why are you helping us? Sarah asked. Walter's eyes shifted to her, then back to Nick. Rico killed my daughter. 3 years ago. Marina Costas, Nick said, understanding dawning. She was your daughter. Walter nodded once, grief etching deeper lines into his weathered face. That's why you came to the bar every day, Sarah said softly. You were watching for him. Waiting for someone who would fight. Walter's eyes bored into Nick's. You. The revelation hit Nick like a physical blow. Walter had recognized something in him. The same obsession, the same inability to let go of justice deferred. For months, the old fisherman had been silently waiting, watching, hoping Nick would pick up the thread. How long have you known about Rico? Nick asked. Always. No proof, until you came. Walter gestured to the map again. Need plan. Nick checked his watch. 40 minutes until Rico's deadline. We're outmanned and outgunned, Nick said. Sarah moved to the windows, peering through a gap in the shutters. But we've got something they don't. What's that? She pointed outside, where the storm was throwing debris like missiles. Home field advantage, and Mother Nature on our side. Nick looked from Sarah to Walter, both soaked, both armed, both with personal vendettas against Rico Salazar. This is probably going to get us all killed, he said. Walter broke the shotgun open, checking the loads. Better than waiting. Sarah nodded. What's the play, Nick? Nick studied Walter's map again, an idea forming. He thought about everything he'd learned in 20 years chasing killers through New York's worst neighborhoods. About angles and sightlines and human nature. About how even the smartest criminals made stupid mistakes when they got angry. About how Rico Salazar, for all his power and connections, had one critical weakness. Pride. Rico wants satisfaction, Nick said. Let's give him a show he'll never forget. Walter and Sarah leaned in as Nick outlined his plan. Outside, the hurricane wailed like something alive and hungry, promising violence to match whatever man could deliver. Chapter 29. The hurricane had a name, Eliza, but Nick just called it a bitch. Rain hammered the metal roof of the Drunken Oyster like automatic weapons fire. Wind tore at the plywood covering the windows. The power had gone 2 hours ago. Nick pressed a bar towel to the gash on his forehead. Rico Salazar sat zip-tied to a bar stool 10 feet away, blood trickling from his split lip. The hurricane howled outside, drowning out the sound of Rico working his jaw back and forth. You're making a mistake, Holleran, Rico said. Not my first, Nick replied. Won't be my last. The police won't make it in this weather. That's what I'm counting on. The flashlight on the bar cast long shadows across the empty room. Most of the liquor bottles had shattered during their fight, filling the air with the smell of spilled alcohol. Nick's ribs ached where Rico had landed a solid kick. His knuckles were raw. I offered you a way out, Rico said. A partnership. You could have been rich. How'd that work out for Tiffany? For Marina Costas? For Jessica Weaver? Nick adjusted the towel against his head. For all the girls who disappeared after working in your places? Something flickered in Rico's eyes. I don't know those names. Jessica was in New York. That one wasn't you directly. But your Miami connection, they used the same methods, same disposal techniques. You're delusional. Am I? Nick picked up Sarah's flash drive from the bar. Because Sarah's records say otherwise. Names, dates, bank accounts. The whole operation. He twirled it between his fingers. You really should have killed her when you had the chance. Rico strained against his restraints. She's a liar. A junkie. She's a witness. And the feds love witnesses. Outside, a section of the boardwalk tore loose, crashing against the side of the building. The whole structure trembled. We might not survive this storm, Rico said. That a threat or a weather report? An observation. Rico nodded toward the ceiling, where water had begun seeping through. This place wasn't built to last. Nick glanced up at the spreading water stain. Neither was your operation. A sharp crack from outside, the sound of something massive giving way. Both men tensed. You're not a cop anymore, Rico said. You're just a bar owner with a grudge and a death wish. I stopped being just anything the night you torched my place. Nick checked his watch. Diego should have reached the sheriff by now. Diego. Rico laughed. The conspiracy nut. They won't believe a word he says. They will when they see the evidence. Nick held up his phone, showing the video he'd been recording since Rico burst in through the back door. Confession is good for the soul, they say. Rico's eyes narrowed. You've been playing me. Just having a conversation between two businessmen. I didn't confess to anything. Not directly. But when the feds match your voice to the recordings Sarah made at the Sandpiper, the ones where you discussed shipping routes and special merchandise, they'll have enough. The building groaned as another blast of wind hit it. Something heavy crashed onto the roof. They'll never find all the bodies, Rico said suddenly. His voice had changed, gone flat. Jessica, Marina, Tiffany. They're just the ones that surfaced. There are others. Dozens. Nick's grip tightened on the bar towel. Why tell me now? Because either this storm kills us both, or I go away for life. Rico smiled, showing teeth stained with blood. Either way, you'll never get closure. You'll never find them all. You're wrong, Nick said. Sarah's records. The evidence Diego collected. The feds will connect every dot. Sarah doesn't know half of what I've done. Rico leaned forward, as far as his restraints would allow. And your friend Diego? He's been on my payroll since day one. Nick kept his face blank, not showing the jolt of surprise. You're lying. How do you think I knew when to torch your bar? How I found you at the motel? Rico's smile widened. Diego's been feeding me information since you hired him. Paranoid bastard was perfect. Nobody would suspect him of working both sides. Nick thought back to all the convenient tips, all the times Diego had been in the right place at the right time. Had he been played from the start? You expect me to believe the conspiracy theorist is actually a criminal mastermind? Not a mastermind. Just greedy. Rico shrugged. Everyone has a price, Holleran. Even your precious Sarah. Save it for your trial. Headlights swept across the front of the building, barely visible through the cracks in the plywood. A vehicle was pulling up, defying the evacuation order. Looks like your backup arrived, Rico said. Let me guess, no sirens because of the storm. Nick moved to the window, peering through a gap in the boards. A black SUV had parked at an angle, blocking the view of any occupants. Not a police cruiser. Expecting someone? Nick asked. I told you. I have people everywhere. Rico shifted on the stool, including the local law enforcement. The back door burst open. Nick spun, reaching for the gun tucked in his waistband, but he was too slow. A figure in a rain-slicked poncho stepped in, shotgun leveled at Nick's chest. Drop it, said a familiar voice. Nick froze. Chuck. Chuck Denton pushed back his hood, rain dripping from his silver hair. I said drop it, Nick. Nick slowly placed his gun on the bar. You're working for Rico. With Rico, Chuck corrected. There's a difference. Not from where I'm standing. Chuck kept the shotgun trained on Nick while he moved to check on Rico. You okay? Been better, Rico said. Get these ties off me. Chuck produced a knife and cut the zip ties, his eyes never leaving Nick. I told you to let it go, Nick. Told you some battles aren't worth fighting. Worth fighting is all I heard, Nick said. Never was good at walking away. Rico rubbed his wrists, standing unsteadily. I want his phone. He recorded everything. Chuck held out his hand. Give it up, Nick. And if I don't? Then I put a hole in you and take it anyway. Chuck pumped the shotgun for emphasis. Don't make this harder than it needs to be. Nick weighed his options. The phone was evidence, the only proof he had of Rico's partial confession. Without it, it would be his word against a wealthy businessman with half the town on his payroll. Chuck, Nick said, you were Tampa PD. 23 years. You can't throw that away. I retired. Just like you. Chuck's expression hardened. Difference is, I understood how things work down here. A tremendous crash shook the building as something slammed into the front. All three men staggered. In that instant, the door at the far end of the bar flew open. Sarah stood framed in the doorway, soaked to the skin, a police-issue Glock pointed at Chuck's back. "Police! Drop the weapon," she shouted. Chuck started to turn. Sarah fired a warning shot that splintered the bar top inches from his hand. "Next one's in your spine. Drop it." Chuck lowered the shotgun to the floor. "You too, Rico," Sarah said. "Hands where I can see them." Rico raised his hands slowly, his face a mask of rage. "You bitch! You were undercover this whole time?" 3 years, Sarah replied. "You're not as careful as you think, Rico." The wail of sirens cut through the storm's roar, patrol cars pulling up outside. Nick stared at Sarah. "FBI. State Bureau of Investigation. We've been building a case against Rico's network for years." She produced a badge from inside her jacket. "The bruises were a nice touch, right? Rico's guys are predictable when they rough someone up." Nick absorbed this as uniformed officers poured in through both doors, weapons drawn. "You could have told me," he said. "Needed your reactions to be genuine." Sarah nodded toward his phone. "And I needed what Rico would say to you, cop to cop. He never would have opened up if he thought I was listening." The officers secured Rico and Chuck, reading them their rights even as the hurricane battered the building. Sarah holstered her weapon and stepped closer to Nick. "For what it's worth, I'm sorry for the deception." "Worth about as much as my bar at this point," Nick said, but there was no anger in it. Just exhaustion. As the officers led Rico toward the door, he stopped in front of Nick. "This isn't over," Rico hissed. "Yeah, it is," Nick said. "The bodies, the girls, everything. We're going to find them all. Every last one." Rico's face darkened. Before the officers could react, he lunged at Nick, headbutting him hard enough to send him staggering back into the bar. 3 officers tackled Rico to the ground, while Sarah steadied Nick. "You okay?" she asked. Nick touched his split lip, looked at the blood on his fingers. "Been better." Rico laughed as they dragged him out into the storm. "Good luck rebuilding, Holleran. This town will never accept you now." The door slammed shut behind them, leaving Nick and Sarah alone in the battered bar while the hurricane raged outside. "He's wrong, you know," Sarah said. "About the town." Nick looked around at his ruined bar. The shattered bottles, the splintered wood, the water pouring in through new cracks in the ceiling. "Maybe," he said. "But right now, I'd settle for surviving the night." Sarah smiled. "One battle at a time, right?" For the first time in months, Nick felt a weight lift from his shoulders. Jessica Weaver would finally get justice. The nightmares might not end, but at least they'd have company. "One battle at a time," he agreed. Chapter 30. The Drunken Oyster hummed with life. 6 months after the fire, the place looked better than it had in decades. New hardwood floors, a mahogany bar polished to a mirror shine, and the patio rebuilt with a view of the water. The insurance money had covered most of it. The rest came from a silent investor named Chuck Denton, who'd cashed in his police pension to buy a 20% stake. Nick wiped down the bar and watched his Saturday night crowd. Every stool taken, every table filled. On the small stage, a jazz quartet played soft standards. No more karaoke since Mimi had thrown the machine into the Intracoastal during what Diego still called the Great Bourbon Rebellion. Walter sat in his usual spot, drinking beer through a straw, now sporting a Drunken Oyster security hat that Nick had custom-made for him. "Full house," Sarah said, sliding behind the bar with an empty tray. "Even got 3 orders for that awful fish dip Mimi invented." "People aren't coming for the food," Nick said. "No, they're coming for the floor show." Sarah nodded toward the door, where Diego was refusing entry to a man with a parrot on his shoulder. "No birds," Diego was saying. "Manager's orders." "It's an emotional support animal," the man protested. "Take it up with FEMA," Diego replied, unmoved. "They control the airspace." Nick shook his head. Some things hadn't changed. The front door opened again, and Chairman Mao the Pelican strutted in, followed by Pelican Pete. "You've got to be kidding me," Nick muttered. Sarah laughed. "You said Walter could vouch for guests." "Apparently, he vouched for the bird." Sure enough, Walter raised his beer in solemn greeting as the Pelican climbed onto the stool next to him. "I give up," Nick said. "Florida 1. New York 0. Sarah squeezed his arm. "You're learning." The band took a break, and Sinatra came through the speakers. Nick had replaced the ancient jukebox with a digital system that Sarah still complained took the soul out of the music selection. "Mimi wants to know if we're doing the special tomorrow," Sarah said. "Sunday fish fry?" "Absolutely. She says we need more deep fryers." "Tell her to put it on the list." Chuck approved the equipment budget. Sarah nodded and headed toward the kitchen. Nick watched her go, thinking about how much had changed. The bruises had healed. The fear in her eyes had been replaced by something else, not quite peace but purpose. Running the bar with him had given her that. Chuck claimed a newly vacated stool. "Business is good." "Can't complain," Nick agreed, pouring him a whiskey. Feds finally closed the RICO case. Chuck kept his voice low. "Prosecutor says with Sarah's evidence and testimony, he's looking at 30 years minimum. If he lives that long." Nick had heard rumors that RICO's Miami connections weren't happy about the attention he'd brought down on their operation. The official story is that RICO's organization has been dismantled. Chuck sipped his drink. "Unofficially, someone else will move in. Nature abhors a vacuum." "Not our problem." "No." Chuck raised an eyebrow. "Word is, there's a new player looking at the territory. Venezuelan crew, making moves in Miami. They'll be heading north soon." "Let them." Nick refilled a customer's wine glass. "I'm just a bar owner." "Right." Chuck's tone made it clear he didn't believe that for a second. "How's Diego doing with his new side gig?" "You mean his coastal import-export logistics business?" Nick shook his head. "He's actually good at it. Getting fishermen to report unusual boat activity, keeping tabs on the marinas. Useful information. For the right people." "I wouldn't know anything about that." The door opened again, bringing in a gust of warm night air and a tall woman in a federal agent's no-nonsense pantsuit. Agent Mai Tais scanned the room before making her way to the bar. Nick poured her usual club soda with lime without being asked. "Nice crowd," Torres said, taking the empty stool next to Chuck. "Saturday night in paradise." She slid a manila envelope across the bar. "Thought you'd want to see this. Official closure on the Jessica Weaver case." Nick's hand hesitated over the envelope. "They're sure. DNA matched to evidence found in Rico's boat. The timeline fits. Your instincts were right all along." He'd known it intellectually, since they'd found Rico's trophies hidden in the boat's secret compartment. Still, seeing the official confirmation made something tight in his chest finally release. "Thanks for bringing this," he said. "Least I could do. Your information closed 3 cold cases." Torres sipped her drink. "The Bureau's impressed with your network down here." "I don't have a network." "No. Just a bartender with conspiracy theories who notices everything, a retired cop with contacts in 3 counties, and a waitress who memorizes faces better than our facial recognition software." Torres smiled slightly. "Not to mention the mute security guard, who somehow knows when trouble's coming before it arrives. Nick glanced at Walter, who was teaching the pelican some kind of shell game involving beer coasters. Just lucky, I guess. That what you call it? Torres stood. My boss wanted me to remind you that consultant positions are still available. Tell your boss I'm retired. That's what they all say. She left cash for her drink. Until the next body washes up. After she left, Chuck chuckled. She's got your number. She's fishing. Nothing more. Maybe. Chuck finished his whiskey. Or maybe she knows you better than you think. The night wore on. The jazz band returned for a second set. Diego argued with a tourist about chemtrails. Mimi emerged from the kitchen long enough to criticize the band's rendition of My Way and demand Nick order proper mustard seeds for her remoulade. By closing time, only the regulars remained. Nick was wiping down tables when Sarah appeared at his side. We've got company, she said quietly. Back alley. Nick followed her gaze to the security monitor behind the bar. A black SUV with tinted windows idled in the service alley. Venezuelan, he asked. Can't tell. They've been there 20 minutes. Tell Diego to take Walter and Mimi out the front. Lock up behind them. Sarah nodded and moved away smoothly, giving no sign of concern to the remaining customers. Nick went to the office, unlocked the bottom drawer of his desk, and removed his .38 special. 6 months of peace had been a good run. Maybe too good to last. When he returned, the bar was empty except for Sarah, who held a baseball bat, and Chuck, who had produced a compact Glock from an ankle holster. Just like old times, Chuck said. I'm retired, remember? Nick checked the back door's reinforced lock. This is just bar security. Sure. Chuck positioned himself by the window. And I'm just a concerned investor, protecting my 20%. The bar's landline rang. Sarah answered, listened, then held out the receiver to Nick. It's for you. Says he's an old friend. Nick took the phone. Holleran. Detective. The voice was vaguely familiar, with a New York accent. Or should I say, proprietor? Quite a career change. Who is this? Let's just say, I used to operate in your old jurisdiction. Recently relocated for climate reasons. Through the window, Nick saw the SUV's headlights switch off. What do you want? To introduce myself. Professional courtesy. I've heard you run a respectable establishment. I'm just a bar owner. The man chuckled. Of course. And I'm just a businessman looking to establish local relationships. Perhaps we could meet. Discuss the changing landscape. Nick caught Sarah's eye. She nodded slightly, already recording the call. I don't do business after hours, Nick said. Tomorrow, then. Lunch. I'll have my driver bring you to my yacht. I don't leave my bar. A pause. Very well. Tomorrow, 2 o'clock. I look forward to meeting the cop who bought a bar. The line went dead. Outside, the SUV's engine started up, and the vehicle pulled away. Trouble? Chuck asked. Always. Nick hung up the phone. Looks like retirement's over. Sarah set down the bat. Again. Apparently. Nick holstered his gun. How's your witness protection holding up? Torres says I'm officially dead to anyone who matters. Sarah leaned against the bar. Why? Because we might need to resurrect a few of your old connections. Chuck grinned. I knew you couldn't stay out of it. I'm not in anything. Just protecting my investment. Aha. Sarah didn't bother hiding her skepticism. So what's the plan? We meeting this guy tomorrow? Oh, we're meeting him. Nick moved to the bar and poured 3 shots. But first, we're going to find out exactly who he is and what he wants. Back in the game, Chuck said, raising his glass. Nick clinked glasses with them. I was never out. Outside, the Gulf breeze carried the scent of salt and possibilities. The neon sign of the Drunken Oyster cast red and blue reflections across the empty street. Above the door, a small security camera, one of 12 Nick had installed, recorded everything. The bar was rebuilt. The battle lines redrawn. And Nick Holleran, who had come to Florida looking for peace, had found something better, a purpose. He downed his shot and smiled for the first time in days. Let's get to work. Time to set sail. Can I send you a pint of problems free?